And I know you're as anxious as I am to get into close action. But we must bring him right up beside us before we spring this trap. That will test our nerve. And discipline will count just as much as courage.
The Age of Fighting Sail. Part 1. A Chance Meeting in Chatham. Chatham, England, March 1771. The cold wind tore across the harbor, lashing white caps into frothing peaks and driving cold spray onto the narrow stone piers. The sails of anchored ships flapped and snapped like the raucous wings of giant seabirds, while signboards above the waterfront taverns creaked in protest, swinging in the gusts. On this blustery day, a Royal Navy officer, buttoned tight against the biting wind, his gaze set ahead with the practiced confidence of a man accustomed to authority. Yet, just as he was about to pass a cluster of fishermen unloading barrels from their boats, a boy appeared before him, seemingly from nowhere. Despite his plain, weather-beaten clothes, the youngster was neat, and his bearing had a quiet self-assurance that struck the officer as unusual. In the boy's hand was a sea bag, worn but tightly bound, resting on his shoulder with the weight of someone who had purpose and direction. This was not some dockside urchin begging for scraps. The officer looked him over, raising an eyebrow as the lad spoke, his voice steady despite the shivering wind. "Excuse me, sir," the boy began, a determined spark in his eye. "Could you direct me to the Rise and Knob? I've come to report for duty." There was something in the way he said it, raise a knob, with a precision and pride that did not match his young age. Intrigued, the officer's gaze softened. "And what business do you have with His Majesty's ship of the line?" he asked, noting the lad's calm demeanor, his square shoulders against the harsh wind. "She's commanded by Captain Maurice Suckling," replied the boy with a glint of pride. "My uncle. I am to serve aboard as midshipman." At this, the officer's face registered surprise. He had heard of Captain Suckling, a stern but competent commander known for his loyalty to the Navy. Nodding slowly, the officer beckoned the lad to come with him. He led the boy to a small tavern on the pier, where warmth and the scent of freshly brewed tea welcomed them. After a steaming cup and a bit of bread and cheese, the officer arranged for a boat to take the young lad out to his ship. No doubt he would soon forget the encounter. After all, new recruits, even those with connections, were nothing remarkable. Yet, in the years to come, he would remember this brief meeting, for this boy, slender and unremarkable as he seemed, would become the most celebrated admiral the Royal Navy, or the world itself, would ever know. This was a young Horatio Nelson. Nelson's story was not so much that of a boy driven by the thrill of adventure as it was of circumstance and duty. At the age of 12, Horatio Nelson found himself thrust into the unforgiving world of the British Navy. His father, a country pastor barely able to support his large family, had reluctantly let the boy go, spurred on by the rumors of impending war with Spain over a tiny, barren outcrop in the South Atlantic, the Falkland Islands. This, however, was no idle dispute. For England, it was a matter of pride and imperial power. Since the Treaty of Paris in 1763 had ended the 7 Years' War, England had stood as the dominant force in the world. Her empire stretched across continents, bound by the strength of her navy and the discipline of her men. But now, in 1770, Spanish forces had landed at Port Egmont in the Falklands and seized the British outpost there, triggering a surge of fury back in England. The British public, deeply proud of their empire, was indignant at the idea of Spanish soldiers treading on British soil, even if it lay thousands of miles away in the icy Atlantic waters. As war fever swept England, ships of the line were recommissioned. Captains were called from retirement and crews were rounded up. Among these ships lay the Raisonnable, a massive vessel with a history carved from battle. Captured from the French during the 7 Years' War, the Raisonnable bore a name that was itself a trophy, a constant reminder of victory over France. It was aboard this ship, recommissioned to answer England's call to arms, that young Nelson found himself learning the ways of the sea under the watchful, weathered eye of his uncle, Captain Suckling. The Raisonnable, like other ships of the line, was no ordinary vessel. She was an engine of war, a fortress upon the water. Her decks bristled with cannon, each barrel cleaned, polished, and ready to fire with deadly roar. The planks underfoot creaked with the strain of heavy guns and the steps of men who knew that these ships were more than wood and metal. They were the instruments of empire. And yet, as preparations for war reached a fever pitch, the tides of conflict ebbed. The Falkland Islands dispute faded as quickly as it had erupted. By the time Nelson had spent 5 months aboard the Raisonnable, the ship was once again decommissioned, left to float in idle vigil, her guns silent. Captain Suckling, however, was not about to let his nephew languish on shore. Through his connections, he found Horatio a position aboard a merchant ship bound for the West Indies. It was a journey that would shape the young midshipman's view of life at sea, for unlike the disciplined world of the Navy, merchant life was harsh, and the sailors' grumbling was constant. The crew filled Nelson's head with horror stories of the Royal Navy's brutal discipline, forced conscription, and meager rations. Night after night he listened to their tales, his heart heavy with doubt and resentment. By the time the merchantman docked back in England, Nelson was ready to turn his back on the Navy altogether. His heart, once filled with dreams of naval glory, was now laden with bitterness. But Captain Suckling knew that his nephew's future lay in the Navy. With patience and persuasion, he spent long nights talking the boy back into uniform, rekindling his sense of duty. By July 1772, the young midshipman found himself aboard the Triumph, a 74-gun guard ship stationed at the Nore, where the Thames met the sea. It was a posting that demanded discipline and commitment, two qualities the reluctant Nelson would grow to embody as he learned to navigate the dangers of war. Looking back, those quiet days in Chatham and the time Nelson spent drifting along the sandbanks on the Triumph were merely the first pages of a story that would come to define an era. The coming years would see the Royal Navy face challenges on an unprecedented scale, from the American Revolutionary War to the Napoleonic Wars. England's survival would hinge on men like Nelson, the boy who had nearly walked away from the sea, but who would become her greatest protector. By the time the Battle of Trafalgar loomed on the horizon, the English Navy had evolved into the most fearsome force afloat. Ships overladen with cannon, their decks lined with sailors, ready to unleash a deadly hail of grapeshot, chain, and cannonballs. No longer were ships merely vessels for troops, they were weapons themselves, capable of unleashing devastation on a scale unseen in the world before. Each ship in the line was a floating fortress, their sails billowing as they bore down on their enemies, firing broadsides that could reduce the mightiest vessel to mere splinters. But there was also an elegance in these deadly machines, the sleek hulls, the copper sheath to prevent fouling, and the network of triangular sails and studding sails that allowed them to tack close to the wind, darting into position with a speed that belied their massive size. As the Royal Navy sailed into the storms of the late 18th century, men like Nelson would steer them through, facing overwhelming odds with courage, cunning, and the unshakable belief that the wooden walls of England would never fall. Part 2. Life on a Ship of the Line. To the naked eye, an 18th century ship of the line, sails unfurled and billowing, seemed almost to float on the wind, its form both graceful and imposing. But beneath its elegant lines, this towering vessel was a fortress of wood and iron, an engine of war and an empire's pride, carrying the might of the Royal Navy to seas near and far. Among these ships, none loomed larger in reputation than HMS Victory, the flagship of the Royal Navy and a masterpiece of naval craftsmanship. The Victory herself was a spectacle. Painted in bold black and yellow stripes, her 3 towering masts cutting through the sky and her polished decks reflecting the glow of the rising sun. Laid down in 1759, her construction was delayed until 1778 by years of peacetime austerity. So for over a decade she lay moored, her hull a silent sentinel in Chatham. Yet this grand ship, with its maze of rigging and ornate stern, filled the onlooker with awe. Her design perfected to slip through the waves with remarkable speed for her size. She was built to be a flagship, a title she would earn time and again in battle. In 1771, young Horatio Nelson, then only a midshipman on the nearby Raisinab, gazed upon the Victory's stern with childlike wonderment, a hint of destiny etched in the quiet resolve of his young face. He could have scarcely imagined at that time that one day he would command that very ship, leading her to victory at the Battle of Trafalgar. For the officers, life aboard the Victory was very privileged, yet rigidly ordered. The quarterdeck belonged solely to the ship's 49 officers, a sanctum where no ordinary sailor was allowed to set foot unless called upon for a specific duty. This territory of the officers stretched from the mainmast aft, adorned with gilt-edged windows that sparkled in the sun, giving the stern the feel of a floating palace. Here, on this exclusive deck, officers dined, deliberated, and passed orders, their quarters affording some reprieve from the chaos of battle or the endless churn of the sea. But for the ordinary sailor, life was a world apart. Below decks, the atmosphere was altogether different. The men's domain was crowded, oft foul-smelling lower decks, where nearly 600 crew members were crammed into narrow spaces that were stifling in the heat of battle and damp in the chill of night. With the overhead beams barely 6 feet high, the sailors crouched or hunched over their work, the clamor of iron, rope, and wood filling the air. At night they would sling their hammocks above the gun decks, swaying over the iron cannon that lined the vessel from bow to stern, each gun assigned to a crew that knew every inch of its cold, deadly metal. Dawn on the Victory began not with sunlight, but with the shrill blast of the boatswain's pipe, a piercing call that shattered the restless silence. With a command of "all hands," the boatswain's mates moved briskly through the lower deck, knotted ropes in hand, flicking them sharply across the backs of men who were reluctant to wake. A sailor who didn't rise was quickly dumped from his hammock. There was no leniency on a man of war. The demands of the ship came before every other concern. Once roused, the men lashed their hammocks with the precision drilled into them, binding the canvas into tight rolls and stowing them along the upper bulwarks. Not only did this keep the deck clear, but these lashed hammocks served a grim secondary purpose. In battle, they became the first line of defense against musket shot, softening blows and saving lives. And in the case of disaster, these same hammocks could keep a sailor afloat if the ship went down, buoyed by the air trapped within their folds. After stowing hammocks, the crew was sent to work, scouring the deck with holystones, their knees scraping against sand scattered to scour the planks. By 6 o'clock, the men ate their first meal, often a thin, bitter porridge known as burgoo, washed down with Scotch coffee, a scalding drink made from burnt biscuits dissolved in water. While the meals were filling, they were far from luxurious. At midday, the men ate their main meal, seated around makeshift tables or balanced on the heavy cannon. They might have salted pork or beef, biscuits, and a peas pudding that clung to their tin plates like paste. But as the voyage dragged on, these rations deteriorated. The biscuits, hard as stone, often teemed with maggots, which the men consumed with grim acceptance. It was widely held that maggots were a delicacy, cold and gelatinous like calf's foot jelly. When the weevils inevitably took over, the biscuits crumbled to dust, and at that point the sailors turned to hunting rats, ironically called millers, for their flour-dusted fur which roamed the decks with impunity. Meanwhile, in the stern quarters, the officers and admiral enjoyed roast meats, fresh vegetables, wine, and private dining sets starkly apart from the rations of the common crew. The double standard was keenly felt, but the men held their tongues. As long as the evening ration of grog, a potent mix of rum and water, sometimes spiked with lemon juice for its scurvy-preventing effects, arrived on schedule, they would carry on. Discipline aboard the Victory was brutal and uncompromising. Minor infractions were met with leg irons, chaining the offender to the top deck under the gaze of passing officers. But the true terror lay in the floggings, carried out with a ritualistic formality. At 11 o'clock, with the captain and officers assembled on the quarter-deck, the condemned sailor was brought forward, stripped to the waist, his hands tied to the ship's grating. At the captain's command, the boatswain's mate would raise the cat-o'-nine-tails and bring it down with all his might, the cords cutting across the man's back in livid red welts. Each blow was followed by a brief pause, the mate flicking blood from the tails of the whip. For minor offenses, the sailor might endure a dozen lashes, but captains with sadistic streaks ordered as many as 100, and no man could survive this without screaming. It was a grim ritual, and all hands were summoned to witness it, a reminder of the fate that awaited any man who defied the iron discipline of His Majesty's Navy. Few, if any, volunteered for this life. Press gangs roamed port towns, hauling away able-bodied men and pressing them into service. Once aboard, these reluctant recruits were washed, deloused, and sorted by rank. Able seamen, the most experienced, received the highest pay and worked the highest rigging. Ordinary seamen followed. At the bottom were the landsmen, men with no seafaring skill, assigned to laborious tasks on deck. A small group known as the idlers were spared from standing watch. These included carpenters, surgeons, and sailmakers, each possessing a skill vital to the ship's operations. For these men, duty was unrelenting. The carpenter's crew labored to plug leaks, and the gunners meticulously secured the cannon. For any loose gun on a rolling deck could tear through wood, bone, and iron with unstoppable force. As the Victory sailed, the captain drilled his men relentlessly. Crews were trained to fire cannon with clockwork precision. A well-trained gun crew could load and fire 3 times in 2 minutes, each round of cannonball or grapeshot bringing deadly force to bear on an approaching enemy. They moved with purpose and confidence, knowing that in battle their lives depended on speed and precision. As Nelson's future band of brothers would one day discover, a ship of the line was no place for hesitation. In the coming battles, these war machines would clash with coordinated lines, their massive broadsides unleashing a rain of iron and fire. Each cannonball hurled into the enemy ship would rip through wood, flesh, and bone, filling the air with splinters as deadly as the shot itself. Part 3. A Game of Cat and Mouse on the High Seas. By June 1778, HMS Victory had spent 19 years in preparation. A monument of British naval might, as formidable as she was elegant. Now, with her hull newly fortified and her decks packed with cannon, she was at last ready to face the open sea. In an era when the Royal Navy was England's bulwark against a world of enemies, her completion was timely indeed. The winds of war were blowing in earnest, and though Britain's American colonies had long since begun their rebellion, it was not the Americans that kept the Admiralty awake at night. Across the Channel, France had quietly bided its time, nursing the wounds of defeat from the 7 Years' War. While Britain had built her empire in peace, the French Navy had risen from the ashes, funded by the boundless coffers of Louis XVI and armed with the lessons learned from past mistakes. In February, France had signed a treaty with the American revolutionaries, declaring a subtle but unmistakable war against England. And, unlike the Americans, the French could bring the full force of their naval power to bear. With the specter of conflict growing darker, Victory's first captain, Sir John Lindsay, a hero of the 7 Years' War, was dispatched to bring her down to Portsmouth, where Vice Admiral Augustus Keppel would soon make her his flagship. Lindsay arrived at Gillingham in March, the men rowing him out through the misty dawn to his new command, the great ship's hull looming from the water like a fortress. His arrival marked the beginning of a frenzy of preparation. Ballast was sent ashore, and supplies flowed into her holds by the ton. 45 tons of biscuits, 25 tons of pork, 10 tons of flour, 50 tons of beer, all joining the 35 tons of powder and 120 tons of shot that would fuel her mighty guns. Cannons were cleaned and loaded, the decks scrubbed and polished until they shone, and the masts rose to their full, towering height, ready to bear the ship's vast spread of sail. On April 25th, with her crew arrayed in crisp lines, the Victory fired her first 21-gun salute to welcome King George III himself, who had come to inspect her on his royal yacht. The king spent 3 hours aboard, touring the decks, his satisfaction evident. At last, on April 27th, Victory dropped her moorings and headed to sea for the first time. As she rounded the coast, Victory's crew familiarized themselves with her layout, her rigging, her guns, and in Portsmouth, Admiral Keppel, one of England's finest, prepared the fleet that would stand between England and invasion. Just a few weeks later, on May 14th, he stepped aboard the Victory, inspecting the ship's every corner with a practiced eye. Despite the grandeur of her decks and the gleam of her brass and polished wood, he was aware that a fierce contest lay ahead. Keppel had been granted a noble fleet of 21 ships of the line and 4 frigates, charged with guarding the channel from French incursion. However, he was painfully aware that his fleet was a mixed bag. Some of the ships were battle-hardened, ready for the dangers ahead, while others, hastily recommissioned, were less than seaworthy, their timbers old, their rigging worn. But the Victory, sturdy and freshly fitted out, was his chosen flagship. He transferred his flag from the Prince George and made Victory the heart of his fleet, bringing with him his favored captain, Jonathan Faulkner, who promptly set to work shaping the crew and instilling discipline. As a first act, he ordered Victory's name to be removed from her stern. Keppel believed that in battle, the sight of her name was no use except to the enemy. Throughout the next month, Keppel's fleet drilled intensively. Sailors scrambled aloft, learning the ropes and the rhythm of the ship, while below decks, gun crews drilled at their stations, hauling cannon with precision and speed. Every man knew his task, from the gunners who would unleash broadsides to the powder monkeys who would dart back and forth in the chaos of battle. Finally, on June 13th, 1778, Keppel's flotilla set sail from Spithead. They were a sight to behold, cutting a course through the choppy waters of the channel as the faster frigates surged ahead. These nimble ships were the eyes of the fleet, scouting for signs of the enemy and reporting back with signals that could change the course of a battle. Day after day, the Victory's men drilled and prepared, every order issued with the knowledge that conflict loomed just beyond the horizon. 4 days into the cruise, excitement crackled across the fleet as Keppel's lookouts spied sails on the horizon. Signal flags snapped aloft, spelling one word: enemy. The scouts had encountered a light French squadron out of Brest, 2 frigates, a corvette, and a lugger. Nothing near the force that Keppel feared, but a clear sign that war had begun. The British frigate Arethusa soon closed in on one of the French frigates Belle Pole, their cannon thundering across the water as the 2 ships exchanged broadside after broadside, the clash stretching on for 4 long hours. At last the Belle Poule, her hull shot through with splintered gaps, fled into the rocky bays of Brittany, with the corvette and lugger following close behind. Only one ship, the French frigate Licorne, lingered too long and was seized, towed as a prize to Victory's stern. But what Keppel found aboard the captured vessel was not what he was expecting. In the Licorne's hold, among the crates of powder and ammunition, Keppel discovered a chilling surprise. The French had assembled 32 ships of the line in Brest's harbor, their combined firepower totaling nearly 3,000 guns. Keppel, bold as he was, knew that his 21 ships would stand little chance against such a force, and that he could not risk losing Britain's first line of defense. He ordered a swift retreat to Portsmouth, and anchored at Spithead on June 27th, where he pleaded for reinforcements from the Admiralty. The next 12 days saw frenzy in the dockyards. 3 ships of the line were readied for sea, their crews scrambled together from any able sailor in port, while 6 were promised from the convoy escort arriving from the West Indies. With these reinforcements, Keppel had at least 30 ships, and on July 9th he led the fleet out to sea once more. Keppel's mission was twofold: intercept the French fleet before it could join with the Spanish at Cadiz, and protect 2 incoming convoys from the East Indies, laden with goods that were critical to England's economy and morale. But, unbeknownst to Keppel, the entire French fleet under Admiral Comte d'Auvilliers had already sailed from Brest on July 8th, setting a collision course for Keppel's fleet in the open Atlantic. For over a week, the British and the French fleets scoured the oceans south of England. Each fleet stretched wide, their sails filling and fading with the gusts, neither aware of the other's precise location. Days passed in tense anticipation. Lookouts scanned the horizon for any sign of the enemy. Then, on July 23rd, the sighting came. Sails, countless white specks against the endless blue, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was the French fleet, spread out before the British like a waiting adversary, and Keppel, his heart pounding, held course, the wind filling his sails as the 2 mighty fleets closed in on each other. By dusk, Keppel knew that the engagement would need to wait until dawn. He ordered every ship cleared for action, On deck, the men lashed down the cannons, stripped the sails, and secured every line in preparation for the battle. In the dim light of evening, the crews stood ready, each man silent, their minds racing with thoughts of the coming clash. At dawn, Keppel expected to see the French fleet arrayed before him, the battle line set. But as the morning mist lifted, a new reality dawned. During the night, D'Auvilliers had outmaneuvered him, bringing his ships into an upwind position, a masterstroke of seamanship that granted him the weather gauge, a key advantage in maneuverability. Now the French fleet held the wind, the power to dictate the terms of battle. Keppel's frustration grew as he watched D'Auvilliers refuse to descend and meet him. For 3 days, the British fleet pursued the French, both sides inching across the Atlantic, their ships stripped and ready for the battle that would not yet come. Keppel's men were weary and tense, clinging to the ropes and cannons, awaiting for the moment when the guns would finally roar. Then, on the 3rd day, a black squall swept across the water, a wall of wind and rain. The British fleet scrambled to furl their sails, the Victory's decks awash in rain as cannon rolled against their lashings in the storm's fury. For over an hour, visibility was lost. The sound of ropes snapping and waves pounding created a tumult of noise and chaos. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the squall dissipated, the rain shifting eastward and revealing a stunning sight. There, on the now clear horizon, the entire French fleet was bearing down upon them, sails billowing, hulls dark against the brightening sky. The men aboard the Victory stood frozen, and even Keppel's voice caught in his throat as he issued his first command for battle. England's fate now lay on the edge of a precipice, as the greatest naval clash in recent memory was now beginning in earnest. Part 4. An embarrassing ordeal for the English. The wily French admiral had seen the squall coming, and knowing that he could take advantage of the change in weather, had turned his fleet around and headed in the opposite direction, eastward, back toward France. But D'Auvilliers was not outmaneuvering for a face-to-face fight to the death. That had proved to be catastrophic to the French fleet in the 7 Years' War. Instead, he was about to employ a new naval tactic of hit and run, of raking the enemy, particularly in the vulnerable sails and rigging, and then racing away, either to maneuver for another swift strike or to flee for home if that seemed the better alternative. Being on opposite tacks perfectly suited D'Auvilliers' purpose. At a closing speed of around 12 knots, the engagement promised to be a short one, such as things went. But now the winds took a role in the events. The lingering gusts of the squall died into light breezes, and the two fleets began to move past each other at a much slower pace. The delighted Keppel did not even have time to raise the preparatory signal. He immediately ordered the 2 standard flags for battle: line ahead and engage. His ships had spread out during the 3-day chase, and the squall had driven some of them out of the line of battle, but there was no time to reform. Below decks, aboard the Victory and all the other ships of the Grand Fleet, gun crews snatched away the heavy restraining gear that had been secured during the storm. With the swiftness and sureness that came from constant drilling, the gun ports were open, the wooden plugs pulled from the cannon muzzles, powder and shot rammed home, and the long iron snouts run out to the ports. Unlike the French gunners, who preferred to fire high, the British went for the enemy's hull, on the principle that the way to win a battle was to put holes in the hull and to kill men. The Victory's gunners, taking a length of burning fuse and blowing on it until it glowed, waited for the beginning of the downward roll. Then the gun captain yelled, "Fire!" and each gunner touched off his cannon, sending a ball roaring across the water at 1,200 feet per second. There was no time to see what damage the ball had caused. The moment the cannon reached the end of its violent recoil, the gun crew leaped forward to clean it and load it again for the next shot. By now, even the slowest of the Victory's gun crews could clean, load, and aim and fire a cannon in less than 2 minutes. And on this particular morning in the cold Atlantic, it was well that they could. Despite the light wind, the two fleets were passing each other at a combined speed of 6 knots. Keppel shortened sail to slow down, but no ship was opposite another for more than 2 or 3 minutes. Still, that meant in running along the line, each French ship and each English ship was fired on, and that the two fleets could take about an hour in all to pass each other. The heavy cannonballs from the British ships were not doing as much damage to the French hulls as they would have if Keppel had closed the range between the two lines. Meanwhile, the French gunners were cutting up British rigging with their high-flying chain and bar shot. The Victory in the center of the British line had already suffered considerable damage when D'Auvilliers' flagship, the Bretagne, came down opposite her. As the two flagships rolled past each other, the Victory's gunners scored their best shot of the day. In one thundering broadside, they blew open 3 of Britannia's gun ports, making a wide gap in her side and killing many of her crewmen. But the French gunners responded by chopping up so much of the Victory's rigging that her masts began to sway perilously. By 2 p.m., the fleets were out of range and the firing had died. The Victory's masts were threatening to topple over. Smoke swirled through her gun decks, and wounded men lay on the improvised litters in the cockpit waiting for the surgeon to remove splinters of wood or to cut away smashed limbs. Gunners mopped sweat from their bare chests and stuffed wads into their ears, which were bleeding from the concussion of the cannon. On the quarterdeck, Keppel began to assess the damage to his fleet. Those in the rear seemed to be hurt worst, and as Keppel watched, de Villiers appeared to be rounding up as if readying another engagement. Keppel decided to oblige him and signaled the fleet to form a line. At the head of the British line, Vice Admiral Sir Robert Harland, commander of the Van, or Front Squadron, was already coming about. But the Victory, sorely damaged, had to be brought about gently before the wind, nursing her tattered rigging. By 3 p.m., Keppel had his van and center ready, but the ships of his rear had not joined the line. The commander of the rear was Vice Admiral Sir Hugh Palliser. His ship, the Formidable, had been damaged more heavily than Keppel realized from a distance. Her foremast had been shredded by shot, and she was scarcely underway. Since regulations required all vessels in a squadron to remain with the leader, the 90-gun Ocean and the 74-gun Elizabeth could not abandon the Formidable to join Keppel. Keppel might have done without the rear and ordered Harland up to the front for an immediate attack. However, he doggedly refused to risk further action until he had his entire fleet in a straight line-ahead formation. He waited impatiently for Palliser and the crippled Formidable to bring up the ships of the rear. 3 whole hours had passed, and Keppel sent a frigate racing back, ordering them to join the line. Still, Palliser delayed while he made emergency repairs. It was dusk before the 3 vessels of the rear formation joined the rest of the fleet. Keppel could see that the French had retained and tightened their line of battle. Though they had suffered many casualties and considerable damage, their sails and riggings were in better shape than those of the British. Consequently, they could maneuver more effectively. Keppel judged that they were ready to renew the battle, but he decided with darkness approaching that it was too late for another engagement. He ordered the fleet to keep in formation until dawn to stay alert for a possible French attack. Through the night, he led his fleet upwind in hopes of regaining the all-important weather gauge. And, through the night, the Victory's crew stood to general quarters, trying to keep awake after the exhausting day. Across the water, they could see 3 lanterns, which they took to be the lights of the French fleet still waiting for them. With the dawn, Keppel ruefully discovered that the crafty de Villiers had outsmarted him once again. Only 3 French ships, the ones they had shown the lights, were anywhere near him. While those light-bearing ships served as decoys through the night, de Villiers had coolly sailed off with the bulk of his fleet, and the 3 remaining ships were now adding on sail to rejoin the main body of its escape eastward towards France. With widespread damage to their rigging, the British ships had no hope of catching the enemy. On July 28th, Keppel decided that his fleet was in such disorder aloft that it was unwise to even remain off a hostile coast. He headed for home. Aboard the British fleet, 506 men had been killed or wounded, 35 of them on the Victory itself. No ships had been lost during the ordeal, but on July 31st, when the Grand Fleet reached Spithead, it sailed into a storm of criticism and recrimination. Keppel blamed Palliser for disobeying orders. Both demanded a formal court-martial, and both were exonerated. The controversy exposed an unpleasant and exceedingly dangerous situation within the Royal Navy. It had become politicized. Palliser was an outspoken conservative Tory, and Keppel an ardent liberal Whig. Emotions ran high at the trials. Jubilant Whigs wore light blue ribbons in their hats with Keppel in gold letters. Whig ladies of fashion made and distributed the hats. As Keppel departed from court, a band marched before him, playing He Comes, the Hero Comes. So controversial did this issue become that Keppel refused to serve under the ruling Tory government. He bitterly hauled down his flag, left the Victory, and retired to await the downfall of the Tories. As for Admiral de Villiers, in late July he made it safely back to Brest, and a hero's welcome. He had been at sea challenging British rule for the better part of a month, and though he had lost 674 men through death or wounds, not a French ship had been sunk. In this sense, the Battle of Ushant was the first French success in more than a decade since the 7 Years' War. Ushant proved a vastly important point about the changing nature of naval warfare. By refusing to attack the enemy in anything but the traditional line-ahead formation, Keppel had assured de Villiers' escape. The lesson, however, was utterly lost on the hidebound British. In fact, one of the criticisms of Keppel's tactics was that he came into battle in the first instance without reassembling his disordered line. The clear message of the Battle of Ushant was that the textbook tactics were no longer good enough. French ships were much improved, and the French hit-and-run tactics crippling the enemy rigging and running away could not be countered by the powerful but inflexible line of battle that had served the Royal Navy so well up till now. And now England was plunged into naval war in which only a major change of tactics could save her from disaster. Fortunately for England, the Royal Navy, seemingly so traditional-minded, would come up with the very tactics it needed to meet and defeat the French in the long series of great engagements that would stretch almost 30 years into the future, from Ushant in 1778 to Trafalgar in 1805. A chief designer of the new tactics would be the same Horatio Nelson who had arrived, aged 12, at the docks of Chatham in 1771. At the time of the Battle of Ushant, Nelson was serving with the West Indies Station, the small fleet in the Caribbean that was trying to deal with the privateers of France and the rebellious American colonies, which were both preying on British ships. Now, 20 and a lieutenant, Nelson was rising fast in the service. His boldness and initiative had been recognized by Captain William Locker, master of the Lowestoft, on which Nelson was serving. Locker soon recommended the young Nelson to Sir Peter Parker, newly assigned to command the West Indies Station. Parker, equally impressed with the young officer, gave Nelson his first command in the winter of 1778, the brig Badger. But it was the advice given to him by Captain Locker that Nelson would never forget. "Always lay a Frenchman close, and you will beat him." Bold, aggressive, close infighting would become Nelson's trademark, and the essence of the new tactics that would make the Royal Navy once again supreme. But it would still be a while before the Royal Navy was prepared to break with its traditional ways, and in the meantime it was fated to suffer further embarrassment. Part 5. Pomp and Pageantry over Military Strategy.
Nothing equals the beautiful order of the English at sea. Never was there a line drawn straighter than that formed by their ships. Thus they bring all their fire to bear upon those who draw near them.
This admiring comment on the Royal Navy's battle formation was made by a French admiral in 1666. It was an accurate depiction of the tactics that made England supreme on the seas for 100 years, and then failed her utterly at the Battle of Ushant, and most importantly at a critical juncture during the American Revolution. As Keppel had demonstrated so unhappily off Ushant, the essential tactic was the line ahead. The French admiral had described it most accurately. The formation consisted of a perfectly straight line of sailing warships presenting a moving wall of fire against the enemy. In the constantly changing circumstances of naval battle, the line ahead had so many advantages. It concentrated the fleet's firepower in one direction. It prevented such accidents as ships of the same fleet firing on one another or firing past or through an enemy ship at a friendly vessel. Most of all, it gave each captain clear and simple directions. He was to hold his place in line and focus his fire on enemy ships opposite his own. The first fighting instructions had been issued in 1653 under Oliver Cromwell, who was an early and ardent advocate of a powerful navy. The rules were revised and expanded in 1703, but the basic tactics remained the same. And of all the orders laid down in the fighting instructions, the Navy's manual, the most sacred decreed, "All the ships of every squadron shall endeavor to keep in line with the chief." Moreover, the penalty for not holding such a line was severe punishment, which could mean anything for a captain from a public reprimand to death, depending on the circumstances. The fighting instructions reiterated, "None of the ships of the fleet shall pursue any small number of the enemy's ships till the main body be disabled or run." So the Royal Navy concentrated on its single majestic and overpowering line-ahead formation. Even after the frustrating standoff against the French at Ushant, remained certain that the traditional methods would be more than enough to win the naval engagements of the American Revolutionary War. For one thing, the American Navy was scarcely worthy of the name Navy. As an organization, it had been bungled from the start. Shipbuilding contracts were let for political reasons, and construction was delayed. The first American captains were no match for their Royal Naval counterparts. The statistics tell the sad story of America's first Navy. Of the 50 warships built and bought for the Continental Navy during the war, all but one were lost to enemy action, having been either sunk, captured, or scuttled. Meanwhile, the Americans took only 5 small ships of the Royal Navy. The only significant damage done to the British by the Americans at sea was accomplished by more than 1,600 privateers that were commissioned and sent out to harass British shipping. They captured something like 1,000 British merchantmen and caused an astronomical rise in shipping insurance rates. But they were little more than a nuisance to the Royal Navy, which destroyed even more American shipping. One officer in the Continental Navy managed in 1779 to bring the war into England's home waters, but sensational as was John Paul Jones's victory in the Bonhomme Richard over the Serapis, it amounted to little more than a psychological blow to the Royal Navy. The real challenge once again came from across the Channel. The sheer belligerency of France in 1778 turned the American Revolution from a shifting series of land battles into a truly maritime war. The armies, British, Hessian, American, and French, fought from the Canadian border to South Carolina, but the ultimate outcome was decided by the navies of Great Britain and France. The Battle of Ushant not only demonstrated that the line-ahead formation was outdated, it also showed that the French Navy of 1778 was superior in a number of respects. This dramatic change could be accounted for in London as well as in Paris. During the 12 years of peace between the 7 Years' War and the American Revolution, the Royal Navy had been victimized by false economies at the Admiralty and profiteering by the Navy's suppliers. Meanwhile, King Louis XV's powerful advisor, the Duc de Choiseul, rallied Frenchmen in a campaign to rebuild their navy. Fund drives supplemented the royal treasuries with money to construct new ships. They were named after the groups of towns that contributed, the most impressive being the 104-gun Ville de Paris. It was Choiseul who inaugurated the academies of marine architecture that were responsible for the better designed, faster-sailing French men of war. Under Choiseul's direction, a corps of 10,000 naval gunners was organized and rigorously drilled in the art of accurate naval fire. By 1770, when Choiseul left office, France had 64 ships of the line and 50 frigates. By 1778, when France entered the war on America's side, she had 80 ships of the line. In the following year, Spain honored the Bourbon family compact with France by declaring war on England, adding 60 ships of the line to the combined force confronting England. The Royal Navy did have about 150 major ships to counter these 140, but not all were fit for sea at the time. Moreover, the French gunners were now more accurate than the British, and were at their best at long range. This was important because of the new French strategy of avoiding pitched battle with any enemy force that was not clearly inferior in numbers. The Royal Navy was about to meet its match. Up until now, the Royal Navy had not yet actually lost a sea battle. The new French tactics of hit and run had so far thwarted every British attempt to force a line-to-line slugging match. In one battle after another, the British admiral would stubbornly form his line ahead, the French would cut up his rigging and sail away to fight again. In strictly naval terms, this situation might be called a standoff. The effects were felt on the battlefields of North America, since the French Navy was increasingly able to deliver reinforcements to the Americans and to the French soldiers who had joined them. One of those who could see the advantages of the new French naval strategy was General George Washington. For the first 4 years of the war, with nothing but the ineffectual Continental Navy for support, the American war had gone badly. Now the French Navy was helping to turn the tide. In the summer of 1781, Washington thought he could see the makings of a devastating combined American-French operation. A large French fleet was in the West Indies, endeavoring to take advantage of Britain's preoccupation with the colonies and to recapture some of the islands France had lost in the 7 Years' War, 18 years before. If that force, or part of it, could come north to support a campaign that Washington and the French general, the Marquis Gilbert du Montaigne de Lafayette, were planning, the colonists might win one of the most important victories of the war. Major General Earl Cornwallis, with more than 7,000 of Britain's finest troops, was encamped in Yorktown, on the Virginia shore of Chesapeake Bay. If a French fleet could block the narrow entrance to the bay, thereby cutting off Cornwallis's supply line, the Americans and French could launch a pincer attack and wipe out Britain's best army in the colonies. Washington wrote a letter to the French minister to the colonies, the Chevalier de Luzerne, stressing what the American generals saw as the essential importance of naval superiority in the war and pleading for the French fleet to come north. The commander of the French fleet in the West Indies was Rear Admiral Comte Francois-Joseph Paul de Grasse, an aristocrat born in a feudal castle in the Alps Maritimes, now 59 years old and quite an imposing quarter-deck figure at 6 feet 2 inches tall. One admirer claimed he was 6 feet 6 inches on days of battle. De Grasse responded to the call from the colonies with his entire fleet. En route north, he lost 2 of his ships to the same bizarre type of accident, a sailor doling out the ration of tafia, the brandy that was the French equivalent of grog, knocked over a candle and set the ship afire. First, the 74-gun Intrépide and then the 40-gun Inconstant were destroyed this way, and de Grasse ordered that thereafter a responsible officer must preside over every issue of tafia. Still, de Grasse had 28 ships of the line to take north. Crowded aboard the men of war were 3 regiments of French infantry, 100 dragoons, and 350 artillerymen, 2,500 soldiers in all to reinforce Lafayette's troops. Their equipment and artillery were carried aboard 15 merchantmen that de Grasse chartered with money from his personal fortune. To avoid detection by British frigates in the Atlantic, de Grasse fled his fleet through the treacherous shoal-dotted Bahama Channel between Cuba and the Bahamas. By mid-August 1781, the entire armada was riding north in the Gulf Stream off Florida, and on the evening of August 29th, the fleet dropped anchor inside the entrance to Chesapeake Bay, picking off in the process a few British frigates that had not been quick enough to slip out of the bay. It happened that de Grasse's serpentine approach to the colonies had served him in a way he did not know. His departure from the West Indies had been discovered by the British, and Rear Admiral Sir Samuel Hood left Antigua on August 10th with 14 ships of the line to search for him. By sailing a straight-line course instead of cutting between Cuba and the Bahamas, Hood was off of the American coast ahead of de Grasse. On August 25th, 4 days before the French fleet arrived, Hood looked into Chesapeake Bay, found that it was all clear, and sailed on to New York. The commander of the British fleet in New York, Rear Admiral Thomas Graves, had no news of de Grasse. He was more concerned at the report that another French force, a squadron of 8 warships under Commodore Comte de Barras, was transporting a shipment of siege artillery from Newport, Rhode Island, to the French and Americans surrounding Cornwallis at Yorktown. Graves and Hood agreed to join forces and, with 19 ships of the line, to sail for Chesapeake Bay to head off to Barras. While they were about it, they took along supplies and 2,000 troops to reinforce Cornwallis. New Yorkers were thereupon given a first-hand example of Britain's press gangs at work as the Royal Navy rounded up 400 colonists to help man the British ships. A press gang officer later recorded that the procedure furnished us with a droll yet distressing scene, taking the husband from the arms of his wife in bed, the searching for them when hid beneath the warm clothes, and the better to prevent the delay of taking them naked, while the frantic partner of his bed, forgetting the delicacy of her sex, pursued us to the doors with shrieks and imprecations, and exposing their naked persons to the rude view of an unfeeling press gang. Early on the morning of September 5th, as the British fleet approached the mouth of Chesapeake Bay, one of Graves's lookouts announced that there were some masts just inside the entrance. It looked as if de Barras and his squadron had already arrived. The 8 French ships would be easy victims for Graves' 19. But as the British fleet drew closer to the mouth of the bay, the lookouts reported a veritable forest of masts. Graves did not know it at the time, and would provide an even nastier shock in due course, but the Comte de Barras' 8-ship squadron was not among the vessels he was studying. De Barras was still en route from Newport, laying a circuitous course south as far as the Carolinas to avoid detection by the British. These ships, as Graves would discover, were those of Admiral Francois de Grasse. There were 24 of them, 4 vessels having been sent on other missions, and as Graves would also discover, de Grasse was a brilliant tactician. But for the moment, all the advantage, surprise, position, wind, tide, everything save numbers lay with the British. De Grasse's fleet was anchored in Lynnhaven Roads along the southern shore and inside Cape Henry. As the British drew near enough to be identified, the French exploded into frantic activity, unfurling sails, slipping anchor cables, and leaving them tied to buoys in the harbor. In utter confusion, they scrambled to clear the bay for the Atlantic, where they could employ their tactics of firing at British ships' tops and running out to sea. Graves was thereby presented with an even greater opportunity than he had anticipated on leaving New York. Here was a numerically superior French fleet virtually at his mercy. The wind was northeast, blowing into the bay. The French were thus up against a lee shore with an incoming tide against them as well. Nor could they maneuver into any fighting formation because of a shoal called the Middle Ground in the center of the bay's entrance. The ship channel at this period was only 3 miles wide. All Graves had to do was send his 19 men of war down onto the scattered flock of 24 Frenchmen and pick them off one after the other. In fact, the French were in an even more perilous state than they appeared. Nearly 1,300 of de Grasse's officers and crewmen, close to half of the total, were ashore ferrying the troops and artillery they had brought from the West Indies. De Grasse's flagship, the Ville de Paris, was short 200 men. The 74-gun Citoyen did not have enough sailors to man her upper-deck guns. At the moment, the situation looked hopeless for de Grasse, but soon he could cry out with delight at what Graves was doing, or rather not doing. Instead of sending a spreading net of ships close to the exit of the harbor, the British admiral was leisurely keeping to the classic formation of the fighting instructions. The Union Jack flew up at the mizzen peak of Graves's flagship, the London, signaling the line ahead, as the stately procession moved down on the entrance of the bay. By the time Graves, maintaining perfect formation, finally reached the middle ground at the mouth of the bay, the fleeing French had largely cleared the entrance, and were in the process of forming a line of their own. Whereupon, still in precise formation, Graves laboriously maneuvered his entire fleet around the same orderly line, heading back to sea. As if at a formal review, the British fleet sailed in and out of the entrance of Chesapeake Bay. Each ship kept her place in the formation without a break in the line. It was an impressive spectacle, precise, orchestrated beautifully, and utterly worthless. What is more, by reversing his line, Graves had compounded the error. Now his weakest ships, which had been in the rear, were in the van, and would now have to lead the attack if there was one. He himself was the 10th ship of the line. The new leader was the Captain Mark Robinson in the 74-gun Shrewsbury. Following the fighting instructions, Graves intended to sail along the French line and bombard it to splinters, that is, once the French formed a line. But at this point the French had no line, and with no enemy line to oppose, Graves's single line was helpless. It was now mid-afternoon. Rounding Cape Henry, the French ships finally fell into a rough line as they hurried out into the ocean. This gave Graves a chance, but he lost it. Heading for the straggling French line, he kept his line-ahead signal, so his straight, unwavering column brought the British up against the French at an angle, in a V instead of parallel lines, with the result that only the British van, the lead ships of the line, came close enough to engage the French. Graves then used a combination of signals that was argued about for years thereafter. He hoisted a white pennant with a blue and white checkered flag beneath it, signaling bear down and engage more closely, but he also kept his line ahead flying signal. Bear down meant that every captain could turn toward the enemy and attack the nearest French ship, but this would no longer be line ahead. And most of Graves' captains, especially Hood, commanding the rear in the Barfleur, knew what the fighting instructions said about that. Line ahead always superseded other signals, so Hood and the others in the center and rear stuck by the book, and they kept the line straight. Graves was thus attacking a superior force with only a part of his inferior force, and de Grasse's gunners shortly proved their mettle. As the converging fleets met at the point of the V, the leading Shrewsbury shook under the fire of the French ship Pluton. One shower of cannonballs swept the Shrewsbury deck, ripping the left leg off Captain Robinson and killing the first lieutenant and 13 of the crew. Succeeding blasts from the Pluton killed 12 more of Shrewsbury's sailors and injured 46. The Shrewsbury's main mast and mizzenmast were shot through, and her sails and spars were so riddled with shot that she had to fall out of the line. When Captain Anthony Malloy tried to bring the second British ship, the 64-gun Intrepid, to the Shrewsbury's support, he came under even heavier fire from the French 74-gun Marseillais. With her main topmast nearly cut in two, her sails in tatters, her rudder damaged, 19 shot holes between wind and water, and 21 killed and 35 wounded, the Intrepid also drifted out of the line. De Grasse's ships did not escape without damage. A broadside from the Princessa in the British van swept the decks of Réfléchi, killing the captain, and the Augusta ran into a withering fire of British musketry as well as cannon. The Augusta's foretop bowline was shot away, threatening to send the foretop crashing down to the deck. 2 French sailors were shot as they climbed up to repair the bowline. A third Frenchman thereupon scrambled to the foretop, repaired it while shot flew around him, and then slid safely back to the deck. Admiral Comte Louis-Antoine de Bougainville summoned the young man to the quarterdeck and offered him his purse, but the sailor refused. The opening guns of the battle had fired just after noon of September 5th. It was almost dusk before Graves lowered his line-ahead signal, which then permitted his captains to turn toward the nearest enemy, but it was too late. de Grasse had escaped what should have been a calamitous trap without a loss of a single ship. In killed and wounded, he had inflicted 336 casualties on the British, while suffering only 230 casualties himself. The British were seething with recrimination. In an angry post-mortem aboard his flagship, the London, Graves demanded to know why Hood had not turned out into the line to engage the enemy. Hood coolly replied that the signal for line ahead was still up. Graves turned to the man who had led the van into action, Rear Admiral Francis S. Drake, a descendant of the great Elizabethan hero. Why, Graves asked, had Drake engaged the enemy? On account of the signal for action, Drake replied. Graves triumphantly turned back to Hood and asked, "What say you to this, Admiral Hood?" Sir Samuel said calmly, "The signal for the line was enough for me." It did not help matters that Graves next allowed de Grasse to outmaneuver him again, this time to the disaster of Cornwallis and the British forces fighting at Yorktown. On September 6, seeking to prevent de Grasse from blockading Cornwallis, again Graves went after the French fleet, which was lying off Cape Henry. For 5 days, de Grasse led Graves on a wide circle out into the Atlantic and back toward Chesapeake Bay, slowing when the British fell behind, speeding up again when they began to close, always remaining temptingly and infuriatingly near. It was a superb stratagem, for while de Grasse was playing hare and hounds, the 8 warships of his comrade-in-arms, the Comte de Barras, arrived at Chesapeake Bay, as de Grasse knew they would, and proceeded to land their heavy artillery for the French and American troops besieging Cornwallis. To make matters infinitely worse for the hapless Graves, he was now faced with 32 French ships of the line, most of them in better shape than his vessels. And now his fleet was down to 18. The Terrible had been so weakened by the battle and subsequent chase that Graves had ordered her scuttled. The crowning blow came when the French took up a blocking position across the entrance to the bay. There followed an icy exchange of notes between the London and the Barfleur. Admiral Graves presents his compliments to Sir Samuel Hood and desires his opinion on what to do with the fleet. The reply from Hood, Sir Samuel presents his compliments to Rear Admiral Graves, and would be very glad to send an opinion, but he really knows not what to say in the truly lamentable state that we have brought ourselves. With resignation, Graves summoned another conference in his cabin. There was, all agreed, no alternative. The fleet would have to return to New York for repairs and reinforcement. This sorry aggregation arrived on September 20th. It was a month before a refurbished contingent of 25 ships of the line could sail again for Chesapeake Bay. They were too late. On October 19th, just after the British fleet had departed New York, Cornwallis's band at New York town played "The World Turned Upside Down," and his troops marched out to surrender to General George Washington and his army. The fighting on land continued for another year, but the war had already been lost for the British at Yorktown, in considerable measure because of the failures of the Royal Navy and its outmoded line-ahead tactics. In Edinburgh, Scotland, John Clerk, an amateur tabletop tactician, a landlubber playing with ship models, had already devised a new set of tactics that would help greatly in making the Royal Navy supreme once again, though it would take a while for his theories to penetrate the upper echelons of the naval establishment. Part 6. The Battle of the Saints. In all his life, John Clerk never went to sea. He was 10 years old before he even saw his first ship in the harbor at Leith, the seaport for Edinburgh. But he had read the shipwreck saga Robinson Crusoe and had become fascinated by a ship model owned by some of his schoolmates. He soon thought of joining the Navy, but was forbidden to do so by his family. Young John Clerk had to be satisfied with sailing small boats in Leith Harbor, and with hours spent on the pier studying the way sailing ships employed the wind. He returned home to build ship models, sail them on his father's pond, and experiment with rudders and rigging. As he grew older, naval tactics became his hobby and obsession. He covered his family's tables with charts and drawings of tactics. He carved dozens of wooden ship models, small enough to carry 2 fleets about in his pockets, so he could work out his formations whenever he found himself with a few spare moments at a table nearby. He became an Edinburgh merchant, but he doodled endlessly with his battle diagrams, worked out innumerable combinations of ship-of-the-line formations with his ship models, and analyzed and reanalyzed the naval canon, fighting instructions. With his fresh eye, John Clerk detected the most serious weakness in the line-ahead formation. It depended for success on the enemy's cooperation. He had to form a line of battle as well. For the most part, the enemy fleets had done so up to now, but with the French Navy adopting its new tactics of hit and run, unless the French had a numerical superiority, Clerk concluded that the time-honored line-ahead formation was usually worthless. And when he read about the wildly publicized court-martial of Keppel and Palliser after the Battle of Usan, he was even more convinced. The issue at court was whether Keppel had formed a proper line ahead, while to Clerk it seemed clear that the French had escaped because Keppel had insisted on a line ahead and had waited too long to form it in any case. This was too much for Clerk. He started to write a book decrying the old tactics and offering some novel ideas of his own. Entitled An Essay on Naval Tactics, John Clerk's study was intended as a textbook for naval officers. It was packed with diagrams and charts, and its major proposition was concentration of fire, directing the greater part of the force of the fleet against a few ships, either in the van or the rear. It was stunningly simple. Clerk advocated that instead of always parading properly and fighting one-on-one in gentlemanly fashion, the Navy concentrate on just one part of the opposing fleet, employing all of its ships against a few of the enemy's. The principle depended on a fundamental fact of fighting sail. A vessel's maneuverability was determined by the velocity and direction of the wind. Thus, for example, one could attack the rear section of a line of ships and devastate it before the leading ships could double back to the rescue. A ship of the line might take as long as half an hour or more to simply come about. In the past, the ships in numerous sea battles had split into separate groups of combatants, but most of these situations had occurred by accident and not by design. John Clerk became a zealot. He traveled to London, and through friends of friends, tried to peddle his ideas to the Admiralty, and to any captain or admiral to whom he was introduced. Naval warfare was a popular subject in England in those days, and any Royal Navy successes brought cheering crowds into the streets, and a loss stimulated editorials, letters, petitions, and similar outcries across all the country. Clerk began to attract attention, at least among civilians. Enough friends, acquaintances, and Navy buffs were interested in his book to permit a limited printing. But the Navy was something else entirely. Copies were sent to the Admiralty and to many admirals, only to be greeted with serious disinterest. Many of the recipients, when asked, said they had not bothered to read the book. Others denied that they had even seen it. One admiral, who publicly acknowledged the work and actually went so far as to praise it, did so with the patronizing comment, "And when I reflect that its ingenious author is only a military seaman in theory, I cannot sufficiently express my approbation of it." But a number of admirals and captains were quietly reading Clerk's book in the privacy of their cabins and studies. One of them was a man who would soon make naval history. George Bridges Rodney was autocratic, profane, and brilliant. He had been naval commander-in-chief in the West Indies before the War of Independence. He had also served as governor of Greenwich Hospital for old and infirm sailors. By 1774, Rodney's gambling debts had grown so huge that in order to escape his creditors, he had fled to Paris during a rare period of peace between England and France. When more creditors in Paris threatened to close in on him, he was rescued by a friend in a grand gesture of chivalry. The wealthy Louis-Antoine de Gontant, Duc de Biron, proffered Rodney a loan that permitted him to return to London, where in 1779 he was reassigned to the West Indies. It was an even more important post than before. Not only was much of the naval warfare of the American Revolution being fought in the West Indies, but the area also served as the British base of naval operations for the North American coast. Rodney was therefore the recipient of much well-wishing and a great deal of well-meaning advice. According to John Clerk, it was through a mutual friend that Rodney was given a manuscript copy of Clerk's An Essay on Naval Tactics. Admiral Rodney was a member of the conservative school of tactics and a supporter of the line-ahead battle formation. Yet he was also a man with an open mind. He did not comment directly to Clerk, but an acquaintance recalled an evening before Rodney's departure when the Admiral sat at dinner table demonstrating with cherry pits among the port glasses how he planned to break the French line. And when another friend asked Rodney what he thought of John Clerk's theories, the Admiral simply responded, "Ha! You shall see what I think of it the first time I meet the French fleet." In fact, he did not employ Clerk's cut-the-line tactics the first time he met the French fleet, though he did depart somewhat from the orthodoxies of the day. En route to the West Indies, with 22 sail of the line, he encountered an enemy squadron off the Portuguese coast, just below Cape St. Vincent. It was the Spanish contingent of a force blockading Britain's base at Gibraltar. In the so-called Moonlight Battle on January 16, 1780, in wintry gale winds, Rodney did not wait for the Spaniards to form a line or to form one himself. Plagued with gout, an aged man at 61, he gave his commands from his berth. He did not cut the enemy's line, because there was no line to cut. But he routed the Spanish fleet, capturing or destroying 7 of the 11 ships. The blockade of Gibraltar was lifted. Rodney became a national hero and was knighted. He continued on to the West Indies, where he fought 2 inconclusive battles with the French. In neither of them did he have the opportunity to go for the enemy's line. He remained there for a year, during which he amassed a fortune in prize money from privateers, and from a looting expedition against the rich Dutch island of St. Eustatius. Then, in the summer of 1781, in great discomfort from the gout and chronic prostate trouble, he returned to England to take advantage of the healing waters of Bath. By December 1781, as all England was agonizing over the Navy's sorry performance at Chesapeake Bay, and the subsequent surrender of Cornwallis at Yorktown, Rodney prepared to return to the West Indies and went aboard the Formidable, a 90-gun ship of the line. But westerly gales delayed his journey, and he went ashore to wait out the storm at Cawsan Bay. The son of a port commissioner, Paul Ory, later remembered when the admiral and the commissioner propped their gouty feet before a fire, and he overheard Rodney declare that if he ever neared the rascal de Grasse, he would break his line. In February of 1782, Rodney was back in the West Indies. His second in command was Sir Samuel Hood, who had helped to lose the Battle of Chesapeake Bay. The winner of that battle, Comte de Grasse, had also returned to the West Indies. Rodney and de Grasse finally met in April of 1782 off the island of Dominica. De Grasse had 33 ships of the line to Rodney's 36, but the French Navy's orders were to avoid pitched battles whenever possible, and under these circumstances de Grasse was convoying an assault force to attack England's most important West Indies possession, Jamaica. Rodney had guessed de Grasse's target, and when he had been warned that he should keep a protective squadron near Barbados, St. Lucia, and Antigua, he answered that there was no need, that Jamaica was 10 times more consequence than all of them put together. De Grasse turned north, Rodney followed. For 4 days he chased his quarry along the westward shores of Martinique and Dominica. At this point, de Grasse became the victim of bad fortune. It first took the form of a series of misadventures by the hard-luck French 74-gunner Zélé. On the night of April 10th, after 2 days of chase, the Zélé collided with the 64-gunner Jason. Both were too damaged to keep up with the rest of the French fleet. The Jason was sent off to port for repairs, while the Zélé's crew tried to make their repairs at sea. The next morning, Rodney spotted the crippled Zélé and sent a few ships to take her. De Grasse countered by coming back to cover her. On the night of the 11th, the Zélé collided with another French ship, the Ville de Paris, and put herself entirely out of action. De Grasse was forced to abandon her. He now had 31 ships, and Rodney, with his 36, was almost upon him. Moreover, de Grasse found himself in a trap. His northward progress was blocked by a group of islets known as the Saints, between Dominica and Guadeloupe. He considered ducking through the passage between the two islands, but the wind was blowing through the channel from the east. His only open route lay to the south. He would have to double back on his pursuers. But at least, as at Ushant, it would be a passing engagement with the fleets on opposite tacks. They would sail past each other at a combined speed of 4 to 5 knots, even in the dying breezes. The British gunners would be unable to concentrate on the French hulls, while the French could still cut up the British rigging. It took much pounding to damage stout oaken hulls, but one good broadside of flying chain and bar could slice through the great areas of shrouds and braces. De Grasse turned south, and Rodney turned to meet him as he came past. At first, it looked like every other Royal Navy battle for the past century. In an unswerving line ahead, Rodney's fleet moved alongside the French fleet as it filed past. His gunners aimed at the French hulls as de Grasse's gunners sent chain and bar shots slashing through the British rigging. The topmasts of nearly every ship cracked and twisted as the flying shot cut them away. But now de Grasse became the victim of foul luck from which there was no escape. The wind shifted. It hauled from east to southeast and hit de Grasse's line at the center. The French ships at the center and rear, already close hauled, had to fall off slightly to keep their wind. Others were taken aback and stalled. Gaping holes appeared in the French line. Had John Clerk been aboard Rodney's flagship, he would have cheered. Here was the perfect example he had hypothesized in so many diagrams and in so many tabletop maneuvers with his pocket models. The enemy line was open and waiting to be cut. At this point, Rodney may or may not have suffered an attack of indecision. Only one record survives to tell what transpired on the Formidable's quarterdeck during the next few minutes. Many years later, Sir Charles Dashwood, who had been a midshipman aboard Rodney's flagship, recounted a vivid scene. As he related it, Fleet Captain Sir Charles Douglas had climbed onto the hammock nettings at the forward rail of the quarterdeck to study the ships ahead and saw the gaps in the French line. One gap was directly ahead. Climbing down, he asked Midshipman Dashwood, "Dash, where's Sir George?" Dashwood had just replied that the Admiral was in his cabin when Rodney came back. Doffing his hat, Douglas approached Rodney and urged, "Break the line, Sir George. The day is our own, and it will ensure your victory." "No," said Rodney, "I will not break my line." The two men paced the quarterdeck in opposite directions, turning and coming back towards each other. Douglas tried once more. "Only break the line, Sir George, and the day is your own." This time Rodney replied, "With grudging permission." Douglas immediately ordered the helm to port. The Formidable swung across the line of battle and moved through the French line, all guns firing as she went. In the hail of cannonballs from the British flagship, the French warship Glorieux lost all her masts at once. The Formidable flew no signal for breaking the enemy's line because there was none in her flag locker, and Rodney must have watched anxiously at his stern windows. Whether or not he had been talked into it, he had made a radical decision. The question was whether his fleet still under line ahead would break precedent and follow his lead. Within minutes, Commodore Edmund Affleck in the 74-gun Bedford went through another opening, splitting it so that the entire British rear could follow the Bedford through. Captain Alan Gardner of the Duke had in fact preceded Rodney through the line by accident. The wind shift had pushed the French ship opposite him across the Duke's bow. In horror at the thought of being cut off, Gardner looked to the flagship, which was next astern to him, and with vast relief watched as the Formidable turned through the line. The Duke swung over and followed her. Unlike his compatriot in the Battle of Chesapeake Bay, Rodney immediately hauled down his line-ahead signal, keeping aloft the ones for close action. Rounding up the unprepared Frenchmen on the other side, the British ships isolated and surrounded small contingents of the disordered French line, concentrating 4 ships against 3, and in some cases 3 against 1. The French ship Ardent, carrying most of the siege artillery for the attack on Jamaica, struck her colors after a few exchanges of fire. Most of the French decks were crowded with soldiers for the Jamaica assault, and they were mowed down by British shot. So many bodies were dumped over the French sides that the sea quickly became tinged with red, and schools of sharks moved in among the ships. The dismasted Glorieux was taken in tow by a French frigate. British men of war moved in on them. The Formidable had gone through the French line at about 9 a.m. The swirling battle went on, with a pause during the flat midday calm, into the late afternoon. By then, 5 of the French ships had struck their colors. The Glorieux was cut away from her tow by the British pursuers. The prize of the battle was the 104-gun French flagship, the Ville de Paris, on which half a dozen British ships concentrated their fire. As her hull splintered and her rigging disintegrated under the storm of shot, the French flagship's gun crews fought back until all their cartridges were gone, and they had to ladle the powder into the gun barrels. By late afternoon, her rudder knocked out and her cannonballs used up, the Ville de Paris rolled helplessly in the sea as Hood's Barfleur came down and sent a last flaming broadside into her. On the Ville de Paris quarterdeck, a tall figure stood by himself. Admiral de Grasse finally hauled down his flagship's colors. As he did, Rodney brought the Formidable alongside the Barfleur, and the officers from both ships were rowed to the French flagship to climb her side and accept de Grasse's surrender. Part 7. At last, Naval Innovation. After de Grasse surrendered, Rodney was generous and courteous to him, even though he had formerly labeled him as a rascal and a nuisance. The French admiral was allowed to stay in Rodney's cabins, and professed himself in love with the Mrs. Rodney as soon as the portraits of Rodney's 4 daughters were restored to the admiral's cabin from the wine room, where they had been stored during the battle. During the pleasant, peaceful days following the battle, de Grasse strolled the Formidable's quarterdeck, watching the sailors catch a shark and chatting with Fleet Captain Douglas. Despite his stay in Paris, Rodney's French was limited, but Douglas was a French scholar. The French admiral confided that he had to leave his private fortune, amounting to £5,000, in a chest aboard the Ville de Paris, and was concerned that the chest might be looted by his sailors. Rodney quickly sent some British sailors over to the Ville de Paris. They returned with de Grasse's chest and a few others as well. For weeks after the Battle of the Saints, and for more than a century since, controversy has persisted. Sir Samuel Hood argued that Rodney should have followed up his victory by pursuing the remainder of the French fleet. Rodney, however, had not slept for 4 nights. Darkness was falling swiftly as it does in the tropics, and there would be no moon that night. The ships were not far from the shoals and reefs of the islands. The French had done their usual damage to the British rigging. Rodney had had enough, and he did not want to risk losing one of his ships or any of the prizes that he had captured. By the next morning, when Hood came aboard the Formidable to urge a chase, the surviving ships of the French fleet were already below the horizon. With understandable satisfaction, Rodney dispatched a fast frigate to London with the message that read, "It has pleased God, out of his divine providence, to grant his Majesty arms a most complete victory." Englishmen reacted to Rodney's news with pent-up hysteria. It was the Royal Navy's most decisive victory since the naval engagements of the 7 Years' War. Rodney was rewarded with a peerage and an income of £2,000 a year. Hood was also given a peerage, and 2 more of Rodney's captains were knighted. At the Battle of the Saints, Rodney had launched a new day in naval warfare. Since the 7 Years' War, British admirals had fought the enemy in the line-ahead formation and had never won so decisive a victory until Rodney cut through the enemy's line off Dominica. His victory was compounded of other elements besides the new tactics. A major contributor was Rodney's fleet captain, Sir Charles Douglas. There is some doubt among scholars whether Douglas had actually talked Rodney into adopting Clerke's tactics, but Clerke later claimed that he had personally demonstrated his maneuvers to Douglas in London before the Battle of the Saints. Douglas deserves much of the credit for other reasons. He was a brilliant innovator who markedly improved the British rate of fire. Douglas substituted flannel for the silk powder cartridges. Flannel was much more flammable than silk, and thus left no smoldering remnants in the breech of the cannon, which in turn meant the elimination of the additional step of trying to extricate the still-burning cartridge fragments. Another Douglas innovation was to moisten the wads between powder and ball, this also reducing the possibility of their igniting and the need to extricate. Yet a third Douglas improvement was a perforated goose quill filled with powder. It could be thrust into the cannon touch hole much more quickly and efficiently than the old method of pouring a portion of powder from a horn. Hundreds of these goose quills were ready for instant use in the Battle of the Saints. Among the most important of Douglas's contributions was one that materially increased the rate of fire. He devised a system of lead springs and weights that worked to absorb the recoil of the cannon and made their return to firing position much easier and quicker. But the greatest Douglas invention was an intricate block and tackle arrangement that enabled a crew to aim a gun with greater accuracy and flexibility. Besides the wedges that had lifted or lowered the muzzle, Douglas's tackle permitted a wider arc when training the gun. Douglas's reforms enabled gun crews to aim as much as 45 degrees in either direction. When approaching an enemy, they could get in as many as 3 shots before the enemy was in a position to reply, and when departing, they could deliver an equal sting after the enemy had been forced to cease fire. At the Battle of the Saints, the gunners of de Grasse's flagship, the Ville de Paris, were dumbfounded by the concentrated fire they were receiving. The British had yet another surprise for the French. On his last visit to England, Rodney had been introduced to a devastating new weapon. It was a large, short-barreled gun called the carronade, because of its origin at Scotland's Carron Iron Works. Mounted on a track that provided more friction than wheels of a ship's gun, thus reducing the recoil, the wide-muzzled carronade could fire a monster 68-pound ball with a 5.5-pound powder cartridge. The carronade was useless at long range, but murderous close up. And because the island of Dominica prevented the French line from falling away, most of the Battle of the Saints was fought at close range. When the Formidable went through de Grasse's line, Rodney's carronades accomplished more damage and slaughter than a dozen big guns could have caused at a distance. Of the 5 French ships that were captured, 3 were the victims of the carronades blasting into their sterns. With the aid of these technological, strategical, and tactical advances, Sir Charles Douglas, Lord Rodney, and John Clerke had formed an unlikely triumvirate to alter the tactics of fighting sail forever. Rodney praised Douglas, but did not mention Clerke at all in his report on the Battle of the Saints. But on his return to London, he acknowledged his debt to the amateur admiral of Edinburgh by contributing to an edition of Clerk's book a series of self-revealing footnotes. One reads, "The naval instructions want a thorough reformation, but 'tis not in the power of every commander-in-chief to make what additions he pleases." And another reads, "There will ever be a manifest advantage in obliging your enemy to depart from their original intention and attacking them in a different mode from what they offer you." What Rodney was suggesting, in a word, was surprise. Splitting the enemy's line and doing the unexpected would be the tactic adopted by a new generation of fighting admirals who are only now stepping into the quarterdecks of the Royal Navy. And it was just in time, because the Royal Navy's greatest challenge of all was about to arise. Part 8. Napoleon and Nelson. The stage is set. The little man on the quarterdeck could scarcely be seen over the high weather rail as the ships sailed past, each dipping its colors in salute in the pale light of the early morning. The Orient, armed with 120 guns and flagship of the French fleet, was positioned outside the harbor of Toulon, while the ships filed into the Mediterranean. On her quarterdeck, Napoleon Bonaparte, scarcely 5 feet 3 inches tall, watched his enormous fleet fall into formation in a freshening breeze. 13 great ships of the line, 42 frigates and other small vessels, plus 130 troop and supply transports. It was just after daybreak on May 19th, 1798, and Napoleon's armada was embarked on a daring enterprise that he had concocted to befuddle and cripple his hated enemy, the English. Though he was the strong arm of the revolutionary leaders who were ruling France, he was not yet the country's undisputed emperor. He was about to prove his strategic and tactical genius, he was certain, by using this armada setting sail across the Mediterranean. Napoleon's successful military campaigns on the continent had persuaded him that England alone stood in the way of France's domination of all of Europe. He was convinced that the one way to ruin England was to jeopardize the richest colony of her empire, and that colony, since the loss of the American possessions, was now India. The route to India lay through Egypt, and so Napoleon's fleet was bound eastward. Aboard the transports and crowding the men of war were 34,000 sailors and soldiers, 700 horses, and more than 1,000 pieces of field artillery. In the Mediterranean, this host would be reinforced by 3 smaller contingents from other ports, increasing the total manpower to over 55,000. With a force of this size, Napoleon expected to overrun Egypt and strike overland through the Middle East to India before the British could mount any sort of challenge. It appeared that Egypt would be an easy conquest for the well-drilled troops of Napoleon's army. The country, under the nominal rule of the Sultan of Turkey, was actually governed by the Mamelukes, a military order descending from earlier slaves. 2 Mameluke chiefs, known as Beys, Murad and Ibrahim, ruled Egypt's peasants with a heavy hand, and Napoleon expected to have little trouble overthrowing them. The whole plan was still a secret. Napoleon had shared it with only a few of the top officers in the fleet. Some of the civilians must have guessed, however. They made up their own small army of 500 experts and technicians whose skills they hoped would prove useful to any future French settlers in Egypt. Napoleon, who never thought small, intended not only to conquer the Egyptians, but also to study their country and transform it into a valuable colony for France. But his grand design was fraught with danger. Though his army was magnificently trained and equipped, the navy he commanded had only recently been brought back from the abyss of destruction. It had not been endangered by foreign enemies, but by the government itself. After the French Revolution in 1789, the new masters of France had demolished the navy as a matter of principle. Under Louis XV and his grandson Louis XVI, the French navy had belonged to the lesser aristocrats. One officer on the navy list had his sole assignment for the task of certifying that applicants to the French Naval Academy were of noble birth. During the Reign of Terror from 1793 to 1794, 3/4 of the Navy's proud officer corps had died on the guillotine or fled into exile. Aboard the ships, discipline disappeared. Ordinary sailors voted on what orders they wanted to obey, and practical command fell to the demagogue with the loudest voice. The ships themselves, though superior in design to those of the British, had suffered from the Revolution as well. Their arms were commandeered for revolutionary forces, and the Navy had to make do for repairs with whatever it could scrounge, and the canvas, timber, and iron that it used for French men of war were often of inferior quality. In time, these errors were recognized. France had embarked on a war of imperial conquest in 1792, fighting England, Austria, Prussia, and Holland. While most of the early campaigns were fought in Europe, it eventually became obvious to its leaders that to achieve its real goals, France must conquer, or at the very least neutralize, the huge battle-hardened navy of England. Thus, while Napoleon, a general at 28, had been leading his troops to victory in battles against the Austrians in northern Italy, attempts to restore the French navy began in earnest. Discipline and morale had been re-established to some extent, largely through the efforts of a new generation of French naval officers, which included some of the aristocrats who had been lured out of hiding with promising offers of naval leadership. A new shipbuilding program had been started, though its results were not yet being felt. Embarking on his Egyptian campaign, Napoleon was forced to rely mostly on repaired and refurbished ships of the line. He had serious reservations about the abilities of the naval officers he had inherited. Few of his fighting captains were experienced as their Royal Navy counterparts. In fact, a number were recently recruited merchant masters, relatively unfamiliar with naval tactics, signaling, and gunnery. Even if he had been blessed with the very best of officers, he knew that he was still taking an enormous gamble in sending a fleet slowed by transports across the Mediterranean, while the Royal Navy lay in wait. But Napoleon was nothing if not a gambler, and he watched with a steady eye as his vessels formed up off Toulon. All in all, it took about 8 hours for the ships to work their way out of Toulon and join the formation. The fleet did not sail directly to Alexandria, but first made for the island of Malta. This was one of the ingenious parts of Napoleon's grand plan. Malta was situated in the very heart of the Mediterranean. By controlling it, France could control the entire sea and thus disrupt British communications with the Middle East. Since 1530, the island had been ruled by the Knights of Malta, descendants of returning crusaders who had settled there after their exile from the Isle of Rhodes. The major business of the Maltese was petty piracy, and like pirates everywhere, they understood overwhelming power. When Napoleon's forces arrived, they had little trouble. There were a few pockets of resistance, then the knights surrendered the island. For 8 days, the French soldiers and sailors, on a rare liberty, roamed the capital city of Valletta, looted Malta's treasures, and enjoyed its sweet oranges and willing women. For once, there was no danger of large-scale desertions. Where would a man go on that tiny island? At last, leaving behind a garrison of 3,000 men, dumbfounded at their good fortune, Napoleon on June 19th re-embarked his troops and took his fleet back into the Mediterranean. This time he announced their destination was, indeed, Alexandria. The Grand Fleet proceeded southeastward at a speed of the slowest transports, which was scarcely 3 knots. At that rate it would take the fleet 2 weeks to reach Egypt. As on the 2.5-week voyage from Toulon to Malta, the soldiers aboard the crowded ships became seasick almost as soon as they cleared the harbor. Seasick and pale himself at first, Napoleon kept to his berth. His eyes closed, and his secretary read to him from the Bible and from the Koran, both of which Napoleon had listed in his traveling library under the heading of Politics. When he gained his sea legs after a few days, Napoleon climbed to the Orient's quarterdeck to watch gunnery practice beside Admiral Francois-Paul de Bruys, one of the survivors of the old Navy. Napoleon also felt well enough to conduct sessions on politics, economics, and religion with his staff officers and civilian savants. In the evenings he engaged in card games, at which he typically cheated and then returned his winnings. However, he was restive and preoccupied. From the moment that the fleet had departed from Malta on its crawling passage to Egypt, fast frigates had been circling the convoy day and night on the lookout for the inevitable British pursuit. The third night out was foggy, with virtually no visibility. But something was going on. In the distance, Admiral Bruys could distinctly hear the booming sound of cannon signaling from ship to ship. By the number of shots, he surmised that it was a major fleet. In this part of the Mediterranean, that could only be the Royal Navy. The build-up at Toulon had not escaped the attention of the British Admiralty,
but its purpose was puzzling. Where was the big fleet headed? For England's back door, Ireland? For the English Channel and Britain's own shores? There were many guesses, but few of them included Egypt. Earl Spencer, First Lord of the Admiralty, sent a worried message to John Jervis, commanding the British fleet off Cadiz, that was blockading a force belonging to France's Spanish ally. Jervis should put a watch on Toulon and be prepared to intercept the fleet when it came out. If Jervis himself could not lead the squadron, Spencer had his own candidate, the up-and-coming Rear Admiral Sir Horatio Nelson. The choice would bring recriminations from the many admirals senior to Nelson, but as if by telepathy, Jervis had already decided on the same man. On May the 2nd, 1798, the day Spencer sent his message, Jervis dispatched Nelson with 3 ships of the line, 2 frigates, and a sloop to have a look at Toulon. Nelson was 39 and had accumulated considerable experience, though not so much as he might have wanted. After his 2 commands in the West Indies aboard the brig Badger and the frigate Hitchingbrook, he had spent much of the decade of peace between 1783 and 1793 on the beach at half pay, as was customary in the Royal Navy. His duty in the West Indies had led to his marriage to Frances Nisbet, widow of a Nevis Island doctor. The couple returned home, Nelson chafing for action. He had spent some time in France seeking to learn the language without much success. At long last, in 1793, he had been recalled to command the ship of the line Agamemnon, which he termed one of the finest 64s in the service, and from then on he was ascendant. Curiously, his first major action against the French was on land. While in the Mediterranean, he was detached with a party of sailors and marines to build artillery batteries at Bastia and Calvi during the British attack on the French island of Corsica. At Calvi, he had lost the sight of his right eye to a stone splinter during an attack on his fortifications. Returning to sea in the Agamemnon, he played a gallant role in a battle against 15 French men of war in 1795, during which he outfought and helped capture an 80-gun prize off Toulon. He was named a commodore in 1796 and was put in command of the 74-gun Captain, and it was in this man of war that he scored his first truly great coup, being largely responsible for victory in the Battle of Cape St. Vincent, fought against France's ally Spain off the coast of Portugal on February 14, 1797. In the Captain, Nelson was part of a 15-ship squadron under Jervis, cruising the eastern Atlantic when they came upon a Spanish fleet of 27 ships of the line. Despite the heavy odds, Jervis immediately ordered an attack. The Spaniards had not yet formed a line, but were bunched in 2 groups, a van of 9, followed by the main force of 18. Diving into the gap between the 2, the British line poured broadside after withering broadside into the main Spanish force. Jervis then planned to reverse course swiftly and return to close combat with this cluster of 18 enemy ships. But his line was slow in making the reverse turn, and now the Spaniards attempted to slide around the tail of the British line to form up with their 9-ship van, thus bringing their full number to bear. Nelson, on the quarterdeck of the Captain, third from the last in the British line, instantly grasped the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he broke ranks, came about and threw himself across the bows of the 18 onrushing Spaniards. It was a cardinal sin, an act of unprecedented insubordination. In the Royal Navy, one followed one's admiral's orders, no questions asked. Yet Jervis, to his everlasting credit, acknowledged the courage and brilliance of Nelson's move and quickly ordered 2 ships to follow suit. The Captain, by that time, was in close action with the gigantic 130-gun Santissima Trinidad and 6 other Spanish vessels. With his wheels shot away and his 4 topmasts gone, Nelson plowed his wreck of a ship into the enemy throng and sent his marines piling over the rail onto the deck of the 80-gun San Nicolas. Boarding the enemy ship himself by means of an upper quarter-galley window, Nelson fought his way to the deck, where the surprised Spanish officers surrendered. Just at that moment, a volley of small arms fire rattled out from the stern of a second Spanish ship, the 112-gun San Josef, which in the melee had fouled the San Nicolas and was locked alongside. Nelson gathered his marines for another assault and jumped onto the main chains of the San Josef. But the Spaniards had no stomach for further battle.
As Nelson climbed onto the deck, an officer leaned over the rail and surrendered the ship. Thus, the audacious young Commodore had bagged 2 prizes with a single boarding party. In the end, 2 more Spanish ships were captured, and the fleet was put to rout with the loss of a single British vessel. For his gallantry, Nelson was made an admiral and a Knight of the Bath. Equally important, he won the acclaim and gratitude of his commander Jervis, who himself was made Earl St. Vincent because of the victory. The audacity that marked Nelson at the Battle of Cape St. Vincent showed itself again within a few months, though this time with near-fatal results. The British had learned that a Spanish treasure galleon had put into Santa Cruz de Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Nelson suggested to his mentor, the newly created Earl St. Vincent, that he be allowed to go after it, and the Earl readily agreed. On the night of July 24th, Nelson descended on the island with 4 ships of the line, plus 3 frigates and a cutter. In order to capture the prizes, it was necessary to secure the island. But nothing went right. Bad weather, tricky inshore currents, and stout defenses by the Spanish garrison foiled the British landing parties. As Nelson personally led the assault, a musket ball shattered his right arm. Nelson certainly thought that he was a dead man, but his sailors rowed him back to his ship, the Theseus, where the surgeons successfully amputated his arm. As he was recuperating at sea, Nelson despondently wrote Earl St. Vincent to say that a left-handed admiral will never again be considered useful. Injuries aside, he was the frailest admiral in the fleet. He stood barely 5 feet 7 inches and weighed no more than 130 pounds. Moreover, he suffered periodic fevers brought by malaria contracted in Central America during his tour of duty in the Caribbean. Cold nights on deck brought on racking coughs, nervous anxiety caused him sleeplessness, and weakness from loss of appetite. And most of the time, an awful fate for a sailor, Nelson was seasick. Yet there was something altogether exceptional about the man that had made Lord Spencer and Earl St. Vincent. Each, acting on his own, reached down through the Admiral's list for Nelson at a critical moment. This one-armed, one-eyed, emaciated little man was transformed by battle. He was a brilliant tactician, and the sound of guns, the smell of smoke, the presence of death turned him into a fearless, savage, and relentless fighter. If anyone could be counted on to track the Toulon fleet, intercept it, and pound it into destruction, it was indeed Horatio Nelson. Part 9. The Pursuer and the Pursued. Nelson's mission to monitor and intercept the great French fleet gathering at Toulon in 1798 got off to an almost disastrous start. His 3 ships of the line, his own Vanguard, Captain Sir James Saumarez's Orion, and Captain Alexander Ball's Alexander, were east of Gibraltar, bound for Toulon, when on May 20th a gale surprised them and dismasted the Vanguard. Under a spritsail, Nelson for 2 days clawed off a rocky shore. When the gale somewhat abated, Ball brought the Alexander alongside and took the Vanguard in tow. The 3 ships struggled towards safety in Sardinia, but heavy swells threatened to drive them ashore. At last, believing that the Vanguard was lost and that the Alexander could still escape, Nelson ordered Ball to cut loose and save himself. Ball responded that he felt confident that he could bring her in safe, and that he couldn't fathom the thought of abandoning Nelson. Ball was right. They made it to the Sardinian island off San Pietro, and Nelson was aboard the Alexander to thank his savior. If the proverb he quoted was already a cliché, the gratitude it expressed was real. A friend in need is a friend indeed. It was May 27th by the time the Vanguard had her new masts, and she and the Orion and the Alexander were now ready to go back to sea. To sea they immediately proceeded, and the following day encountered a merchantman from Marseille, whose captain they extorted the information that Toulon fleet had already set sail. Where to? Nelson could only guess. He had no fast frigates to send scouting for them. There had been frigates in his little fleet before the storm, but their commander, seeing the damage to the Vanguard as he himself was driven away, had assumed that Nelson would return to Gibraltar for major repairs and had taken the frigates there. But Nelson did not know that this had happened. Thinking that his frigates were still at sea, he headed for a prearranged general rendezvous that was some distance from Toulon, where he hoped to find his swift scouting craft to send them out reconnoitering for Napoleon. Reaching the spot, Nelson found no sign of the frigates. But the following morning he received welcome news brought to the rendezvous by Captain Thomas Hardy in the brig Mutine. St. Vincent had gotten reinforcements and had immediately sent off a frigate and 10 ships of the line to reinforce Nelson's meager squadron. Their captains were among the elite of the Royal Navy, most of them old friends of Nelson's. On June 7th, they arrived. There were many greetings, and a council of war was convened, in which all agreed that they should proceed eastwardly without delay to search for the Toulon fleet. Off Naples, they halted long enough to discover that the French fleet was headed for Malta. Nelson then altered his course for Malta. But off Sicily, they hailed a passing ship whose master reported that the French had already captured the island. What now? Nelson polled his captains. Most believed that if the French were not at Sicily, which was obvious, Napoleon's destination was most likely Egypt at this point. And one of them even divined Napoleon's grand strategy. Wrote Thomas Trubridge, captain of the Culloden, "I am led to think Egypt is their present destination, as their getting possession of Alexandria or any part of Egypt will put our possessions in India in a very perilous situation." Off Nelson raced in hot pursuit. He had a plan, brilliant, unconventional, and likely to bewilder the French. Instead of the usual unwavering line-ahead formation, Nelson had divided his own fleet into 3 groups. 2 groups would drive down onto Napoleon's warships from different angles, scatter them, and concentrate on a few ships at a time. The 3rd section would wade in among the transports, picking them off while their protectors were fighting for their own lives. But it was a plan never tried. The same impetuosity that made Nelson irresistible on the attack made him vulnerable in the chase. In his eagerness to find his quarry, he raced right past it. While the Toulon fleet crawled through the fog, its admiral anxiously listening to the British signal guns, the English ships sped past toward Egypt. The pursuer then preceded the pursued all the rest of the way across the Mediterranean. On June 28th, Nelson's ships backed their mainsails off Alexandria. There was no sign of the French. Nelson now wondered if he had been devastatingly wrong. Had the passing captain been mistaken or lying? Had the Toulon fleet sailed west instead of east? Was it even now on the other side of the Strait of Gibraltar and headed for the English Channel? In desperation, Nelson ordered full sail back across the Mediterranean, and thereby compounded his first error. In laying his course for Alexandria, the youthful Napoleon had not relied on fog alone. He had also depended on his wits. Instead of sailing in a direct line from Malta to Alexandria, the Toulon fleet took a more roundabout course, picking up the coast of Crete before turning southeast for Egypt. After a 2-week passage, the fleet reached Alexandria on July 1st, 2 days after Nelson's departure, and Napoleon was told that a large British fleet had just left the area. Now, Bonaparte faced the problem of the landing. In a council of war held aboard the Orient, everyone agreed that it would be suicidal to attempt a landing inside Alexandria harbor. The good weather had given way to a gale coming from the north. Alexandria's defenders were waiting. Both entrances to the harbor were narrow, and the French forces would be slaughtered as they tried to enter the harbor. Admiral Brueys voted for an overnight wait for the storm to subside and a landing at nearby Aboukir Bay. However, Napoleon would not wait. He insisted they had no time to waste, and he ordered a landing on a beach at Marabut, a village 8 miles to the west of Alexandria. Through a wild night of storm and surf, with boats capsizing and smashing on the rocks, and men drowning in the surf, Napoleon's troops were landed. Without waiting for horses, artillery, food, or even water, Napoleon led his soldiers across the desert and at 8 the next morning attacked the city. By 11 a.m., Alexandria had fallen. One French officer wrote home that he felt assured that it was thirst that inspired the soldiers to capture Alexandria. Before going ashore to lead his troops, Napoleon had another disagreement with Admiral Brueys. It ended in a compromise. Napoleon wanted his fleet to anchor in Alexandria's harbor as soon as he had taken the city. Brueys wanted to return to Toulon or to the island of Corfu instead of sitting in Alexandria waiting for the British to pounce on them. He finally agreed to remain in the area, though not in Alexandria's bottlenecked harbor. Taking the fleet 23 miles east, he went into Aboukir Bay, the spot where he had wanted to land in the first place. In Bruey's opinion, Aboukir was a much more readily defensible area. The bay extended 30 miles in a long curve, ending at one of the 2 mouths of the Nile, near Rosetta. Eons of silting from the river had created a maze of channels and shoals throughout the bay, making it a trap for any ships unfamiliar with its soundings. Bruey's improved on the natural defenses by mounting a battery of 4 guns and a mortar on an island inside the bay's entrance. Then he anchored his ships in a line alongside a shoaling sandbank, as close to the shelving shallow water as he dared. He ordered the upper yards of the ships brought down. At anchor there would be no need for sails, and with the spars down there would be no danger of their toppling onto the gun crews if there was any battle. Bruey's line of ships therefore made a formidable floating fortress. They were backed up close to the sandbank with 500 guns aimed outward, ready to shatter any fleet that attempted to come in after them. Satisfied that his position was impregnable, Bruey settled down to wait for the British, if they could find him. Nelson's fleet reached Syracuse on July 19th. There was no news of the Toulon fleet. After 3 days of reprovisioning, he extended his search into Greek waters. Then, on July 28th, in the Gulf of Coroni in southern Greece, he received his first real news in a month from 2 vessels that had sighted the French fleet off the coast of Crete 4 weeks earlier, headed southeastward. The same day, Ball, in the Alexander, captured a French prize with similar information. The French fleet had in fact gone east. The British had now missed it twice. In a fury of frustration, Nelson was determined that he would not miss it again. Throughout the fruitless chase to Alexandria and back, Nelson had kept everyone ready for action at any moment. Now the tempo and the tension increased. Gun drill was held each day. The crews stood ready to clear for action. In the admiral's cabin or on the quarterdeck of the Vanguard, the conferences continued. In them every possible battle situation was proposed, and the tactics for each were discussed. These conferences were a Nelsonian innovation. The admirals of the earlier generation had kept their own counsel, and orders were given by flag signals, such as they were during the battle itself. Nelson not only knew that he did not intend to fight by the book, he was also well aware that the Royal Navy's signal system was still crude and subject to misunderstandings. He intended something more, and this was his most important innovation. More than any other 18th century admiral, Nelson believed in sharing tactical options with his captains, discussing every possible situation and emphasizing that when battle was in progress, every captain would be on his own. If a captain saw an opportunity to do damage to the enemy, he was free to attack without waiting for signals from the flagship's masthead. The old line-ahead dogma of each ship blindly following the leader was not only dead, it was replaced by something previously unheard of in the Royal Navy: delegation of authority. Not surprisingly, the naval officers with whom Nelson thus shared his problems and responsibilities felt that they were something special, as indeed they were. Nelson unabashedly called them his band of brothers. With an equal lack of embarrassment, they called themselves the Chosen Band. As they sat around the admiral's table in the Vanguard, under a ceiling dancing with sunlight reflected from the Mediterranean, they made an oddly assorted group. Sir James Saumarez of the Orion, tall and slightly supercilious, contrasted with Nelson's flag captain, Sir Edward Barry, slight, wiry, and peppery, who knew little about complicated tactics and cared even less. Barry was a fighter, pure and simple. Alexander Ball of the Alexander had a large domed forehead and the mannerisms of an Oxford Don. Ralph Miller, New York-born son of an American loyalist, had a devilish imagination. The Theseus only had 2 tiers of guns, so he painted a line of fake gun ports above the upper deck to give her the appearance of a 3-decker. The prescient Thomas Trowbridge of the Culloden was the son of a London baker and became the founder of a dynasty of admirals. Sam Hood of the Zealous was a hulking giant who could not stand upright on any of the gun decks. Thomas Foley of the Goliath was a round-faced Welshman who kept a good captain's table and enjoyed dirty stories. Bluff Ben Hallowell of the Swiftsure had once quelled a mutiny with only his fists, He was the only officer in the Royal Navy known to have given the imperious old St. Earl Vincent a resounding clap on the back. One thing tied this motley crew together. All were united in undying devotion to the soft-spoken, generous, vain, and spellbinding little one-armed genius who was seeking to lead them into battle against the Toulon fleet, if only they could find it. On the morning of August 1st, the Pharos Tower of Alexandria came into view again. But now the harbor was full of French transports, and the French flag flew from the harbor's battlements. Still there was no sign of warships. Single-mindedly, Nelson turned to search for them, setting his course along the coastline east of Alexandria. At noon, the drummers announced dinner. Nelson would not go. Anxiety kept him from eating. His captains sat down to eat in their separate dining cabins. Throughout the fleet, the stewards were pouring the last of the wine when a signal rippled to the masthead of the Zealous. Enemy discovered. Napoleon's fleet was anchored in Aboukir Bay. The hour was 2:30. Nelson studied the signal through his telescope, snapped it shut, and called for the signal, "Prepare for battle." Then he decided he would have some food after all. Below Nelson as he dined, the guns rumbled out of their carriages. On the upper decks, the stubby carronades, the devastating smashers that fired huge 68-pound cannonballs at short range, were being uncovered. From the stern windows of the Vanguard, the long line of towering ships presented an impressive parade, their clouds of sails filled by a light topsail breeze from the northwest, their round bows parting the sea in a creamy foam, their sides jagged with rows of cannon poking out. Certainly it was an impressive sight to the French Admiral Brueys as he watched from the quarterdeck of the Orient. It was now late afternoon. The Admiral had a stomachache, probably as a result of a recent attack of dysentery, but he was satisfied with the tactical position of his fleet. He expected the British to wait for him outside the bay or to set up a blockade. A ship of the line drew up 30 feet of water, so Brueys was confident that the enemy would not attempt to enter the shoal-ridden bay in the approaching darkness. He was thus utterly stunned to see the British ships approaching the bay. Nelson, characteristically, was determined to give battle, and the sooner the better. He knew that the bay was treacherous, and that the French would doubtless seek to take advantage of the shoals. But he was willing to bet that a way could be found to get at the anchored enemy. And so he came, his men at the bow ready to take soundings and call back the depths of the fleet as they entered the bay. Once within range, Nelson was certain that he could destroy the French. In his cabin conferences, he had planned the tactics even for such a situation, and his captains knew exactly what to do. The fleets were evenly matched, 13 British ships of the line against 13 more heavily gunned French ships. But Nelson was upwind. If he concentrated all his ships on the enemy's van and center, the upwind ships of the French line, he could change the odds to nearly 2-1 in his favor. The downwind Frenchmen would be unable to beat upwind to join the battle. Only after knocking out the French van and center did Nelson plan to slide down the line and pick up the rest of the ships. Nelson felt remarkably chipper. He was banking on his band of brothers to do their duty. It was now 5:30 p.m. The sun had become a huge red ball touching the sand dunes to the west. The British ships approached Aboukir Island at the bay's entrance, giving it a wide berth because of the shoal reaching out toward them. The small French battery placed there by Brueys opened fire, but the range was long and the shots were ineffective. The British simply ignored them. On board the ships, the only sounds were the flutter of signal flags, the wash of water alongside, the creak of a block overhead or a gun's restraining gear below, and the soft chant of the leadsman calling the depth. On the Goliath, leading the British line, John Nichol, a Scotch cooper who had been impressed 4 years earlier, was studying the countenances of his shipmates. He later recalled not perceiving a shade of doubt nor fear. At the entrance to the bay, the Vanguard moved alongside the Zealous. Nelson called across to Hood to ask if there was enough water under their keels. Without checking, Hood replied that he felt that he did, and made the command to add on more sail. Thomas Foley of the Goliath had other ideas. One of his midshipmen had been first to sight the French fleet, but the Goliath's signal halyards had fouled, and the Zealous had raised her signal first. Foley was not going to let the Zealous beat him again. He had his studding sails and staysails ready, expecting the next command from Nelson. The moment he saw it fly to the vanguard's yardarm, form line of battle as convenient, he let go his extra sails and forged ahead. Hood saw the Goliath move away and said to his men, "Well, never mind. Shorten sail and give him time to take up his berth. We must risk nothing that will tend to the enemy's advantage, and we shall soon have enough to do." Hood's decision to let the Goliath go first was the right one for another reason. Foley, as it happened, had the only good map of Aboukir Bay. It was in a 20-year-old French atlas titled Bellin's Collection, and it showed the soundings of the bay. With this map, Foley was able to confirm what he had already observed. Bruys had made a major miscalculation. One that would cost the French dearly, and one that the Royal Navy was ready to capitalize on. Part 10. The Battle of the Nile. By anchoring his ships only at the bow, Bruys had invited defeat. The French ships had been anchored up against the shoals of the west bank while the wind was from the east. But now the wind was from the northwest. The ships had swung around so that there was deep water in between them and the shoals. Had they been anchored at the stern as well as the bow, they would not have swung. Foley's map confirmed his assumptions that there was deep water between the French line and the shallows inside the line. Foley knew what tactic to use, and he did not bother to query the flagship because he was sure that Nelson had spotted Bruys' mistake just as he had. He was right. The Vanguard's flag captain, Sir Edward Barry, later recorded that Nelson in that moment studied the French line with an eye of a seaman determined on attack, and it instantly struck his eager and penetrating mind that where there was room for an enemy ship to swing, there was room for one of ours to anchor. Nelson now sent up his favorite signal, a red pennant over a blue flag, meaning, "Engage the enemy more closely." The cheers could be heard through the fleet and across the bay. Some French sailors tried to answer, but their cheers sounded half-hearted at best, and they could also hear the derisive laughter from Nelson's men. Listening to this exchange, Nelson realized that while the French tactic of firing at British rigging and then making an escape had its merits in preserving ships, it had the disadvantage of breeding the attitude of prey instead of that of predator. He hoisted no more signals. No more were needed. Aboard the Goliath, Foley gave a quick order to his helmsman. The Goliath went across the bow of the leading French ship, the Guerrier, raking her with the first broadside of the battle. Foley rounded the French line, turned and went in between it and the shore. He discovered that the Guerrier's captain had compounded his commander's mistake. Expecting to be attacked only on his outward side, he had let his crew stack piles of crates, gear, and other impediments on his landward decks. The French sailors scrambled to clear the landward guns. While they did, Foley let go another rain of cannonballs, smashing the Guerrier's sides open, knocking out most of her landward guns, and killing most of the crews with a shower of splinters. Foley's plan was to drop a stern anchor alongside the Guerrier, but his anchor cable ran out a bit too far, and the Goliath moved down the line until Foley drew up opposite of the next ship in the French line, the Conquérant. He opened fire on her, and in perfect coordination, Nelson's other captains adapted their tactics. Around the head of the French line came the Zealous and the Theseus. The Zealous dropped anchor alongside the steel-reeling Guerrier. Miller in the Theseus ordered his guns loaded with double and triple the regular single round of shot and rowed across the Guerrier's bow until her masts were in line. He then opened up with such effect that a second breath could not be drawn before her main and mizzenmasts were gone. Miller then deftly took the Theseus around the anchored Zealous and Goliath to attack the third French ship, the Spartiate, before directing his guns to the Aquilon and the Conquérant on either side of the Spartiate. Saumarez's Orion added to the damage to the Guerrier, sending another broadside into her splintered bow before running inside and down the French line to anchor on the quarter of the Pupille Savran, and on the bow of the Franklin, sixth in the French line. As surprised by the British tactics as the men aboard the Guerrier, the captain of the French frigate Sirius, lying in the shallow water next to the shore, made a desperate attempt to foil the British maneuver. He opened fire on the Goliath. It was a rash intervention. Frigates were used as scouts and message carriers and did not usually add their meager firepower to that of the ships of the line. The Sirius paid for her captain's sin. Foley was outraged by the impertinence. He ordered his men to sink that brute, and his guns opened fire on the frigate, followed by the guns of the oncoming Orion. The Sirius slowly sank, her men scrambling up the rigging as the hull settled into the shallow water. To make the envelopment perfect, after the Audacious had rounded the French line to the inside, Nelson and the rest of his fleet attacked the French from the outward side. The van and center of Brueys' line were thus surrounded and attacked from both sides, and the entire British fleet was concentrated on the forward half of the French line. The entire British fleet except one. In the most frustrating episode of his career, Captain Troubridge took the Culloden too close to the shoals of Aboukir Island at the bay's entrance and ran aground. For the rest of the night he fought his own battle with the shoal and did not get free until morning. His only consolation was that in the darkness his lights served as beacons to help other ships from running onto the same shoal. The rest of the British were earning their victory. French had been hurt badly in the first hour of the battle. Every one of the first 8 ships in the French line was raked by 2 British ships. But Napoleon's navy fought back with desperate determination. Aboard Foley's Goliath, the thump of cannonballs, followed by the shower of splinters, rocked the ship and cut down most of the men on the upper deck. Below the gun decks, the acrid smoke soon made everything nearly invisible. The smoke spread across the water, and the enemies could be seen only by flashing red tongues of fire from their guns. Below the gun decks, John Nichol, the cooper, had been assigned to help pass out powder instead of manning a gun. Deep in the orlop deck, he could only listen to the roar and crash of the battle above. There were some women on the Goliath, smuggled on board by their husbands and lovers. Nichol recalled that they behaved as well as the men. One of them was the gunner's wife, who did her part by bringing the men some wine every now and then to lessen their fatigue. A woman from Leith was killed. Another from Edinburgh, no doubt stimulated by the excitement, went into labor. While lives were being snuffed out on the decks above, a new life was born below. It was a boy, a true son of a gun. A woman named Nancy Pyrrham helped the surgeon in the cockpit of the Orion. She never forgot one instance with a young midshipman, a protege of Captain Saumarez, who was brought below with his arm blown out of its socket. She later recalled the boy bore the operation without a murmur, and then when it was over, he turned to me and he said, "Have I not borne it like a man?" Having said this, he immediately expired. Nichol remembered 2 other gruesome oddities. A young gunner was about to light his match to a gun when he was hit by a ball that came right through the Goliath's gunport. The shot took off most of his arm and it hung by a small piece of skin, and then the match fell to the deck. He looked to his arm and seeing what had happened, seized the match in his left hand and fired off the gun, then staggered off to the surgeon in the cockpit below. The other boy Nichol noticed was sitting on a cartridge chest and did not jump when ordered to. The gunner gave him a shove and the boy tumbled onto the deck and lay still. He had been killed by the percussion of a cannon and there was not a mark on him. The boy was dumped overboard and the firing went on. On the quarterdeck of the Theseus, Captain Ralph Miller had a bad moment when he realized that the broadsides of 3 French ships of the line bore directly on his ship. In the haze and confusion, the French ships did not fire. Miller ordered his gunners below decks to also cease their fire. Those gunners were puzzled by the order, but Miller was resolved to remain quiet as long as the French remained quiet as well. By 9 p.m., the French van was all but out of action. The Conquérante had struck her colors, and the dismantled Guerrier was about to. Darkness had settled over the bay, shattered by the stabbing light of gunfire and illuminated by an occasional flaming sail or fire on deck. Most of the ships were fully hidden in the roiling clouds of smoke, with only their masts visible in the flashes of light. The British had an extra advantage because Nelson had the foresight to order white instead of blue ensigns, and a horizontal row of blue lights at the mizzen of each of his ships for easier identification in the darkness. Still, the smoke swirled over all of the ships in blinding banks. And to a gun crew captain, the scene was often merely a cloud of smoke out of which the ghostly form of a ship might suddenly appear. A reddened moon appeared over the eastern sand dunes. As it rose, it revealed an inferno of smoke and fire, in which the British and French kept up their cannon fire. Brueys' flagship, the Orient, was in the center of the line. The British attack was now closing on her, and her decks were whistling with shot. A sliver of shrapnel had struck Bruys in the head. It was merely a flesh wound, and he used his kerchief to wipe away the blood. Another piece of shot hit him in the body. Then a cannonball ripped off his left thigh, nearly cutting him in two. Still, he would not go below. He ordered his aides to prop him up against the chest, saying, "A French admiral should die on his quarterdeck." He continued to direct the defense, but gradually weakened until he fainted from the loss of blood. He died shortly after, with the same tranquility of soul that he had always shown in combat. Just before Bruys received his first wound, Nelson paced his own quarterdeck, and the vanguard exchanged broadsides with the Spartiate. Even though the French ship had been attacked on her other side by the Theseus, her gun crews fought so well that the vanguard was badly mauled. Then the Minotaur came to the vanguard's aid. It took 3 British men of war to subdue the Spartiate. Nelson was already planning his attack on the rear of the French line. He stopped pacing to study a crude map of the bay, and at that point was hit in the forehead by a piece of langrage, the scrap shot fired by the French to cut the enemy sails. He started to fall and was caught by Barry, his flag captain. Barry led his commander, now blinded by the blood running down his face, down the ladders, through the smoky echoing gun decks, back into the cockpit. The surgeon looked up from the operating table and started toward them. But Nelson had regained his composure. He waved the surgeon away, saying he would wait his turn. When the surgeon finally did get to him, he found the wound to be bloody but superficial. The piece of iron had revealed Nelson's cranium for an inch over the unseeing right eye. But the wound was 3 inches long, and a flap of flesh had fallen over his good eye. The surgeon folded the flap back in place, used strips of adhesive to hold it, and wound a bandage around Nelson's skull. Barry led the admiral into the bread room, a cavernous storage space near the cockpit, and told him to lie down. For a while he lay quiet, but within minutes he was asking for John Campbell, his secretary, to take down his report on the battle. Campbell had himself been wounded, and the sight of Nelson with the reddening bandage around his head was too much for him. His hands shook so badly that he could not write. Nelson sent him away. At 9:30, Barry came below again. The battle was a magnificent sight at this point, he reported. There were fires throughout the French fleet, and the biggest fire was on the Orient. Nelson got to his feet and insisted on going on deck. Barry led him up the ladders, past the thundering guns and cheering gunners, onto the vanguard's quarterdeck. The scene was undeniably spectacular. An acrid yellow cloud hung over everything, and the falling ashes of 100 fires made a gritty sound underfoot as Nelson and Barry walked on the deck. Around them the water was filled with spars, barrels, and bodies, and the sounds of guns was punctuated by the splash and hiss of cannonballs hitting the water. But the focus of the conflagration was the towering Orient. On the afternoon before the battle, her crew had been painting her, and they had not the time to jettison all the paint buckets. So the first few broadsides had ignited fires all over the ship. As she began to burn, 5 British ships within range directed their line of fire at her. The flagship's tall mainmast crashed over the side in a geyser of water. The mizzenmast followed. As Nelson looked across the water at her, the Orient seemed to be consuming herself. It would not be long before the fire reached her powder magazines. At that point she would explode like a gigantic bomb. Clearly her officers and crew realized this too. An ensign named La Chenette later recalled, "After incredible but futile efforts, we left the bridge deck, which was covered with flaming corpses. The ship was burning fore and aft, and already the flames were reaching the 24-pounder battery. And yet, in the 36-pounder battery, the men seemed to be unaware of the danger, and they continued to fire vigorously." With Bruys dead, his chief of staff assembled the remaining officers. While fires crackled outside the admiral's cabin, they agreed to flood the Orient's hold. But the fire moved faster than the water came in. The chief of staff gave the order to abandon the ship. The wounded men were left to burn. From the Vanguard's deck, the abandonment of the Orient was an odd sight. The lowest tier of guns still firing as a rolling carpet of humanity poured over the ship's side into the water. Nelson asked if any of the Vanguard's boats were still serviceable. Only one was. He ordered it sent to pick up survivors from the Orient. At that point, the fire reached the Orient's powder magazine. The explosion shook every ship in the bay. The Orient became one huge ball of fire. There was then a stunning stillness. Every gun fell silent as the gunners watched the spectacle of burning spars, sails, and bodies showering into the hissing water. After some minutes, guns took up again and the battle continued. Amid the floating wreckage and bobbing heads where the Orient had been, a few British boats tried to rescue survivors. Of the Orient's 1,000 men, only 60 were saved. One survivor made it on his own. Captain Ben Hallowell of the Swiftsure was taken aback when confronted by a dripping man naked except for a French cocked hat on his head. It was Lieutenant Charles Berthelot of the Orient, and he explained that he had been commanding the lower deck guns when the overhead beams fell through. After stripping his smoldering uniform and abandoning ship with the gunners, the lieutenant climbed back through another gun port and found his hat. Without it, he reasoned, he would not be recognized as an officer and a gentleman. The Battle of the Nile went on through the night, with the French fighting bravely and desperately. Captain Alexandre Thevenard of the Aquilon lost both legs to a cannonball hit. Captain Aristide Dupit-Thouars of the Tonnant also had both legs shot off. He refused to go below, ordered tourniquets put on his stumps, and had a barrel of bran brought on deck. Seated on the barrel, he continued to give orders while his lifeblood seeped away. Finally, he said to his lieutenant, "I might lose my head along with my blood and do something foolish if I keep the command. It is time I give up." With his pistol, he then blew out his own brains. The Tonnant's men fought on without him until she was a mastless hull, with 120 men killed, 150 wounded, and 1,600 survivors of other French ships crowding her decks. Shortly after dawn, the last guns ceased firing. Sunrise revealed a watery battlefield of smoking wreckage, where the evening before there had been 2 stately lines of warships. There was now a tangled mess of jagged masts and floating hulks. John Nichol, climbing on deck from his post below, was awed. He later recalled that the whole bay was covered with dead bodies, mangled, wounded, and scorched. Of Napoleon's grand fleet, 6 ships of the line had struck their colors. The flagship was on the bottom of the bay, and 4 others were grounded on the beach. 2 more, which had been stationed at the rear of the French line and were therefore undamaged, now made their escape. Hood and the Zealous tried to go after them, but no other ship was in condition to assist in the chase, so he was recalled. One of the fugitives was the Guillaume Tell, flagship of Rear Admiral Pierre Villeneuve, commander of the French rear. Villeneuve would meet Nelson again at Trafalgar. By contrast, not a single British ship had been lost, but there was scarcely one with all its masts. The stiff human price paid by both sides amounted to nearly 2,000 dead, including at least 1,700 French and more than 200 British. Aboukir Island, the site of Brueys' useless battery, was used for a burial ground where French and British, including the woman killed aboard the Goliath, were buried together in the armistice of death, and all commemorated with a single cross. It was more than 2 weeks before all the British ships were repaired, many of them with parts salvaged from the wrecked enemy vessels. At last, on August 17th, Nelson sent 7 of the British ships and 6 of the French prizes to Gibraltar, under the command of Saumarez. 2 days later, with 2 of his men of war, Nelson took the Vanguard to Naples. 3 ships were left behind to continue the blockade of the harbors and keep the trap sprung on Napoleon. Months later, Nelson received a ghoulish souvenir of the battle. Captain Hallowell sent aboard the flagship a handsome coffin built from pieces of the Orient's mainmast that Hallowell's boats had salvaged. Nelson was utterly delighted with it. He had stood it on end behind his chair in his dining cabin until his manservant Tom Allen could stand it no longer. He persuaded Nelson to have it stowed below until it could be taken back to England to await him there. The Battle of the Nile was the most devastating naval victory in the 18th century. Tactically, it demonstrated that England's new admirals and captains were revolutionizing the old methods of naval warfare. Strategically, it proved that the Royal Navy was at last rising to the challenge that had been mounting since 1770. The challenge would continue to rise and would threaten England's very shores, but in the Mediterranean at least, the tide had turned in Britain's favor. It was 13 days after the battle before the news reached Napoleon on the edge of the Sinai Desert. Upon hearing the news, Napoleon dismounted from his horse and walked out alone into the desert, where he stood gazing in the direction of the coast. As he walked away from them, his aides claimed to have heard him say, "So this is the end of my navy. Can it be that I am fated to perish in Egypt?" Shortly thereafter, he walked back to his assembled officers and attempted to make light of the situation, exhorting his troops to greater efforts on land. Of Admiral Brueys, Napoleon said, "He did well to die." On August 19th, the same day that Nelson sailed for Naples, Napoleon wrote a letter of consolation to Brueys' widow. In it he wrote, "He died honorably and without suffering, as every soldier would wish to die. Your sorrow touches me to the quick. I want you to count as of some value my friendship and the lively interest that I shall always take in the wife of my friend." On the same day, he also wrote to the Directory in Paris, blaming the disaster on the incompetence of Admiral Brueys. Part 11. The Battle of Copenhagen. On September 22nd, 1798, Nelson's battered flagship Vanguard was towed into the bright bay of Naples. The fleet had been caught in a fierce storm on its return passage across the Mediterranean after the great victory at the Nile, and the elements had done almost as much damage as the French. But that only heightened the drama and emotion of the occasion. The Culloden and the Alexander had preceded the Vanguard into port by a few days, and had given notice of Nelson's approach. Now, as the flagship and her admiral entered the mirror-smooth bay, against the backdrop of a slowly smoking Vesuvius, all of Naples seemed to erupt in joyous welcome. Cheering, singing throngs, beggars and high-born alike, lined the wharves and filled the rooftops. Bird-sellers released a rainbow of buntings from wicker baskets. Across the water came a cacophony of music as bands and orchestras, even one from the opera house, boomed forth with "Rule Britannia" and "See the Conquering Hero." An armada of 500 pleasure boats, filled with celebrants, put out from shore. Among the welcomers was King Ferdinand IV of the Two Sicilies, which included the island of Sicily and the lower half of the Italian boot. The monarch embarked in a great gilded state galley with spangled wings, and was rowed out to greet Nelson. He clasped the admiral's hand as he boarded the Vanguard and called Nelson his deliverer and preserver. His queen, Maria Carolina, sister of the recently guillotined Marie Antoinette, was too spent with emotion to even leave the palace. At the news of Nelson's triumph over the despised French, she had, according to an observer, wept, kissed her husband, kissed her children, walked frantically from room to room, burst into tears again and again, kissed and embraced every person near her, and exclaimed, "Oh, brave Nelson! Oh, God, bless and protect our brave deliverer! Oh, that my swollen heart could now tell him personally what we owe to him." They owed Nelson much, as did every Mediterranean kingdom and principality. In the months before the debacle at the Nile, the French had been casting openly covetous eyes on the kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The royal court at Naples had been trembling for its very existence. The French had promised that they would revolutionize all of Italy. For the Royal Navy and Nelson, Naples was an ideal base from which to consolidate the newly powerful British position in the eastern Mediterranean. It was perfectly situated to isolate the French garrison on Malta, cut the lines of communication between France and Napoleon's army in Egypt, and generally keep France on the defensive in an area the French tended to regard as their own sea. Naples was also the best place for Nelson to repair and refit his storm and combat-weary squadron, and for the admiral himself to get some much-needed rest and recuperation. Better still, Nelson had friends in Naples. On a previous visit, he he had been entertained by the British minister Sir William Hamilton and his wife, Lady Emma. They had got on famously, and Sir William had written Nelson upon hearing the glorious news of Aboukir, begging Nelson to come and visit as soon as he could, and that he and Emma were looking forward to his visit, and that there was a fine apartment waiting for him. It all sounded perfectly innocent, a friend inviting another friend to stay with him and rest. But it was the start of a scandal that would set tongues wagging from Naples to London, and bring rumblings of disapproval from the Admiralty itself. Sir William's wife, the 33-year-old Lady Emma, was a woman with a checkered past, and she remained as notorious as she was beautiful. Mistress to a number of prominent Englishmen, she had been married to the last of them, Sir William, for 7 years now. She was one of the most noticeable figures on the Neapolitan scene, a great favorite of King Ferdinand and Queen Maria Carolina, and a party giver of spectacular tastes and unflagging energy. The chief attraction at these gatherings was Emma herself posing in Roman costumes in order to demonstrate her classical beauty. While Nelson was still at sea, Lady Hamilton had written her own note of effusive congratulation, further adding to the intrigue. Nelson accepted Sir William's offer of an apartment in his townhouse, the richly furnished Palazzo Sessa, and was soon spending many an evening on Emma Hamilton's balcony overlooking the harbor. On Nelson's 40th birthday, Emma gave one of her grand parties. Nelson wrote to his wife that the preparations of Lady Hamilton for celebrating his birthday were enough to fill him with vanity. Every ribbon, every banner, every button had Nelson scrawled all over it, while other British visitors referred to Lady Hamilton as bold, forward, coarse, assuming, and vain. Nelson often described her again to his wife in very different terms. She was, he said, one of the very best women in the world. Of Naples, Nelson at first thought little, describing it to Earl St. Vincent as a kingdom of fiddlers and poets, whores and scoundrels. But he was willing enough to meddle in Neapolitan affairs. He tried his hand at military strategy on land, but succeeded only in persuading Ferdinand to engage in a disastrous campaign against French forces in northern Italy. In December 1798, under pressure of an advancing French army and revolutionary actions from within, Nelson sailed the Hamiltons and the royal family from Naples to Sicily. The evacuation of the royal family and all their dependents was carried out with the minimum of fuss. The grateful Ferdinand awarded Nelson a substantial Sicilian estate in the foothills of Mount Etna. The region was called Bronte, and Nelson was dubbed Duke of Bronte. He liked the name because it was Italian for thunder. And afterward, in written correspondence, he often signed himself Nelson and Bronte. In June 1799, while further repairs were still being made to the Vanguard, Nelson shifted his flag and his command to the Foudroyant, an 80-gun ship of the line. In April of 1800, Nelson took Emma, Sir William, and a number of other guests on a cruise off Malta, which was still being gamely defended by its French occupiers. While the Foudroyant lay at anchor too close to Valletta, the French fired a shot at her. Not wanting to engage in open conflict with his esteemed guests aboard, Nelson had to flee. Before the ship could get under way, her foretopmast was hit, and Nelson insisted that Emma go below. But aside from that exciting diversion, everything else was fairly relaxed. Later, Nelson commented on these days of ease and nights of pleasure on this voyage, during which Emma conceived Nelson's child. Sir William Hamilton could have hardly failed to notice during the many months of Nelson's sojourn in Naples the growing attachment between his wife and the hero of the Nile. At his advancing age, he was likely pleased to find an outlet for his wife's boundless energy, particularly when she had made such a catch. But Nelson's captains were not so tolerant. One of them, Thomas Trowbridge, who had commanded the Culloden at the Nile, was frank with Nelson, writing to him that, "I beseech your lordship leave off. I wish my pen could tell you all my feelings. I am sure you would oblige me." Nelson did not bother to answer the note. His lack of response led Trowbridge to write a young lieutenant who had applied to sail with Nelson that, "Between ourselves, I do not think he will serve again," meaning that Nelson was so enslaved by Emma Hamilton that he could no longer muster the will to fight. It was the beginning of a permanent break between Nelson and one of his favorite captains. In the words of another observer, the Lord of the Nile seemed as clumsy and dim on land as he is adroit and notable at sea. In due course, however, Nelson received 2 letters that told a great deal about the discipline and loyalty in the Royal Navy. One was from the First Lord of the Admiralty. Lord Spencer was polite, but his command was unmistakable in saying, "I believe I am joined in opinion by all your friends here, that you will be more likely to recover your health and strength in England than in any inactive situation at a foreign court." The second letter was a scrawled note that Nelson received as he prepared to obey his orders for recall. This note read, "My lord, it is with extreme grief that we find you are about to leave us. We have been with you all along. In every engagement your lordship has been in, both by sea and land, and most humbly beg of your lordship to permit us to go to England as your boat's crew in any ship or vessel in any way that may seem most pleasing to your lordship. My lord, pardon the rude style of the seamen, who are but little acquainted with writing, and believe us to be, my lord, your ever humble and obedient servants. Signed, Barge's crew of the Foudroyant." Nelson had no need for a barge crew. He went home by land, via Leghorn, Vienna, Prague, Dresden, and Hamburg. It happened that Sir William's tour of duty as ambassador was over, so the Hamiltons accompanied Nelson, which may not have been what the Admiralty had in mind. Everywhere they caused a great gabble of gossip, but if Nelson was aware of it, he gave no sign. At Hamburg, Nelson hired a packet for a stormy 5-day trip across the North Sea to Yarmouth, and a hero's welcome home from the waiting dockside crowd. A wildly cheering assemblage took the horses from the homecoming hero's carriage and pulled it themselves to the local inn. When the landlady asked Nelson if he would approve of her changing the name of her inn to the Nelson's Arms, he replied, "That would be absurd, seeing as I have but the one." In London, the reception was mixed. Englishmen flocked around him in the streets, but the puritanical King George III greeted Nelson coldly. Asked him about his health, and turned away before Nelson could even answer. The meeting with Lady Nelson was, understandably, even chillier. As she had during his previous absences at sea, Fanny Nelson had been living alone in the Nelsons' home outside London, awaiting his occasional letters, which continued to be affectionate during his Naples sojourn. But rumors and messages from mutual friends had forewarned her, and she was hardly in a welcoming mood. It soon became obvious that Nelson's marriage was at an end. Nelson then openly joined a scandalous ménage à trois with the Hamiltons in London. The gossip mills hinted that the illustrious admiral had been seduced into abandoning his career. At that point, Napoleon came to Nelson's rescue. For 8 months after the defeat at the Nile, Napoleon remained with his army in Egypt. The French legions took Cairo and advanced north along the coast into the Levant. But the army was much reduced by disease, and there was an increasingly hard fight in prospect as the Sultan of Turkey marshaled troops for a counterattack against these invaders. Moreover, with the British now in control of the Mediterranean, there was little hope of reinforcements from France. In fact, a British expeditionary force captured the strategic island of Minorca, and for Napoleon's lonely garrison on Malta, surrender was only a matter of time. By mid-1799, Napoleon had no choice but to forget all thought of attacking India. Abandoning his army to its fate, some 34,000 men, nearly all eventually suffering death or capture, he hastened back to France. On August 22nd, he slipped aboard a frigate so secretly that his army commander, General Jean-Baptiste Kleber, did not know that he had been left in charge until after Napoleon's departure. Sneaking through the blockading British ships only because the lookouts mistook Napoleon's frigate for one of their own, Napoleon landed on Fréjus, in the south of France. So emotional was his reception by Frenchmen, longing for a decisive leader, that within 4 weeks Napoleon had contrived to overthrow the Directory, that ridiculous bunch of lawyers, as he called them. On November 9, 1799, he became the first consul and unchallenged dictator of France. He was also accorded a new opportunity to strike at the British. Despite the effective loss of the Mediterranean, France was still supremely powerful on land, and Napoleon now accomplished something of a diplomatic coup. Influenced by France's awesome army, the Baltic states of Russia, Prussia, Sweden, and Denmark entered into a league of armed neutrality, which, while not declaring war on Britain, nevertheless cut off trade and in effect closed the Baltic Sea to British shipping. The treaty was signed in December of 1800. It was a serious blow to England, most particularly to her navy. The Baltic states were an essential supplier of Britain's flax and hemp. Moreover, the Royal Navy depended on the Baltic countries for much of the timber for its masts. Britain understandably reacted angrily, but the preliminary overtures accomplished very little. The British again turned to their admirals. This time the combination was to be a fighting admiral and a diplomatic admiral. The latter was Sir Hyde Parker, a veteran of 4 years in command of the West Indies station, and presumably wise in dealing with the island's touchy governors. Unquestionably, he had made a fortune from prizes taken in that area. The target of the naval action would be Denmark, which lay athwart the entrance to the Baltic and could thereby deny the sea to British ships. Sir Hyde Parker's mission was to take a fleet to Copenhagen and present a firm demand that Denmark quit the alliance. If the demand was refused, Sir Hyde was to turn loose his fighting admiral. That fighting admiral, of course, would be Horatio Nelson, now honored with the title Baron of the Nile and of Burnham Thorpe, as well as the Duke of Bronte. And for the 42-year-old Nelson, idling in London with Lady Hamilton, this recall to the quarterdeck could not have been better timed. Despite his infatuation with Emma Hamilton and the approaching birth of their child, Nelson was growing restless. He had already asked the Admiralty for a new command multiple times. He accepted this one with alacrity, even though he was to be second in command. Now the tables were turned. Nelson, who had to be summoned from his Neapolitan lotus land, was anxious to get into action and became impatient as Sir Hyde Parker appeared to dawdle. Every day that passed provided the Danish navy with more time to get ready. Weeks passed as the preparations for the expedition dragged on. In the midst of all of this, other concerns afflicted Nelson. In late January, Emma had given birth to their child, a daughter. Nelson and Emma conspired to pretend that the parents were a Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, and the baby was sent to a wet nurse in London. But Emma could not resist calling her Horatia. There was something else as well. Just before the birth, and for many weeks after, Nelson was consumed by jealousy. The Prince of Wales, a notorious womanizer, had told his friends how Lady Hamilton had hit his fancy, and had attempted several times to dine with her. The advances had been rebuffed at Nelson's insistence, and the prince eventually lost interest, but Nelson was in a fury while it lasted. The combinations of anxieties was too much for Nelson. When he heard that the fleet's departure would further be delayed because of a ball planned by the young Lady Parker, he sent a confidential note complaining to the Admiralty, where his friend and mentor, the Earl of St. Vincent, had been appointed First Lord. Sir Hyde then immediately received a letter from the crusty old St. Vincent. "I have heard by a side wind that you have an intention of continuing at Yarmouth until Friday, on account of some trifling circumstance. I really know not what they are, nor do I give myself the trouble of inquiring into them. I now convey to you, in my opinion, as a private friend, that any further delay in your sailing would do you irreparable injury." Sir Hyde sent Lady Parker back to London, and, without even waiting for fresh provisions, took his fleet of 23 into the sea. In the Channel they were met with gales and blizzards. Decks were coated with ice, and sails and lines were frozen stiff. Lieutenant George Elliot of Nelson's flagship, the St. George, wrote that one morning it took them over an hour at daybreak to shovel down the snow off the tops and yards. Navigating in near zero visibility, the ships were driven southward by the gales. Half the men in the fleet were coughing, and everyone's hands were bleeding from working the icy rigging by the time the ships finally reached the Skagerrak. Sir Hyde anchored and sent the frigate Blanche ahead with England's ultimatum. Nelson was impatient with the delays of diplomacy, as he had been ashore waiting for Sir Hyde to get the fleet under way. He had not even wanted to attack the Danes, but to bypass them and wipe out the bigger Russian fleet. With Russia out of the league, he was convinced the other nations would quickly capitulate. But Sir Hyde did not want to go into the Baltic Sea and leave his rear undefended. In fact, he would not even approach Copenhagen until he had an answer from the Danes. Nelson's scornful reaction to this, in a letter to a friend, was, "I hate your pen and ink men. A fleet of British ships are the best negotiators in Europe. The Danes should see our flag waving every time he lifts his head up. In any case, Nelson was not disappointed. The Danes quickly rejected the ultimatum, and the rest of the mission, in effect, was now left in his hands. No doubt, mostly because of Nelson's infectious aggressiveness, Sir Hyde was persuaded to follow his deputy's plan of attack. It was dangerous, but Nelson was convinced necessary. The situation was reminiscent of the Nile. A large enemy force of at least 25 ships and floating batteries was arrayed in a line along the wharves of Copenhagen harbor. They were tightly packed together and supported by the shore batteries above and behind them. There was less room for maneuver in Copenhagen harbor than there had been in Aboukir Bay. Down the middle of the approach, the harbor ran an enormous sandbank called the Middle Ground. To attack the Danish fleet, the British would have to sail into the channel between the sandbank and the defending ships. From the Danish point of view, it appeared to be an almost unassailable arrangement. They believed that the British would be forced to parade down the Danish line to get into position. Thus, the British van, the leading ships, would be subjected to the fire of virtually every Danish ship as they ran the gauntlet. But, as in the Nile, Nelson had conceived a tactic to cope with this massed firepower. There were two approaches around the middle ground to the Danish position, one from the north and one from the south. The northern approach had a wider, deeper channel, but was covered by the heavy guns of many forts. The southern channel was narrower and shallower, but was less well defended. This was the route that Nelson chose. He persuaded Parker to let him take it, while Parker stood by to support him if necessary from the northern approach. Because of the shoals they would encounter, Nelson had transferred his flag from the St. George to the Elephant, which had a shallower draft. He had asked Parker for 10 ships and had been given 12. Now he gathered his captains around him in the low-ceilinged dining cabin of the Elephant and described the tactics that he had worked out. The captains included only 3 of his original band of brothers, Foley, Thompson, and Hardy. Nelson's second in command was Rear Admiral Thomas Graves, cousin of the man who had lost the Battle of the Chesapeake, but himself a competent and respected commander. Nelson also had such fighters as Captain Thomas Fremantle, who had been with him at Tenerife, and Captain William Bligh, a martinet who had suffered an infamous mutiny, but a brave and expert seaman nonetheless. In addition, Nelson had Captain Edward Rieu, whom he had not met before, but who had a reputation as the Navy's finest frigate commander. The plan Nelson described was complicated, because for once the enemy's position could be foretold. Most of the Danish ships were anchored or settled on mud. Thus, every attack maneuver could be planned in advance, and this time there was no need to delegate authority. The details were complicated also because Nelson had taken into account the comparative firepower of each of the enemy's ships and his own. Yet the basic tactic was devastatingly simple. In a word, leapfrog. There was just enough room in the King's Channel, as it was known, between the middle ground shoal and the Danish line for 2 ships to pass abreast, which meant that there was enough room for 1 British ship to anchor and for another to sail between it and the middle ground. That is what they would do. Allowing for comparative firepower, Nelson planned to have the first ship in the British line pass only 4 ships in the Danish line, and then anchor alongside the 5th. His next ship would run down past the first 4 Danes and outside the first British ship, to anchor opposite the 6th Danish ship, and so on. Several more following the first 2 with the same leapfrogging tactic. By then, the first 4 Danes would have been softened up by the fire of the passing British men of war, and should be easy prey for a direct assault by the next 4 British ships. Then, after engaging the first 4, the remaining British ships would pass down the line until all 12 were fully engaged. It was a brilliant plan. No British ships would be exposed to the fire of more than a few Danish ships while getting into position, and by the time the 12 British ships were in their proposed line, they would be in range of only 16 of the 25 Danish ships. Moreover, the British attack would be before the wind. As at the Nile, they would simply wait at the southern end of the harbor until the wind went into the north. So, even if some of the remaining Danish ships could weigh their anchors, they would be more paralyzed than the French at the Nile, with a headwind and less room to maneuver. Excited by the plan, Nelson's enthusiasm, and the free-flowing wine, his captains toasted victory and went back to their ships. Nelson kept Foley and Ryu to help copy the details of the plan on sturdy cards to be delivered to each captain in the morning. It was a frigid night. Cakes of ice would be heard bumping against the hull, and in the lantern light the men could see their breath. Allen finally lugged Nelson's cot into the after cabin. Nelson climbed into it, but could not sleep. His own, Captain Hardy, who was serving aboard the Elephant as a volunteer, left to recheck the soundings. The captains were worried about the reliability of the pilots they had brought from England, merchant sailors who had experience in these waters, but who were now beginning to show evidence of fright. Nelson kept calling from his cot, asking how the copying of the orders was proceeding, and in which direction the wind was blowing. The wind was hauling in to the south. Hardy returned to report that he had rowed through the ice with muffled oars, and had taken soundings right up to the bow of the nearest Danish ship. There was water enough. The next morning was April 2nd, 1801. The wind was out of the southeast, in exactly the direction Nelson wanted. But the pilots panicked at the sight of the countless guns along the Danish shore, and refused to take their positions by the ship's wheels. Nelson later noted how he suffered a misery of having the honor of our country entrusted to pilots who had no other thought than to keep their ships clear of danger, and their own silly heads clear of shot. Despite the soundings, but because of a strong current, 3 ships went on to the middle ground at the outset. Nelson's agitation was extreme when he saw himself deprived of a quarter of his strength. Nevertheless, with great skill, he managed to bring his remaining 9 ships into close action just as he had planned, each leapfrogging into position and anchoring opposite an enemy. The first broadside was hurled across the water shortly after 10. The cannon fire reached a shattering crescendo by noon, and continued unabated into the afternoon. Positioning himself 9th in line, Nelson had anchored his Elephant opposite the Danish admiral's flagship, the Dannebrog, and was engaged in a murderous slugging match. As the battle raged around him, reported one observer, his countenance brightened and he became joyous, animated, elevated, delighted. The situation looked anything but delightful to Sir Hyde Parker, 4 miles away at the other end of the harbor. After 3.5 hours of fearful battle, most of the southern section of the harbor was obscured by smoke, but it seemed to him that Nelson was getting the worst of it. Sir Hyde could not make headway against the wind, and thus could not go to the rescue. He finally said to his fleet captain, "The fire is too hot for Nelson to oppose," so he signaled, "Discontinue action." At this point, Nelson was pacing the poop deck as usual. A piece of enemy shot sent a shower of splinters past him. He smiled, but then he saw the signal lieutenant report, in some dismay, the signal that was flying on Sir Hyde's flagship to discontinue action. Nelson's immediate reaction was a flash of anger at the signal lieutenant. He chided Mr. Langford, saying that he only wanted to know when the Danish commodore surrendered. He then repeated his command to him to keep his eyes fixed only on him. Nelson resumed his pacing. The signal officer did know his duty. As Nelson came back, the lieutenant asked if he should repeat the signal to the other ships, as called for in the signal book. "No," said Nelson. "Acknowledge it." The lieutenant ran down the steps to the quarterdeck and gave the order. As he returned to the poop, Nelson asked if his own signal, "Engage the enemy more closely," was still hoisted. The lieutenant said yes. Nelson then said, "Mind you keep it so." He knew that he was committing an act of grave insubordination. Sir Hyde had not only raised the discontinue signal, but had also fired 2 guns. That meant an order to the entire fleet. Clearly he intended to resume command, to order every ship to withdraw. What Sir Hyde could not see through the haze and smoke was that at this point in the battle virtually every Danish ship was so damaged that surrender was simply a matter of time, at least in Nelson's opinion. What is more, most of the British ships, while less damaged than the Danes, were also so crippled in their topmasts and unmaneuverable that to attempt to disengage now through the narrow King's Channel under fire would amount to suicide. Beside Nelson was his old friend Foley, captain of the Elephant and formerly captain of the Goliath, the first ship to round the French line at the Nile. Foley knew Nelson's agitation from the way he waggled his fin or the stump of his right arm. He went over to Foley and looked up at his tall friend's face. "You know, Foley," he said, "I have only one eye, and I have a right to be blind sometimes." Taking his pocket telescope, he whipped it out and put it to his blind eye. "I really do not see the signal," he said. He snapped shut the telescope and continued his pacing. One captain who did obey Sir Hyde's signal was Ryu. His frigate Amazon was near the north end of the line, closer to Sir Hyde's flagship. Ryu had been wounded in the head. He gave the order to cut the Amazon's cable. The frigate momentarily swung, enabling the Danes to rake her deck. Ryu was cut in half by flying shot. Nelson, having defied his superior officer in battle, now usurped Sir Hyde's diplomatic function. Under a flag of truce, he sent a message to the Danish Crown Prince Frederick, who was directing the defense. Using the casing of the Elephant's rudderhead as a desk, Nelson scrawled an ultimatum addressed to the brothers of Englishmen, Danes. The note read, "Lord Nelson has directions to spare Denmark when no longer resisting. But if the firing is continued on the part of Denmark, Lord Nelson will be obliged to set on fire all the batteries he has taken, without having the power of saving the brave Danes who have defended them." At that stage, Nelson had not yet actually taken any of the Danish ships, but the blunt threat was enough to bring about a ceasefire. The most important link in the Baltic League was now broken. Sir Hyde Parker knew the seriousness of Nelson's disobedience. However, he was grateful for the victory, and he doubtless realized how embarrassing court-martial proceedings would have been for him. He overlooked the incident entirely. Already, Nelson was urging Sir Hyde with his relatively undamaged squadron to race on eastward and attack the Russians. Sir Hyde delayed and asked London for orders. The Admiralty called him home and put Nelson in command. Nelson had managed to effect some repairs, and he immediately took his fleet to the Russian harbor of Revel in the Gulf of Finland. But there was no more need for fighting. In fact, had the wind not turned south in Copenhagen harbor on April the 2nd, and had the news from Russia traveled faster, there would have been no need for the Battle of Copenhagen at all, and the loss of more than 250 English lives and more than 1,000 Danish dead and wounded. An assassin had murdered Tsar Paul I of Russia on March 24th. The League of Armed Neutrality died with him, for although he had been particularly sympathetic to Napoleon, his successor, Tsar Alexander I, regarded France with a deep suspicion. When Napoleon heard of the Battle of Copenhagen, he threw a tantrum, screaming and stamping his feet. On calmer reflection, he concluded that his first instincts had been correct. He must deal with England directly. That, of course, meant dealing with the Royal Navy. But how? It was obviously impossible at this point to conquer the British in any sort of direct naval campaign. The French Navy had fallen into calamitous decline over the long years of war. The once proud service had lost more than 50% of its ships to enemy action or other causes. By 1801, France had only 39 ships of the line and 35 frigates, a number of them unfit to fight. Since the Battle of the Nile, the French Navy had been virtually imprisoned by the Royal Navy, which by contrast had expanded prodigiously. The Royal Navy now counted an overwhelming 180 ships of the line and 213 frigates, manned by over 130,000 keenly trained men. If this awesome force could not be faced head-on, it must somehow be circumvented. That was the foundation of Napoleon's newest and most daring plan of conquest. The way to deal with England was to strike at her heart. England lay across the Channel. Napoleon need only leap across this narrow stretch of water to reach London. It was a gamble of desperation, the sort of gamble only Napoleon would make, and the sort only he could win. Part 12. Blockade, Chase, and Blockade again. It would start with the assembling of a huge flotilla of landing barges at Boulogne, less than 30 miles from Dover. An army of 161,000 soldiers was to be gathered for an invasion so overpowering that it could sweep up to London within days of landing on Britain's shore. Napoleon calculated that he would have to control the Channel just long enough to get his flotilla across. The strategy for that part of the plan could wait. At the moment, Napoleon had another diversionary ploy. With his invasion troops amassing at Boulogne, and all England hastily assembling armies of defense, Napoleon suddenly proposed peace. A few members of the British Admiralty recognized Napoleon's move for what it was, a brief respite during which France could attempt to rebuild her shattered navy. But most Englishmen were too war-weary, and Britain agreed to the Peace of Amiens on March 25, 1802. It was to last only a year and 2 months. In the interim, Napoleon continued his ominous build-up at Boulogne, and the British soon realized that the war with France was far from finished. During the Peace of Amiens, Nelson had his longest home leave. Acting for him, Emma Hamilton had purchased a 70-acre estate at Merton, 8 miles outside London, and Nelson, both Hamiltons, and Horatia moved in. Nelson took his seat in the House of Lords and harangued the Admiralty for additional decorations for his Copenhagen veterans, he himself being named a Viscount. At Merton, Nelson reveled in the role of county squire. He took pains to stop and chat with the tradespeople, and, with Emma, regularly attended the local church. Emma made a great point of including Nelson's relatives in the constant stream of guests she invited to Merton. For a time, old Sir William seemed content as well, enjoying the fishing in nearby streams. Eventually, however, life at Merton began to wear on him, and he moved back to London. When he died on April 6, 1803, at the age of 73, Emma and Nelson were with him. He expired in Emma's arms with his hand in Nelson's. Little more than a month later, Nelson's home leave came to an end. On May 18, 1803, England declared war on France again, and Nelson was recalled to duty. Now the Admiralty intensified its strategy of blockade against France. The lesson of the American War of Independence had finally been learned. Even the largest navies could not protect all of England's far-flung possessions. The proper defense was a strong offense, and the offense consisted of pinning the French navy to its major naval bases, at Brest on the Atlantic coast and Toulon in the Mediterranean. Blockading was difficult and grueling work. In the course of a long earlier war against France, the Royal Navy had lost not a single capital ship to enemy action, but it had had to replace 350 vessels. Ships of the line, as well as smaller frigates and cutters, lost in wrecks and other accidents. Of the French Atlantic ports, powerful tides swept blockaders onto the rocks. In both the Atlantic and Mediterranean, storms dismasted the sturdiest men of war and blew them onto French shores. Even the most stalwart captains hated blockade duty. Cuthbert Collingwood, who would be with Nelson at Trafalgar, was normally a character who felt more at home on sea than on land. But following a long stretch of blockade duty, he wrote home to his wife, "I have hardly known what a night of rest is in these last 2 months. This incessant cruising seems to be beyond the power of human nature." Nelson, too, had served his share of blockade duty, and characteristically, on one occasion, he had tried to seize the initiative by going in after the enemy. This was in 1801, during Napoleon's first build-up at Boulogne. On the night of August 4th, he had bombarded the harbor for 16 hours. Inflicting damage on both the French warships and the assembled flotillas of landing craft. 11 nights later, he ordered up an assault force of 57 boats manned by axe-wielding sailors and marines with the objective of cutting loose the enemy's landing craft and towing them back to England. But the French were ready, and Nelson's men had to retreat after losing 44 of their number. By the summer of 1803, when hostilities were renewed after the Peace of Amiens, Nelson was in the Mediterranean commanding the blockade of Toulon. His flagship was the 104-gun Victory, pride of the Royal Navy. After the Battle of Ushant, she had been flagship for Admiral Lord Howe off Gibraltar and for Admiral Sir John Jervis at the Battle of St. Vincent. She had been refitted for her Mediterranean duty, and her admiral's quarters were comfortable almost to the point of luxury. On summer blockade in the Mediterranean, the worst enemy was boredom. Nelson tried to forestall it by keeping in constant touch with his officers. Only 2 of his band of brothers from the Nile were with him, Hardy and Fremantle. He set about getting to know them better. A daily routine developed. In the morning, the admiral frequently invited groups of midshipmen to breakfast. He had a cup of tea and a bit of toast, while they enjoyed some meat as well. Nelson was his cheeriest at these breakfasts. Many of the midshipmen later recalled his joviality. By 7 a.m., he was on the quarterdeck, pacing back and forth. At mid-morning, he was back at his cabin reading dispatches, or at his special desk, built to fold for storage during battle and containing the desk and chair in one piece, hidden under it the admiral's chamber pot. At 2 p.m., the Victory's band struck up a tune, and the fifers at 2:45 launched into the familiar roast beef of Old England to announce midday dinner, which was served precisely at 3 p.m. Nelson invited his captains to dinner in rotation according to their seniority. The dinner included 3 main courses, a fish, a roast, and a vegetable, with fresh fruit for dessert. 3 or 4 wines, sometimes including champagne, and finally coffee and liquors. Nelson ate little because of his tendency for seasickness, perhaps only nibbling on a chicken wing with a bit of macaroni and a glass or 2 of wine. His servant Tom Allen kept diluting his wine with water and reminding him that he'll be ill if he takes any more. But Nelson made sure that for his officer's sake it was the high point of the day. Dinner lasted as late as 5 p.m., and as the fleet surgeon described it once, if a person does not feel himself perfectly at ease, it must be his own fault. Such is the hospitality which reigns here. Most of the diners then took a stroll on the quarterdeck while the ship's band serenaded them. At 6 o'clock came tea and biscuits in the Admiral's dining cabin, followed by punch and cake at 8. There was much genial conversation in Nelson's great cabin, with its candles at the sweeping stern windows, the mahogany desk, chair, and tables, the wide sofa, the silver bowl of fruit, the Wedgwood spittoon, and prominently overlooking all, the wistfully smiling portrait of Nelson's love, Emma Hamilton. By 9 p.m., the captains climbed down into their waiting gigs to be rowed back to their ships. Even under such pleasant circumstances, the tedium was oppressive. One captain fought boredom by growing mustard plants and watercress. Another maintained an aviary. Yet another brewed his own spruce beer. The boredom below decks was equally oppressive, although more difficult to deal with. Besides inviting midshipmen to breakfast, Nelson tried to improve morale with occasional rewards. When a midshipman dived overboard to save a seaman from drowning, Nelson promoted him to lieutenant. Then, in an attempt to counter excessive expectancy among the other midshipmen, he made sure to announce that he would be making no more lieutenants for men falling overboard. Nelson made a fetish of caring for the physical well-being of his crews. To a doctor friend at home, he wrote, "The great thing in all of military service is health, and you must agree with me that it is easier for an officer to keep men healthy than for a physician to cure them." He described the means that he used to keep his men healthy, sending his supply vessels to Sardinia and the captured islands of Minorca and Majorca for onions, mutton, and cattle. Nelson was particularly anxious to secure fruit juices as a guard against scurvy. He sent to Sicily for 50,000 gallons of lemon juice. Each of the 8,400 men in the fleet got a pint a day. When a new surgeon joined the Victory after she had been stationed for 20 months, the doctor reported with astonishment that of the 850 men aboard the flagship, only 1 was sick in bed, and that same good health was to be found on all the other ships. The condition of the men became even more important when summer gave way to the winds of autumn. The cold nights on deck gave Nelson a hacking cough and aggravated the rheumatism in the stump of his right arm. He found that it worked well as a barometer. He had recurrent attacks of gout. Toothaches continued to plague him. Most of his uppers were gone by now. He was seasick much of the time. His remaining eye was troubling him and became convinced that he was going blind. The ship's surgeon blamed it on overuse of the one eye and prescribed a green eye shade, but it did little to help. His multilingual secretary, Dr. A. J. Scott, who was also the Victory's chaplain, read to Nelson from the French newspaper sent out by British spies. But Nelson insisted on personally reading most of the correspondence, entailed in the management of a fleet of men of war. He slouched in his favorite upholstered armchair, designed for him with an in pocket for arriving correspondence under his left arm and an out pocket under the right, and read until his eye throbbed and he could no longer see. When he dozed off, Scott would sneak some of the bulkier and less important documents from the in pocket to the out pocket. The most difficult time for Nelson was night. The anxiety of waiting for the Toulon fleet to come out was almost too much for him. It made him nauseated and gave him chronic headaches. He could not sleep for more than 2 hours at a time, but he tried. Regularly at 9 p.m., as soon as his captains had returned to their ships, Nelson would take off his admiral's coat, breeches, and shirt, and in his underwear kneel at prayer beside his bed. The bed was more like a box, designed to be suspended like a hammock and to swing with the ship. Nelson would ease into the bed, under the quilt made for him by Emma, and try to sleep. After an hour or two, he would be wakened by coughing spasms and would climb from the bed, slip into his buckled shoes, throw his greatcoat over his shoulders, and go out onto the quarterdeck. The officers on deck would step respectfully to the lee rail. Nelson would nod to them and take up his pacing along the weather rail. He would walk for hours at a time. He averaged about 15 miles a day on the quarterdeck of the Victory, waiting and hoping for some signal that would end the monotony. So anxious was Nelson to lure the enemy out of Toulon that he adopted a dangerous tactic. He took his blockading fleet out of the sight of the port, leaving only a few frigates to report to him if the French admiral ventured out into the harbor. It was a cat-and-mouse game, with Nelson hiding just over the horizon, waiting to pounce on his quarry if it made a move. And so the long, dreary duty continued. The British sailors renamed the Toulon port to Toulon. Nelson had arrived in the summer of 1803. By autumn of 1804, he had become so exhausted that the ship's doctor persuaded him to ask for sick leave. But then in December, Spain joined the war on the side of France. Nelson forgot all about going home. Now, with the availability of Spanish vessels, Napoleon finally worked out his plan for temporarily clearing the channel for his landing barges. It was Napoleonic both in scale and in complicated detail. The French admiral in charge of the Toulon fleet was Pierre Charles Villeneuve, who had managed to slip out of Aboukir Bay and escape after the Battle of the Nile. Napoleon ordered Villeneuve to depart from Toulon with his 11 ships of the line and 7 frigates at the first opportunity, and to sail not for England but for the West Indies. En route he was to call on the Spanish commander at Cadiz, and there he subsequently added 9 ships to the combined fleet. Meanwhile, the Navy at Brest was to sneak there 22 ships by the Royal Navy's blockade and head for the West Indies. All 40 or more ships were to rendezvous at Martinique, the most important French stronghold in the area, where they would be joined by still more French ships that were stationed in the Caribbean. But, and here was the key to Napoleon's plan, the reinforced combined fleet was not to attack British possessions in the West Indies. Instead, it was to head straight back to Europe. With this diversionary move, Napoleon hoped to distract the Royal Navy into rushing to the defense of England's rich West Indies possessions. And while the British ships were decoyed across the Atlantic, looking around the West Indies for the French, Napoleon's combined fleet would race back to clear the channel for the invasion of England. On January 19, 1805, at 3 in the afternoon, Nelson's fleet was anchored in Madalena Roads, more than 200 miles from Toulon, taking aboard supplies, when his 2 lookout frigates came rolling in before a gale. Whipping at their yardarms were flags signaling French fleet at sea. By 6 that evening, Nelson's fleet was in pursuit. Admiral Villeneuve, on receiving Napoleon's orders, had waited for a gale in order to make as good time as possible before Nelson could pounce on him. The storm winds he used succeeded not in driving him toward Gibraltar, but in damaging so many ships and injuring so many men that Villeneuve had to creep back into Toulon. Nelson did not know this, nor did he guess it. When he found that the Toulon fleet had not cleared the Strait of Gibraltar, he again turned his search eastward. A pair of frigates reported sighting the French fleet on an easterly course. From this, Nelson concluded that their destination was either Naples, Sicily, or somewhere in the eastern Mediterranean. He rushed all the way to Egypt without finding the foe. His embarrassment on racing back to find that Villeneuve had returned to Toulon was exceeded only by Napoleon's delight at so easily luring the great admiral off on another fool's chase. He cackled gleefully at Nelson's immense stupidity and told his men, "The man has a mania concerning Egypt." But Napoleon's pleasure was combined with outrage at Villeneuve. All the captains ought to have had sealed orders to meet off the Canary Islands. The damages should have been repaired en route. A few topmasts carried away, some casualties in a gale wind were everyday occurrences. Villeneuve managed to redeem himself somewhat in Emperor Napoleon's eyes on March 30th, when he again slipped out of Toulon, choosing a dark and stormy night to slide unseen past Nelson's frigates. And again, when Villeneuve was found to have escaped, Nelson guessed wrong as to the Frenchman's direction. Once more the British set off in pursuit to the east as Villeneuve fled westward. By the time Nelson realized his error and turned west, the French fleet was through the Straits of Gibraltar and out into the broad Atlantic. By the time Nelson reached Gibraltar, the winds had shifted into the west, blocking the passage and effectively bottling his fleet in the Mediterranean. Nelson cursed his luck, but there was nothing he could do about it but wait nearly 2 weeks until the winds shifted around to the east again, and he could take his fleet through the narrow corridor. Off across the Atlantic, Nelson sailed, dropping south to pick up the trade winds and setting a course for the British island of Barbados. Once the fleet reached the trades, the wind held steady and Nelson began to gain on the French fleet. This despite the fact that the better-designed French ships were inherently faster and Nelson's storm-weakened vessels were in bad shape. The Superb, for example, actually had cables wound around her hull to keep her seams from parting. However, the same storms had, as Nelson knew, toughened and sharpened the men to the point where the British sail handling and helmsmanship were vastly superior. The Superb's captain, Richard Keats, kept all sails flying and his men constantly worked the pumps. Villanueva had picked up 7 Spanish ships at Cadiz. With a fleet of 18 ships of the line, he arrived at Martinique on May 14th, 3 days after Nelson had started in pursuit. There was no sign of the promised French reinforcements. The French fleet off Brest was never able to slip past the British blockade. Nelson's majestic men-of-war, his grey geese as he liked to call them, plowed along at an average speed of 4 to 5 knots as they entered the cobalt-blue waters of the Caribbean. On the morning of June 4th, the lookout sighted Barbados, and at noon, the fleet anchored in the roadstead off Bridgeton. While Villanueva had taken 34 days for the crossing, Nelson had only taken 24. At Barbados, he was told that Villanueva's targets most likely were Tobago and Trinidad to the south. His own hunch was that Villanueva might still be somewhere near Martinique to the north. But considering how wrong his hunches had been recently, he went south, and was wrong again. Villanueva had indeed been near Martinique and Dominica, waiting for the other French fleet that never came, and sending ashore 1,000 sick men. Had Nelson gone north from Barbados instead of south, he would have met Villanueva for a second British-French battle, where Rodney had beaten de Grasse 23 years earlier. Upon reaching Trinidad and finding no sign of the French, Nelson turned back north. But, again, he was too late. As soon as Villanueva caught word that Nelson was in the West Indies, he decided to stop waiting for reinforcements and set sail back across the Atlantic. 5 days after Villanueva's departure, Nelson reached Martinique, discovering the enemy gone, set out again in hot pursuit to the east. Nelson guessed that Villanueva was returning to Toulon and laid a course for Gibraltar and the Mediterranean. He sent his fastest frigate direct to London with reports on the chase. Captain Bettesworth pushed his frigate hard. One morning as he was flying northeastward, his lookout hailed the deck. There they were, the entire Toulon-Cadiz fleet, headed not for the Mediterranean, but north in the direction of the Channel. Bettesworth outpaced the French fleet and reached England on July 8th. His news electrified the Admiralty. Reacting to Napoleon's feint, the British had already begun to move the defense, shifting more ships to a protective ring around England. Bettesworth confirmed the wisdom of that precaution. And with Nelson racing his fleet back across the Atlantic, the prospects seemed good for a climactic battle. Nelson, in fact, reached Europe before Villanueva did. On July 20th, he took his ships into Gibraltar for reprovisioning after 2 months at sea on his 14,000-mile chase, and stepped ashore himself for the first time in just under 2 years. 2 days later, Villanueva and his combined fleet, inching through one of the notorious fogs off Cape Finisterre, came upon Sir Robert Calder and part of the Channel fleet. Calder had been alerted by the Admiralty of the French approach and was watching for Villanueva. In the fog, Villanueva could not make out how many British ships there were. His men were sick with scurvy and exhausted. His ships were trailing underwater gardens of weed from the tropics. His flagship, the Bucentaure, had recently been struck by lightning. There was a brief engagement. 2 of the 7 Spanish ships that had joined at Cadiz were captured by Calder. Villanueva slid off through the fog. He ran into Vigo Bay and then on to Ferrol, where he arrived on August 1st to repair his ships and tend to his sick. At Napoleon's frantic urging, Villanueva came out 12 days later and headed for the Channel again. By now, nearly 30 British men of war stood between him and the Channel. Expecting to find just such a force, Villanueva was not surprised when he saw a long row of lights ahead of him. He did not know that it was the convoy of merchantmen. He pulled about and went south again, this time all the way down to Cadiz, at the entrance to the Straits of Gibraltar. On patrol of Cadiz was Collingwood, who graciously moved aside until Villanueva had taken his entire fleet into the Cadiz harbor, and then clamped shut his blockade. One of Nelson's mottos was, "Ships and seamen rot in harbor." The experience of Admiral Villanueva and his combined fleet, locked in Cadiz in the early autumn of 1805, provided vivid proof of this motto. It was even worse than Nelson imagined. Cadiz seethed with animosity. Andalusia was recovering from an epidemic of yellow fever that killed thousands of people and much of the area's livestock. The sudden demands of the combined fleet were more than the region could meet. The ships needed everything from spars to handspikes, as well as food and clothing. The local Spanish authorities were so begrudging of the supplies to their arrogant and unpopular allies that Villanueva actually had to appeal to Madrid at one point. Only then were the goods forthcoming. But the troubles the French were having with the Cadiz town people were the least of their problems. Far more serious and demoralizing to all concerned was the brooding hostility between the French and Spanish officers of the combined fleet. The Spanish had a long history of seafaring, their naval architects were among the world's best, and Spain's men of war were well built and powerfully armed. In Cadiz, the queen of the combined fleet was Spain's Santissima Trinidad, largest warship in the world, a 4-decker carrying 130 guns and towering over every other vessel in the harbor. But Spain's great weakness was in the quality of its ordinary sailors. The Spanish people had little taste for naval life and fled into the rugged hills in droves at any sign of a press gang. To fill the continual shortages, the Navy had to press foot soldiers who might know how to fire a gun, but knew nothing about the sea or a man of war. The inefficiency of Spanish crews was one of the reasons why 2 Spanish ships had been lost in the brush with the British off Cape Finisterre. But the Spanish officers felt that the French were to blame. They charged bitterly that the 2 ships had been deserted in action and sacrificed. There was open talk among the Spanish officers of treachery on the part of their French allies. Rear Admiral Dumanoir Le Pelly, descendant of a wealthy family that had already given 2 admirals to the French Navy, felt that he should have been chosen commander of the fleet and did not bother to hide that resentment. There were also dark mutterings from Rear Admiral Charles Megan, an impetuous officer who had been appalled by Villanueva's headlong retreat at the engagement off Finisterre. But Villanueva had lost far more than just the confidence of his officers. He had also lost the faith of his emperor. Napoleon had reacted with volcanic rage to the news that his fleet, the fleet that was to open the English Channel for his invasion army, had slunk back into Cadiz harbor. So now Napoleon had to make a fateful decision. After waiting all those months with mounting frustration, he finally concluded that he could remain idle no longer and planned a new military venture. Believing himself betrayed by his navy, he turned inland again to the east, where his old enemies in Austria had been moving against him. Almost overnight, his Grand Army of England, gathered over 4 years at vast expense, broke camp, and on August 29th began the march towards Austria. On September 28th, Villanueva was informed of Napoleon's abrupt change of plans, and Villanueva was also informed that he had much to do to regain His Majesty's confidence. Villanueva's new orders were to take on board a contingent of French and Spanish soldiers, quartered in Cadiz, and pick up a Spanish squadron at Cartagena, and ferry all of them to Naples, where they were to reinforce Napoleon's Italian operations. Villanueva was to take the entire combined fleet out of Cadiz, sail to Cartagena and Naples, then return to the great French base at Toulon, where he would await further orders. Villanueva loyally replied that he would do his best to execute Napoleon's orders. His combined fleet had now grown to 33 ships of the line, with the addition of 4 more Spanish vessels in Cadiz. He made plans to embark the troops and sail as soon as possible. Somehow he must either evade or fight his way past the British fleet lurking offshore. Though the main enemy force was usually out of sight, everyone could see the watching frigates patrol back and forth, and knew that the capital ships could not be far off. There was a report by way of Lisbon that the British admiral was Horatio Nelson. On October 8th, Villanueva called his senior captains together aboard the Bucentaure, and the full depth of the Spaniards' disaffection immediately became apparent. They virtually refused to sail, coldly stating that their ships were unready, and adding, as if Villanueva could not read a barometer, that a storm was in the making. At one point, the hot-headed Admiral Megan uttered a sneering remark about the courage of Spanish officers, and almost provoked a sword fight with the Spanish commodore. As the argument about the weather continued, even the normally polite Villanueva snapped. "It is not the glass, but the courage of certain persons that is falling." White-faced, trembling with fury, the Spanish Admiral Gravina replied, "Whenever the Spanish fleet has gone into action side by side with our allies, it has ever borne its part valiantly and led the way, This, sir, as you yourself must admit, we fully proved to you at the recent battle off Finisterre." He then turned to his captains and roared, "Mañana al mar," tomorrow to sea. After that meeting, Villanueva wrote a report stating that his opinion of the Spaniards was that they were quite incapable of meeting the enemy. The next day there was a stirring parade of men of war as the combined fleet, 33 fighting ships, moved through the narrow inner harbor entrance past the walled city. The plan was to clear the harbor and anchor the roadstead outside to await the first favorable wind to make for the open ocean and head for the Straits of Gibraltar. But scarcely had the fleet dropped anchor before the predicted storm came howling down upon it. On and off for a week, the gales battered the ships. Villanueva held 2 meetings with his French admirals to discuss the anticipated battle and the hoped-for breakthrough to Naples. The veteran of Aboukir offered his guess as to the tactics they would confront. He predicted that Nelson would not use the age-old line-on-line battle formation. But Villanueva could offer no novel suggestion for defense against such an attack. He planned to proceed by the book, in traditional line of battle. At last, on October 17th, the storm abated, but now the winds were unfavorable, as Villanueva impatiently waited for the winds to shift. He received a heartening bit of intelligence. The lookout posts along the Spanish coast reported that 4 British men of war escorting a troop convoy had been spotted sailing eastward into the Mediterranean from Gibraltar. 2 more warships were in Gibraltar for water and minor repairs. Villanueva concluded that all 6 had been detached from the blockading fleet, which would improve his odds considerably. By 6 a.m. on October 19, 1805, the wind was light but from the right direction, the east, which would enable the fleet to clear the headlands enclosing the roadstead and make for open sea. The signal rose from the Bucentaure's yardarm. "Make sail and proceed." Slowly the combined fleet moved out, drifting with the tide, fighting the cross-currents and trying to keep off the shoals dotting the roadstead. By midday, with only 7 ships clear of the roadstead, the wind died to a near calm. The ships that had made it to the open sea inched northward along the coast and anchored to wait for the others. Through Saturday evening, October 19th, strings of ships' boats towed the rest of the combined fleet toward the sea. On Sunday morning, a fresh breeze came out of the south-southeast. The entire fleet of 33 ships of the line was in the open sea by noon. As the ships worked their way out, tearful crowds watched along the walls of Cadiz and filed into the churches to pray for their relatives going into battle. At the Iglesia del Carmen, Cadiz's favorite church of mariners, there were so many worshippers that they were only admitted in shifts. On land and on board ship alike, the atmosphere was one of impending doom. The Spaniards were still bitterly complaining that their ships were poorly equipped, the men insufficiently trained, and in short, as one officer put it, the fleet was not in a state to perform the services appointed to it. With a show of bravado, Villanueva attempted to encourage his seamen with the message: "Nothing in the sight of an English squadron should daunt us. They are skilled in seamanship. In a month's time we shall be as skillful." But everyone realized that even if this were true, which it was not, his men only had a few days at most, instead of a month, before confronting the gun crews of the Royal Navy, obviously lying in wait for them somewhere nearby. Indeed, Admiral Magan believed that his only hope was to get close enough to a British ship to board it and try to capture it in hand-to-hand fighting. To spur his men, he offered an expensive silver-mounted belt he had been awarded for past services to the first man to board an enemy. Aboard the French ship Redoutable, another Frenchman, Captain Jean Lucas, grimly confronted the prospect of the battle. During the confinement in Cadiz, he had perfected his own special tactics, drilling his men with grappling irons, hand grenades, bayonets, pistols, and muskets, and teaching his sharpshooters to fire from the Redoutable's tops onto the enemy's quarterdeck. He was aware that he would probably go down to defeat, likely even death, but Lucas was determined that he would take some Englishmen with him. On the horizon, aboard the British frigate Euryalus, the attitude was exactly the opposite of that of the combined fleet. After weeks and months of patrolling and fighting storms, the moment the British had hungered for had finally come. Like the tails of wolves outside the fold as the sheep straggled out, the British frigate's signal flags flicked in the breeze. Across the water to Nelson's Victory, a chain of messages was sent. Euryalus to Phoebe. Enemy are coming out of port. Phoebe to Mars. Enemy are coming out of port. And finally Mars to Victory. Enemy are coming out of port. And then the message from Victory back to the British fleet. General chase, southeast.
Part 13. Trafalgar. Anticipation and Preparation.
Even in the best of weather, the sea off Spain's Cape Trafalgar heaves with swells that have come unobstructed across the entire sweep of the Atlantic. On the morning of October 20th, 1805, there was a light breeze from the east, which had flattened the sea. The 10-foot swells were still formidable, but gentle for the area. On board the Victory, Lord Nelson sent a dinner invitation to Vice Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood and a favored few of his other captains. "What a beautiful day! Will you be tempted out of your ship?" was the invite. One of the captains invited to dine with Nelson that day was John Cook of the Bellerophon, who ordered his ship to approach Nelson's Victory. While the Bellerophon was leaving her place in the line, her first lieutenant, William Cumbie, spotted a signal flying at the masthead of the Mars, the nearest other ship of the line. He called it to Cook's attention, and they studied it through their telescopes. Cumbie was certain it was signal 370, enemy is coming out of port. Cook could not be so sure, only the topsails of the Mars were visible over the horizon, and the colors of her signal flags were difficult to make against the sun. The Mars then made her distant signal, which was designed to be seen at extreme long range and prescribed for just such a situation. A flag, a pendant, and a ball that were hoisted at different mastheads. It was indeed 370. Just as the Bellerophon was about to relay the message, the Victory signaled acknowledgement to the Mars, having made out the signal herself. Another flag from the Victory canceled the dinner, and the next one called for General Chase, southeast. The Cadiz roadstead was 50 miles away. The word that the combined fleet was leaving port had been passed all that distance in less than 2.5 hours from the time the first British frigate had seen it happen. Nelson had long been awaiting this moment. After his exhausting and fruitless chase across the Atlantic, he had stopped to rest a few weeks in Gibraltar, then had applied for home leave. He took the Victory to Portsmouth and rode home to Merton through a night of driving rain. He reached Merton at 6 in the morning on August 20th, the same day that Villanueva had taken the combined fleet into Cadiz. For almost a month, he tried to relax while Emma coddled him and nursed him back to better health. But for some reason he could not unwind. He continued to rise at dawn or before. He walked for miles up and down beside the small garden stream, which he had nicknamed the Nile. He paced in his summer house, which he called the quarterdeck, planning his tactics for the day when he would finally meet Villanueva. One of his callers at Merton was Captain Keats, whose leaky old Superb had made it to the Caribbean across the Atlantic and back, and was finally brought in for overhaul. Nelson took Keats by the arm and guided him out to the quarterdeck, where he outlined a plan for the confrontation of the two great fleets at sea. "What do you think of it?" he asked, and then answered the question himself. "I'll tell you what I think of it. I think it will surprise and confound the enemy." Nelson was again pacing near the stream shortly before dawn on September 2nd, when a carriage rattled up the gravel drive. Captain Henry Blackwood, a veteran of the blockade and of the chase, stepped out. Before he could report his message, Nelson said, "I am sure you bring me news of the French and Spanish fleets, and I think I shall yet have to beat them." Blackwood did in fact have news of the enemy. He had come to let Nelson know that the combined fleet was in Cadiz under loose surveillance by Admiral Collingwood. Nelson followed Blackwood to London the next day and was given his orders by Lord Barham, new First Lord of the Admiralty. He was to take overall command of Collingwood's fleet and destroy the enemy should he dare to show his face. Nelson then returned to Merton and Emma for a final 10 days of leave. On the evening of September 13th, a carriage arrived from the Admiralty. Nelson had eaten little dinner. He and Emma had exchanged few words. He went upstairs to where Horatia lay asleep and knelt by her bed to pray. He did not wake her. He went downstairs, kissed Emma, and climbed into the carriage. In a spray of gravel, he was gone. Late that night, waiting in a tavern at Guildford, while his horses were being changed, Nelson let his emotions pour into his diary. At 10:30, drove from dear, dear Merton, where I left all which I hold dear in the world, to go serve my king and my country. He had asked to have his devoted friend Hardy made captain of the Victory. The burly Hardy was ill with rheumatism, but the prospect of serving under Nelson again made him feel much better. He was waiting at Portsmouth. So was the Victory, which had been cleaned and refurbished during the time in port. In a futile attempt to avoid the crowds, Nelson and Hardy hurried down a flagstone alleyway into Penny Street, and then to the beach. But the waiting people immediately spotted the well-known little figure with the empty sleeve pinned up to the Admiral's coat, and rushed down to the beach to meet him. Some reached out to touch him, some knelt in the sand to pray. Others followed him, walking into the water as his barge pulled smartly away from the shore. There was waving and cheering as Nelson and Hardy were rowed across the harbor to the Victory. Years of war and hardship, fears of Napoleon and invasion, confidence in the one man they felt could meet the great challenge. All had turned the normally phlegmatic Britons into emotional hero worshippers. As Nelson waved his hat to the cheering throng in return, he appeared to be as moved as they were. The Victory sailed from Portsmouth on the 15th, and with a fair, fresh wind was with the fleet off Cadiz by the 28th of September. Nelson took command from Collingwood, and then commenced his vigil. While he waited, he prepared his officers and his men for battle. Only 4 of the captains on the 27 quarterdecks of his fleet were from Nelson's band of brothers of the Nile. When one of them, peppery Sir Edward Barry, joined them in the Agamemnon, Nelson rubbed his fin, his right stump, in anticipation, and said, "Here comes Barry. Now we'll have a fight." Sir Edward had a reputation for fighting with half-blind ferocity, and had been in more fleet actions than any other captain in the Royal Navy. Indeed, Nelson, from the moment he had arrived in the Victory and had assumed command almost a month before, had been laboring to infuse that very sort of fierce fighting spirit into his officers and his men. The Victory had scarcely joined the fleet on September 28th before Nelson invited his captains to dinner, half of them on September 29th and the other half the next day. The first dinner was also a celebration of Nelson's 47th birthday, and a festive occasion. Nelson had brought many messages from home. One was for Captain Edward Codrington, whom Nelson knew only by reputation. He made a point of greeting Codrington warmly and delivering a letter from the captain's wife, explaining that he had been entrusted with it by a lady, and was therefore delivering it personally. Nelson then turned to Captain Thomas Fremantle, a cohort at Copenhagen. Mrs. Fremantle had been expecting a 5th child. Taking Fremantle aside, Nelson asked, "Would you have a boy or a girl?" With 2 of each, Fremantle had decided he would prefer a girl. Nelson then handed him a letter from Betsy Fremantle's sister announcing the birth of a girl named Louisa. Both dinners had the same pleasant, however calculated air of informality, immediately endearing Nelson to his new captains and confirming what they had heard from those who had served with him already. And at these dinners, Nelson also took the time to unveil his plan for the battle. Again, it was a generation removed from the old line-ahead tactics of the fighting instructions. Admiral Villanueva, in his briefings of his French officers at Cadiz, had guessed its essentials: cut the enemy's line and concentrate on a part of his fleet at a time. But it was more than that. Instead of sailing alongside the enemy, then turning to break through the line, Nelson planned to drive straight into it. Moreover, he would do it with 2 divisions of his fleet. He had originally planned 3 divisions, but that was when he thought he would have as many as 40 ships instead of his present 27. 6 more of his ships were at Gibraltar and in the Mediterranean reprovisioning, and he had not received as many reinforcements as he had expected. One of his 2 divisions would sail at the enemy line at nearly a 90-degree angle, plow through between its rear and center, and concentrate on the rear third of the enemy fleet. The 2nd division would cut the line between the center and the van, concentrating on the ships in the center. Thus, all of Nelson's fleet would attack 2/3 of the enemy's fleet. And just as the enemy's rear at the Nile, anchored downwind, had not been able to beat upwind in time to aid the center and the van, this time the enemy's van would have to circle back to help the rest of the fleet. By the time the French and Spanish could complete this difficult maneuver, Nelson was confident that it would be far too late. Like his previous tactical plans, this one was simple in concept but completely worked out in detail. It recognized the length of time a sailing warship took either to come about or to wear. It took into account the deterioration of the French gunnery that went along with the general decline of the French Navy after the Revolution. The Spanish, for their part, had never been noted for either their speed or their accuracy. Against British gunners, no attacker could sail straight at the line. This plan of Nelson's also included an innovation like that of the Nile: delegation of authority. Collingwood was to lead the division attacking the enemy's rear. Nelson was to lead the attack on the center. From the time of signal for attack, Collingwood was going to be on his own. Every other captain was to use his own judgment if he saw a chance to do more damage to the enemy forces. As Nelson put it, in case signals can neither be seen or perfectly understood, no captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy. The plan thus adapted itself to the Royal Navy's murderous weapon, the carronade, which could inflict its terrible damage only at close range. It also counted on not only the well-drilled British gun crews, but also on the new flintlocks, which sparked an instantaneous explosion in the cannon, thus permitting the gunners to choose the exact moment to fire during the ship's roll. With the old slow matches and trails of powder, gun laying was a matter of guesswork. There were other fine points of Nelson's plan. The van of both British forces, for example, would include powerful first-raters rather than the lighter ships that normally led the attack. By selecting the 100-gun Royal Sovereign and the 104-gun flagship Victory as the first in each of his divisions, Nelson would lead with his two most powerful punches. No doubt, partly because of the persuasive and dramatic way in which he presented it, Nelson's plan for the Battle of Trafalgar produced an emotional reaction. He wrote Emma Hamilton that it was like an electric shock. Some shed tears. All approved. It was new. It was singular. It was simple. And from the admirals downwards it was repeated. It must succeed if ever they will allow us to get at them. To Emma, but to no one else, he called it the Nelson touch. While they waited to get at the enemy, Nelson spent the time refining, drilling, and making sure everyone was superbly battle-ready. Part of the process, he knew, depended on the morale below decks, which he made sure was as good as it could be. As usual, no detail was too small. One memorandum to his captains complained that the pursers were not providing enough fresh green vegetables for the soup. Nelson then instructed the pursers directly to purchase more vegetables when it became possible to procure them. When he discovered that the Victory's coxswain had been so busy filling the mailbags for home that he had forgotten to include his own letters, and the vessel had sailed on without them, Nelson ordered, "Hoist the signal to bring her back. Who knows that he may not fall in action tomorrow?" He even asked a captain going to Naples to find, if possible, a young lieutenant who, as Nelson explained it in his note, ran away with an opera dancer from Malta, and was very probably imprisoned for debt. Nelson offered to pay the man's debts. It was because Nelson insisted on sending his ships regularly to Gibraltar for fresh provisions that he was down to 27 ships on the morning of October 20th when the Victory received the signal that the combined fleet, 33 heavily gunned French and Spanish ships of the line, were at last coming out to fight. When the 2 ships at Gibraltar and the 4 ships heading toward the Mediterranean had been with him off Trafalgar, his fleet would have equaled the enemy's. This, however, was no part of his consideration as he gave the order, General Chase. Through the day, the light breezes freshened and became gusty, and clouds scudded under the sun. The night was squally, but the British frigates kept contact, shadowing the combined fleet and signaling back to Nelson. The enemy was headed south under double-reefed topsails, toward the Strait of Gibraltar and away from the rocky headland of Cape Trafalgar, south of Cadiz. Therefore, the 2 fleets were on converging courses. Throughout the night, the combined fleet showed lights to help maintain a semblance of order, and the darkened British frigates sailed so close to them that one of the officers aboard the Defense remembers afterwards, "We seemed at times in the jaws of a mighty host ready to swallow us up." By early the next morning, the frigates could also distinguish the lights and signal flares of Nelson's fleet, and Midshipman Hercules Robinson of the Euryalus was later to boast, "When we had brought the 2 fleets fairly together, we took our places between the 2 lines of lights as a cab might in Regent Street." Vice Admiral Villanueva was having trouble keeping his fleet in order. His captains were supposed to form 3 columns, but most of them had not sailed together before, and their formation was a bit ragged. All were out of practice in any case because of their 7 weeks' incarceration in the harbor, and their crews were none of the best. Many took too long to reef topsails, which made them lag even farther out of formation. The men were mostly landlubbers, and many were already seasick. Some even fell from the yards, plunging onto the decks or into the sea. Villanueva calculated that the blustery south-southeast wind would take him clear of Cape Trafalgar, but that he would have to stand down past the strait before his fleet could come about and lay a line for Gibraltar to enter into the Mediterranean. During the late afternoon, Villanueva had a stroke of luck when the wind went into the west. This allowed the ships to come about and head directly for the strait. However, the wind shift took some of his vessels aback, and they had a difficult time coming about. His formation became more and more disordered. He could only keep on his new course and hope that he would be able to reassemble his scattered fleet with the assistance of daylight. From his quarterdeck at 7 p.m., Captain Lucas in the Redoubtable spotted the signal lights of a column of ships, but could not make out the messages. He reported this fact up the line to Villanueva in the Bucentaur, but it was slow business. The combined fleet had no method for complicated signaling at night, and messages had to be relayed by speaking trumpet from vessel to vessel. At approximately the same time, the captain of the Achille noted the strange lights and concluded that they were the enemy ships. He called to Rear Admiral Magan aboard the Algeciras, and Magan, in return, sailed close to the Principe de Asturias to call the news over to Admiral Gravina, who hailed a frigate and dispatched it to advise Villanueva. In all this confusion, it was 8:30 p.m. before Villanueva had at last received a report clearly stating that the enemy had been sighted. He continued groping through the night, his fleet in disorder, and with dawn he signaled form line of battle. The French and Spanish ships floundered about, many of them nearly colliding, as they tried to maneuver into one line. Off in the distance, Villanueva studied the orderly ranks of the British sails closing in on him. He could see at first glance, as he described it, that Nelson seemed to be heading en masse for my rear squadron, with the double object apparently of engaging in great superior force and cutting the combined fleet off from Cadiz. I therefore signaled the fleet to wear all together and form line of battle in reverse order. Each ship was to turn away from the wind instead of trying to come about into it. The maneuver would bring the combined fleet on a reciprocal course headed back toward Cadiz. Its van would now be its rear. Villanueva would at least have a last chance to retreat to Cadiz if necessary, though he was determined to fight. The wind had died and a heavy swell was coming from the west. In trying to wear around, most of the ships drifted even further out of their formation. Admiral Gravina, who was supposed to keep his squadron in a position near the center, instead fell in at the rear. Before long, there was little semblance of a line, only a crescent-shaped row of ships, doubled in some places. As the captains struggled to maneuver their ships into position, Commodore Don Cosme de Churruca, of the San Juan Nepomuceno, looked at the scattered fleet and shook his head, saying to his second-in-command, "This fleet is doomed. The French admiral does not know his business." On board the Neptune, one midshipman was struck by the majesty of the scene. It was a beautiful sight, he recalled. Their broadsides turned towards us, showing their iron teeth. The sides of every ship were painted with alternate rows of black and yellow, with black gun ports on the yellow bands, presenting what was popularly referred to as Nelson's checkerboard. The Neptune's midshipman, like a great many of the Britons, was particularly impressed by the magnificent, towering Santissima Trinidad. Her appearance was imposing, her head splendidly ornamented with a colossal group of figures, painted white, representing the Holy Trinity from which she took her name. Everyone aboard the British ships tried to get a look at the tremendous sight to the east. Many climbed the upper decks, while gun crews and powder monkeys peered through their gun ports. Aboard the Royal Sovereign, Vice Admiral Collingwood, getting on deck, noticed a lieutenant wearing boots. "You had better put on silk stockings, as I have done," he cautioned the lieutenant. "They would be so much more manageable for the surgeon if one should get shot in the leg." The sight of the enemy stimulated reactions of awe and anxiety, but mostly of eagerness and bravado. Some of the men started cheering. In his tiny cabin off the wardroom of the Bellerophon, Lieutenant Cumby, the man who the day before had first spotted the Mars's warning signal, was shaken awake by the ship's master, Edward Overton. "Cumby, my boy, turn out. Here, they are all ready for you. 33 sail of the line." On board the Ajax, a lieutenant proceeded to his station on one of the gun decks, and later said that he was much struck by the preparations made by the bluejackets, the majority of whom were stripped to the waist. A handkerchief was tightly bound round their ears to deaden the noise of the cannon, many men being deaf for days after an action. The men were variously occupied. Some were sharpening their cutlasses, others polishing their guns, as though an inspection were about to take place instead of mortal combat. While furthermore, small groups were also dancing to hornpipes. Captain Charles Manfield of the Minotaur summoned his men on deck and exhorted them, "I trust that this day will prove the most glorious our country ever saw. I shall say nothing to you of courage. Our country never produced a coward." Captain Charles Tyler of the Tonnant offered somewhat of more practical inspiration. My lads, this will be a glorious day for us, and the groundwork for a speedy return to our homes." He then ordered bread, cheese, and beer for all hands at the guns. A more important focus than the enemy for all eyes was the Victory's masthead. At 5:45 a.m., the Victory had signaled for the fleet to form the 2 columns Nelson intended for the battle. At 7 a.m., as the enemy wore around, the Victory had signaled the corresponding course change: bear up and steer course east-northeast. Then, prepare for battle. After the months of watching and waiting, the British fleet cleared for action. Nelson climbed to the Victory's poop, studied the eastern horizon with his telescope, and gave the order to clear his cabins and roll in the guns. The men should be especially careful with his portrait of Lady Hamilton, he cautioned them. "Take care of my guardian angel." And then he went below, and while the sailors swept past him, folding up and removing everything else, he sat at his desk and wrote the will in which he left Emma, "a legacy to my king and country." Lieutenant John Pascoe, the Victory's signal officer, came to the Admiral's cabin with a report. He found Nelson on his knees in front of the desk, the chairs in his cabin having already been removed by the men. Nelson was writing in his private diary, "May the great God whom I worship grant to my country, and for the benefit of Europe in general, a great and glorious victory." Pascoe waited for Nelson to finish, then communicated his report. Now that the Victory was cleared for action, Nelson toured the ship. At each gun deck, the men jumped to attention as he appeared. To one of the crews, Nelson said, "My noble lads, this will be a glorious day for England, whoever lives to see it." Occasionally, he stopped to speak to a gunner. He touched one powder monkey on the shoulder and suggested that he take off his shirt because a spark might possibly ignite it. As Nelson climbed back to the quarterdeck, the crew spontaneously broke out in a cheer. Visibly affected, Nelson turned and stood looking down at them a while before he walked aft to the poop deck to take up his telescope once again. The enemy fleet was now much closer. A gentle, fading breeze was bringing the 2 lines of British men-of-war straight down on the still straggling enemy. The combined fleet remained in a rough crescent shape, bowed toward the land. The 3 rows of iron cannon muzzles, which were stretching for nearly 5 miles across the ocean, gave promise of a savage battle to come. The wall of enemy ships and the 2 straight lines of British ships, all sails set and pendants and signal flags flying, looked almost like a painting of a grand naval parade in review, the only movement being the slow roll of the ships over the Atlantic swell. While Nelson studied the enemy fleet, his aides conversed in low voices. His 2 secretaries, both named Scott, the chaplain was known as Dr. Scott, the other secretary as Mr. Scott, and Dr. Beatty, the ship's surgeon, noticed that Nelson was not wearing his sword for the first time any of them could remember. What concerned Beatty was the sight of his decorations sewn on Nelson's coat. He pointed out to Dr. Scott that they made a perfect target, and proposed Nelson to cover them. Scott replied, "Take care, Doctor, what you are about. I would not want to be the man to mention such a matter to him." Before Beatty could bring up the subject, Nelson turned to the group of officers and said, "I'll now amuse the fleet with a signal. Nelson confides that every man will do his duty." One of the officers politely suggested changing Nelson to England. Nelson agreed and walked over to Lieutenant Pascoe. "Mr. Pascoe," he said, "I want to say to the fleet, England confides that every man will do his duty. You must be quick, for I have one more to add, which is for close action." Pascoe knew that number 16, engaged the enemy more closely, was Nelson's favorite. Lieutenant Pascoe also suggested a small amendment. "If your lordship will permit me to substitute expects for confides, the signal will be sooner completed, because the word expects is in the signal book, and confides must be spelt." "That will do, Pascoe. Make it directly." All eyes watched the Victory's signal flags run up their halyards and burst into the breeze with the revised message. Watching from the quarterdeck of the Royal Sovereign, the matter-of-fact Admiral Collingwood muttered, "What is Nelson signaling about? We know what we have to do." And when the message was repeated to one of the gun crews below decks, a gunner asked, "Do your duty? Of course we'll do our duty. I've always done mine, haven't you?" But through the rest of the fleet, the cheers could be heard from ship to ship. It was the sort of exhortation to be expected only from Nelson. And when it was immediately followed by Nelson's famous number 16, engage the enemy more closely. The cheers grew louder. The sound of cheering could also be heard across the water by the officers and men of the combined fleet. On most of the Spanish ships, the men were being called on deck for prayers. Captain Lucas went through the Redoutable, accompanied by drums and fifes. He inspected his grenade throwers, each of whom carried a shoulder bag with grenades and a tin tube containing a match to light them. They had been trained to toss 2 grenades at a time. His sharpshooters presented their muskets. They were sent to their stations in the rigging. Lucas wrote later, "I found my brave fellows burning with the impatience to begin." Aboard the French ships could be heard the call to clear for action. Aboard the Santissima Trinidad, a new deckhand recalled someone ordering the sand to be brought up to the decks. The neophyte sailor watched the bags brought up and emptied onto the decks and revealed his ignorance by asking, What is the sand for?" "For the blood," was the reply. Aboard the San Juan Nepomuceno, Commodore Churuca alternately looked through his telescope at the Bucentaure's masthead and shook his head. He turned to watch the 2 lines of British warships advancing relentlessly on the fleet, looked back at the flagship and said to his second-in-command, "Our van will be cut away from the main body and our rear will be overwhelmed. Half the line will be compelled to remain inactive. The French admiral does not grasp the situation. He has only to act boldly, only to order the van ships to wear around once again and double back on the rear of the squadron. That will place the enemy between 2 fires." Churuca snapped shut his telescope and stalked off, muttering, "Perdidos, perdidos, perdidos. We are lost, lost, lost." Shortly he called all hands for prayers. "Father," he said to San Juan's chaplain, "perform your sacred office. Absolve the souls of these brave fellows, who know not what fate this battle may have for them." After the amens, Churuca addressed his crew directly. "My sons, in the name of the God of battles, I promise eternal happiness to all those who today fall doing their duty. On the other hand, if I see any man shirking, I will have him shot on the spot." The drums and fifes sounded as the men trotted back to their quarters.
Part 14. Trafalgar, a fighting sail finale.
Aboard the Fougueux, at 12:10 p.m., Captain Louis Baudouin, watching the Royal Sovereign bear down on him, gave the order to fire the first guns of the Battle of Trafalgar. The Fougueux's master-at-arms later observed that, according to our bad habit in the French Navy, we fired away over 100 rounds from our big guns at long range before the English ship had even practically snapped a gunlock. The Royal Sovereign had benefited from a recent improvement in shipbuilding, the copper bottom. In the late 18th century, it had been found that a layer of copper plates on a ship's hull retarded marine growth and greatly improved speed. The Royal Sovereign was one of the first ships to have been fitted with these plates, and she left the rest of her squadron a quarter of the mile astern. Also, as she swept down on the erratically firing Fougueux, Collingwood ordered everyone to flatten himself on the deck for safety, and to hold any return fire until so commanded. Watching from the Victory's poop, Nelson said, "See how that noble fellow Collingwood takes his ship into action." So swift was the movement of the Royal Sovereign that she was under attack for only 10 minutes before Collingwood discovered the opening he was looking for, between the Fougueux and the Spanish 3-decker Santa Ana. He sent the Royal Sovereign slicing between the 2 ships and delivering his first devastating broadside into the 112-gun Spaniard. Aboard the frigate Euryalus, Midshipman Robinson watched Collingwood open the battle with the magnificent Santa Ana, cut the tacks and sheets and halyards of his studding sails, and, as he reached her, let them drop in the water, grieving, I have no doubt, at the loss of so much beautiful canvas, and discharged his double-shotted broadside into her stern. The Royal Sovereign's first broadside demolished the Santa Ana's ornate stern and put 400 men, who made up almost 1/2 of her crew, out of action. So well drilled were Collingwood's gun crews that within 1 minute they had also fired into the Fougueux. The Fougueux's master-at-arms reported that the Royal Sovereign gave us a broadside from 5 and 50 guns and carronades hurtling forth a stream of cannonballs, big and small, and musket shot. I thought the Fougueux was shattered to pieces, pulverized. Fire broke out, and we tried our best, in spite of all the hail shot, to put the fire out. Somehow or other, the gun crews on the Fougueux managed to recover from the shock and started firing back at the Royal Sovereign. A well-maintained fire, the Fougueux's master-at-arms commented, showed the Englishmen that we too had guns and knew how to use them. The Santa Ana also responded in kind. Realizing that his attacker would bear up on his leeward side after breaking the line, Vice Admiral Don Ignatius de Alava concentrated his gun crews on that side. As the two ships came together, the Santa Ana's broadside made the Royal Sovereign heel out of the water. From then on, it was gun crew versus gun crew at a range of scarcely 400 yards, and before long the superior speed and stamina of the Britons started to pay off. Collingwood watched the action, seemingly unfazed from his poop deck. Midshipman Robinson noted, "I could see before me dear old Cuddy," as we called Collingwood, walking the break of the poop, with his little triangular gold-laced cocked hat, tights, silk stockings, and buckles, musing over the progress of the fight and munching on an apple. Noticing that one of his studding sails, trailing in the water, could still be saved, Collingwood called to his lieutenant, "Come and help me take that in. We shall want it again some other day." Together, as the bullets and cannonballs flew all around them, the two men hauled in the sail, folded it, and stowed it away. On the Victory's poop, Nelson turned his attention from Collingwood to his own approach. At his request, everyone was studying the enemy line to identify the flagship of the combined fleet. As they watched, there was a puff of smoke and a flash of fire from one of the ships, followed by the thunder of a gun. A cannonball splashed into the water ahead of the Victory. A few minutes went before the enemy fired again. A cannonball fell alongside the Victory. Then another fell beyond. The enemy now had the range. At this point, Hardy belatedly brought up the question of the decorations that were sewed over Nelson's chest. Preoccupied with the enemy's fire, Nelson told Hardy that it was too late to be shifting a coat. For 40 minutes, while the Victory made her approach and held her fire in order to conserve ammunition, the flagship was bombarded by the enemy. A cannonball cut a hole in the main topgallant sail, others cut more holes, and the Victory's pace was slowed. The combined fleet's fire was erratic, as Nelson had guessed it would be, and the seas rolling under the vessels made the fire even more inaccurate. However, a lucky shot knocked down the Victory's mizzen topmast, and other balls shredded her studding sails. While the Victory slowly narrowed the gap, another cannonball crashed into her wheel. 40 men were sent below decks to steer the ship by her tiller, answering commands shouted down from the quarterdeck. Mr. Scott was talking to Captain Hardy when a cannonball smashed into him. Marines tossed the mangled body overboard. Nelson turned and asked, "Is that poor Scott who has gone?" But he knew there was no time now for a burial at sea, nor time to mourn a devoted aide. A round of grape shot mowed down a contingent of Marines. Nelson ordered the rest to take cover, but kept walking the deck himself. A cannonball ripped through 4 folded hammocks in the netting and shattered a part of the quarterdeck, sending up a shower of splinters. One of them tore the buckle off Hardy's shoe. Nelson smiled and said, "This is too warm work, Hardy, to last long." Her sails were full of holes. Her hull was rolling with the swells. But the Victory came straight on, aiming at the center of the enemy line. At this point, Nelson could see the signals indicating the flagship Bucentaur. But he did not make for her yet. First, he had another tactic in mind. Ranging along the ragged enemy line, the Victory slowly moved toward the lead ships. It was almost as if Nelson intended an old-style line-ahead engagement. Only after a few minutes did he order the Victory to turn and go for the center of the line. This, more than any part of his plan, was the Nelson touch. As if he already knew that Villanueva expected him to concentrate on the center of the combined fleet, Nelson made this elaborate feint toward the van before turning as planned and cutting off the enemy's center. Watching the maneuver from the Orion, Captain Edward Codrington said, "How beautifully the Admiral is carrying his design into effect." The Victory plunged between the Bucentaur and the ship astern of her, Captain Lucas's Redoubtable. Only then did Nelson give the order to fire. The Victory's carronades and double-shotted guns all boomed at the same time. One carronade, which was filled with one 68-pound ball and a keg of 500 musket balls, fired directly through a stern window of the Bucentaur and caused terrible havoc. The smoke, dust, and debris set the Victory's own gun crews coughing, and a cloud of dust showered down over Nelson and Hardy. As soon as the Victory was past the Bucentaur, Hardy ordered the helm to port. The Victory turned for another broadside, and in the process fouled her studding sail iron on the foretopsail of the Redoubtable. Nelson's feint toward the head of the enemy line may have been the most important tactic in the battle. Admiral Villanueva was not so stupid as his Spanish colleague Churruca had assumed. Villanueva had planned to order his van to return and surround the British attackers, just as Churruca had proposed. But once again Villanueva delayed. This time he could have been correct. If Nelson planned to take the van as well as the center, the British might be able to destroy the French-Spanish leading ships while they were clumsily trying to come about in the near calm. That is precisely what Nelson made Villanueva think he was going to do. By the time he did turn and go through the line, firing as he went, Villanueva's signal was too late. Commander of the combined fleet's van was Rear Admiral Dumanoir Le Pelly of the Formidable. Dumanoir kept his 7 ships sailing straight ahead at first because it looked as if Nelson would engage them. But when Villanueva frantically signaled for Dumanoir to return, the latter did not respond for more than an hour, which proved to be a fatal period. Dumanoir later claimed that he could not distinguish the signal in the smoke of battle. He certainly could see that the center and rear of the combined fleet were being attacked by the entire British fleet. However, orders were orders, and Dumanoir said that he did not have any way of knowing whether or not Villanueva intended to keep his van in reserve. Dumanoir only knew that his last orders had been to continue sailing straight ahead. Villanueva, meanwhile, was busy enough clearing away the wreckage from the Victory's first broadside. Guns had been knocked askew, shattered timbers masked some of the gun ports, yet now the Bucentaure was receiving some welcome help. The Redoutable, next astern, was a 74, which was the smallest French ship of the line, and her captain, Jean-Jacques Lucas, was at 4 feet 9 inches the smallest captain in the combined fleet. He was also known to be one of the most courageous. When the Victory came crashing through the line, Lucas immediately engaged the great 104-gun British flagship. Lucas's seamen tried to throw their grappling irons over the Victory's rail, but it rose too high above that of the Redoutable. For the sharpshooters in the Frenchmen's tops, however, the difference in size was an advantage. It shortened the range between the Redoutable's mizzen platform and the Victory's upper decks to only 50 feet. The view from the Redoutable's platform was obscured by crisscross rigging and splintering yardarms. Smoke drifted in clouds, alternately hiding and revealing the decks below. Both ships rolled under the swells and rocked with recoil of their broadsides. In the thunder of the guns, nothing else could be heard, and often through the fog of smoke nothing could be seen but the flashes, large and small, of the big guns and the Marines' muskets. It was now that the Redoutable's marksmen repaid Captain Lucas for his days of drill, covering the Victory's deck with a rain of fire that drove nearly everyone to shelter. Only a few figures were left on the quarterdeck. One pair visible to the French sharpshooters was remarkable, a tall, hulking man beside a small, wiry one. They were pacing the larboard rail, and as they turned, it could be seen that the small man had one sleeve pinned to his chest. Every French sailor knew who the little one-armed man was, and his chest was covered with medals, which made an excellent target. In the candlelight of the Victory's cockpit on the orlop deck, the litters were stacked in rows as the wounded men groaned and cursed while they awaited the surgeon. Dr. Beatty had just finished examining one of his closest friends and found that he was dead. There was a commotion near the entrance to the cockpit as 2 seamen stumbled down the ladder carrying a slight body. Even though there was a kerchief over his chest to conceal the medals, everybody realized who it was. "Mr. Beatty," one of the wounded men called. "Lord Nelson is here. Mr. Beatty, the Admiral, is wounded." Beatty and the purser, Mr. Burke, took Nelson from the seamen and carried him to one of the midshipmen's berths, tripping and almost dropping him on the way. Nelson was not able to see in the dark room and asked who was holding him. After being told, Nelson said, "Ah, Mr. Beatty, you can do nothing for me. I have but a short time to live. My back is shot through." Beatty called for Dr. Scott, Nelson's surviving secretary, who had been giving lemonade to the wounded. Scott came over, looked at the bloody jacket, and, recalling his discussion about Nelson's medals, said, "Alas, Beatty, how prophetic you were." They gently undressed Nelson. In the moving circle of light from the swinging lantern overhead, Beatty tried to probe for the bullet, but it had gone too deep. There was no exit wound in the back, so the bullet evidently had lodged in Nelson's spine. Beatty asked him what his sensations were. Nelson replied that he felt a gush of blood every time he took a breath, and a severe pain in his backbone. He could not feel anything at all in the lower part of his body. "I felt it break my back," he said. Captain Hardy came clumping down, bowed over in the low-beamed orlop deck. Beatty whispered that Nelson's wound was almost certainly fatal. Hardy hurried back to the quarterdeck, where he was now in command. Collingwood would succeed Nelson, but so long as the Admiral was alive, the captain of his flagship spoke for him. Hardy had plenty to do, So intent was his concentration that only later did he realize that he had left teeth marks on the pencil case he held in his mouth while writing orders for his signal officers. He had scarcely returned to the quarterdeck when he heard above the uproar a bugle sound on the Redoutable, followed by the French boarding cry, "À l'abordage." The deck of the French ship was too far below the Victory for the boarders to climb over the Victory's rail. However, the Redoutable's main yardarm had swung down across the rail and could be used as a bridge, and pistol and saber-wielding Frenchmen swarmed onto it. The Victory's Marines concentrated their fire on the yardarm and managed to drive the boarders back. The two ships rubbed sides so closely that the Victory's guns could not be thrust through their ports. Lucas had ordered the ports on the Redoutable closed to prevent the Victory's men from boarding. A member of each Victory gun crew stood by with a fire bucket and hurled water through the port after the guns were fired in order to douse the flames aboard the Redoutable that were caused by the powder blasts before they could spread to the Victory. From the middle deck, Marine Lieutenant Rotley of the Victory recalled, "There was fire from above, fire from below, besides the fire from the deck I was upon. The guns recoiling with violence, reports louder than thunder, the decks heaving and the sides straining. I fancied myself in the infernal regions, where every man appeared a devil. Lips might move, but orders and hearing were out of the question. Everything was done by signs." Indeed, for a few euphoric moments, the Redoutable's Captain Lucas thought that the flagship of the British fleet might be taken by his small arms fire, which would be a historic triumph if it could be accomplished. More than 200 grenades were thrown onto the Victory. With the utmost of success, her decks were strewn with dead and wounded. Notwithstanding the slaughter at the Redoutable's yardarm bridge, Lucas's sharpshooters and grenade throwers seemed to be clearing the way for a boarding party when another British man-of-war came to the rescue of the Victory. While everyone aboard the Redoutable was concentrating on the Victory, the British three-decker Temeraire ranged up on the unprotected side of the Redoutable and let go with all 3 rows of her guns. 74 guns in one catastrophic storm of shot. Captain Lucas recalled, "It is impossible to describe the carnage produced by the murderous broadside of this ship. More than 200 of our brave men were killed or wounded by it." And as the Temeraire came to the Victory's aid, the French ship Foucault, battered by the Royal Sovereign at the battle's beginning but still fighting, came down on the Temeraire. Now 4 ships were locked side by side, the Victory, Redoutable, Temeraire, and Foucault, each firing on one another, while the Victory continued firing on the Bucentaure and Santisima Trinidad on her larboard side. On the Victory's nearly deserted quarterdeck, 19-year-old midshipman John Pollard attempted to avenge his fallen admiral by spraying the tops of the Redoutable with musket fire. Holding his fire until a Frenchman poked his head up from a canvas strip on the mizzen platform, Pollard rapidly picked off 3 of the 4 men he could see. Unnerved by Pollard's accurate fire, the last French sharpshooter waited for him to begin reloading and then made a dash down the rigging. Pollard got the Frenchman as he reached the lower shrouds and sent him crashing onto the Redoutable's deck. Pollard had gotten revenge for the mortally wounded Nelson by killing the man who had shot him, but he would never know exactly which man it had been. The 2 central battles had formed just as Nelson had planned. Within an hour and a half after the Victory had gone through the line, the Battle of the Center was all but won. To the south, the rear ships of the combined fleet were still fighting, but the outcome was only a matter of time. Within an hour, Collingwood's squadron would capture or destroy 12 of the 16 ships he had attacked with his 15 British men-of-war. Meanwhile, Admiral Dumanoir in the Formidable was still proceeding north, away from the battle, with his 7 ships of the van. At last, Dumanoir decided to enter the battle, either because he had finally made out Villeneuve's signal, it had now been repeated by other ships, or because he realized that the alternative was court-martial and probable death. But Dumanoir was too late. It was nearly 2 hours after the battle had commenced, and his attempt to rejoin his fleet became a comedy of errors. 2 of his ships, the Mont Blanc and the Intrépide, collided, which caused the Mont Blanc's foresail to split and the Intrépide's jib boom to rip right off. 2 Spanish ships drifted off into the east. It took Dumanoir more than another hour to move his 5 remaining ships back to the battle area. By that time, the British had won the battle, and the British men-of-war were more than ready to take on what was left of the French van. When he saw this, Dumanoir bore off to the west. As the French ships glided past, the Victory fired a parting broadside at them. Listening to the concussion of his ship's guns, Nelson cried out, "Oh, Victory, Victory, how you distract my poor brain." Dr. Scott was massaging his chest. Burke tried to get him to drink some of the lemonade. At 4 p.m., Hardy stooped over him. They had won a great victory, he reported. He could count 14 or 15 surrendered enemy ships. Nelson replied weakly, "That is well, but I bargained for 20. Shortly afterward he said, "Don't throw me overboard." "Oh, no, certainly not," Hardy answered. "Then you know what to do, and take care of poor Lady Hamilton," Nelson mumbled. Hardy knelt and kissed Nelson's cheek. Nelson whispered, "Now I am satisfied. Thank God I have done my duty." Hardy knelt and kissed his commander's forehead. "Who is that?" "It is Hardy." "God bless you, Hardy." At that point, Hardy withdrew. Nelson's breathing became labored, and his voice grew faint. Scott heard him murmur, "Doctor, I have not been a great sinner." He mentioned Lady Hamilton and his daughter Horatia, instructing Scott, "And never forget Horatia." Scott heard him whisper once more, "Thank God I have done my duty." His breathing ceased. Nelson was dead. Other British quarterdecks were stained with the blood of British captains. At nearly the same moment that Nelson was hit, Captain John Cook of the Bellerophon, who had called this first battle under Nelson the dearest wish of his life, was struck by a cannonball. He had just killed a French officer on the Eagle's quarterdeck and was reloading his pistol when he was hit. His lieutenant went to take him below to the surgeon, but Cook died before he could be treated. When the Mars came between the French ships Fougueux and Pluton, their combined broadside destroyed most of the British vessel's rigging and decapitated Captain George Duff. His lieutenants covered the body with the Union Jack until the battle was over. Aboard the Royal Sovereign, Collingwood had a couple of bad moments. As he stood on his quarterdeck, a splinter had gashed his leg. If he had been wearing boots, they would have protected him. What he thought to be a thump in the back turned out to be an air blast from a near-miss cannonball. His worst moment, in fact, came when an officer from the Victory arrived to report that Nelson had been wounded. Collingwood remembered later that he asked the officer if the wound was dangerous. The man hesitated, said he hoped it was not, but Collingwood could see the fate of his friend in his eyes. Captain Hargood on the quarterdeck of the Belle Isle, her mast shattered and fallen sails covering some of the gun ports, was struck by a huge splinter. It knocked Hargood down, bruising his side from neck to hip. But he remained calm. He ordered oars to be used through the lower gun ports to maneuver the ship, and the Belle Isle's colors were flown from a pike nailed to the stump of the mainmast. Hargood, back on his feet, joined John Owen, captain of the Marines, in watching the progress of the battle as they shared a bunch of grapes. Inspired by their commander's example, many British officers and sailors were impelled to take brave, if not foolhardy, action. One sailor, named Fitzgerald, from the Tonnant, climbed aboard the Algeciras, scrambled up the rigging to the topmast, cut away the French flag, wrapped it around his waist, and made it back to the lower shrouds before a musket shot dropped him into the sea between the ships. Christopher Beatty, a yeoman of signals and one of the 8 men on the Bellerophon's quarterdeck, not killed or wounded, watched his ship's ensign shot away for the 3rd time, grabbed a Union Jack, ran up the rigging, and tied it to the shrouds. In apparent admiration, the enemy sharpshooters held fire until Beatty jumped back on deck. That same spirit seemed to infect the wounded as well. A sailor aboard the Conqueror, his leg completely shattered, lay on deck calmly playing marbles with stray grape shot while waiting to be carried below. The sockets for the ship's capstan bars had been filled with crude first aid kits. Many of the walking wounded found their way to the capstans, bound their wounds, stuck the rest of the bandage back into the socket, and returned to their battle stations. An amputee aboard the Tonnant cheered so lustily at the news of another French surrender that he broke his ligatures and bled to death. The British sailors showed scarcely more bravery than did the French and Spanish. However, convinced of ultimate defeat, many men and officers of the combined fleet fought with defiant determination. Commodore Churuca of the San Juan Nepomuceno found himself under fire from 6 British ships. Churuca went below to direct the fire of his guns, succeeding in dismasting one of his attackers, and was returning to the deck when a cannonball nearly severed his right leg. Rising on his elbow, he called above the noise, "It is nothing. Go on firing." As it became apparent that he would bleed to death, Churuca agreed to be taken below, but he ordered his ensign nailed to the mast. Churuca called for his nephew to say goodbye. Within minutes, he was dead. As the news spread, the heart went out of his men. A third of the San Juan's crew had been killed or wounded. All the masts had gone, and the rudder was smashed. The San Juan's flag was pulled down. Captain Louis-Antoine Cyprien Fernet deserved the name of his ship, the Intrépide. He was nearly the only captain from the van to get into the battle, and saw almost half his crew killed or wounded. Although all of the Intrépide's masts were shot away and there was 8 feet of water in the hold, Infernet stubbornly fought on, slashing the air about him with his curved saber, and shouting that he would decapitate anyone who called for surrender. While the shot and shell sang around them, the Intrépide's colonel of infantry kept ducking behind Infernet until the captain laughed and yelled at him, "Ah, Colonel, do you think I am sheathed in metal then?" At last the Intrépide was battered to a formless hulk. Infernet's officers had to sneak up under the swinging saber and hold their captain down while the colors were lowered. The fiercest fighter of the combined fleet was little Jean-Jacques Lucas of the Redoutable. Lucas fought on despite the crossfire of the Victory and the Temeraire, both of whose guns, aiming low to avoid hitting each other, were shooting holes through the Redoutable's hull below the waterline. By mid-afternoon, the Redoutable had lost her mainmast and mizzenmast and was straddled by the wreckage of the Temeraire's topyards. Where the Redoutable's poop had been was a gaping hole under her helm. Rudder and stern post were smashed and her stern was afire. Most of her guns had also been destroyed. 5/6 of her crew was out of action, and so riddled were the sides of the ship that the wounded who were lying on the orlop deck were exposed to enemy fire. The Redoutable's pumps were crippled and the water was fast gaining in the hold. Captain Lucas seemed to be the Redoutable's only survivor, as he finally was forced to strike her colors. A floating wreck, the Redoutable was taken in tow by the Swiftsure. The cruelest fate was reserved for Admiral Villanueva of the Bucentaure. The Victory's opening broadside had reduced the French flagship's interior to wreckage. Through the hole in the line that the Victory had opened astern of the Bucentaure had come 4 ships of the Victory's line, the Temeraire, Neptune, Leviathan, and Conqueror, raking the Bucentaure one by one. In the maelstrom that followed, the Bucentaure's guns were put out of action, and her decks were heaped with dead and dying gunners. On her gun decks, one raking broadside sent cannonballs bouncing along the beams, beheading many of the men. Later, broadsides ripping open the gun ports mashed the bodies to a pulp. Loose guns crashed back and forth in the rolling sea, churning through the human wreckage. In the Bucentaure's cockpit, the surgeon and his mates were overwhelmed by 450 wounded, more than half her crew. On the quarterdeck, nearly every officer and man around Villanueva was hit, until he was virtually alone. Villanueva had planned for such a catastrophe. His barge had been ready to take him to another ship. He said to an officer, "The Bucentaure has played her part. Mine is not yet over." He called for his barge, but it had been shot full of holes and smashed by falling spars. Villanueva then signaled the nearby Santissima Trinidad to send a boat for him. There was no answer. He resigned himself to his fate, disconsolately walking the bloody deck and complaining to his flag captain that, amid the slaughter all around, there seemed to be not a single bullet for him. Finally, with his ship a total wreck, isolated in the midst of the enemy and unable to move, he had to yield to his destiny. He looked away as the Bucentaure's captain lowered her colors. Sir Israel Pellew, captain of the Conqueror, saw the Bucentaure's flag go down and sent over James Atchley, who was captain of his marines, to accept the surrender of the flagship. At the sight of Captain Atchley's red coat rising over the Bucentaure's rail, 4 French officers stepped forward to present their swords. One of them was Villanueva, blackened by smoke, but still smartly attired in a long, high-collared uniform coat, green corduroy pantaloons, and sharp-toed half-boots. At first, the admiral thought the captain who had defeated him was the famous Sir Edward Pellew, who, as commander of a frigate, had once destroyed a 74-gun French ship of the line. Atchley set him straight. "That was his brother, sir." "His brother?" cried Villanueva. "What? There are 2 of them?" Another surrender ceremony turned out to be a bit premature. The giant Santissima Trinidad, with her 4 decks of 130 guns, was a formidable fighter but an easy target, and half a dozen British ships ganged up on her. When her colors were shot away and her guns fallen silent, Captain Henry Digby of the Africa sent over an officer to accept her surrender. The British officer found that Rear Admiral Don Hidalgo Cisneros had been wounded, along with his top 2 officers, but another Spanish officer politely informed the British emissary that the Santissima Trinidad had not yet given up the fight. The British officer was courteously escorted back to his boat, and the Santissima's gunners withheld their fire until he was safely back aboard the Africa. The Santissima Trinidad resumed fighting. When the Spanish finally did give up, the scene aboard the big warship was described by one member of her crew as simply infernal. She could not move. The English had torn their sails to tatters. It was as if huge, invisible talons had been dragging at them. Fragments of spars, splinters of wood, thick hempen cables cut up as corn is cut by the sickle, fallen blocks, shreds of canvas, bits of iron, and hundreds of other things that had been wrenched away by the enemy's fire were piling up on the deck. Blood ran in streams about the deck, and in spite of the sand, the rolling ship carried it here and there until it made strange patterns on the planks. The battle was all but over. Aboard the Spanish flagship, the Príncipe de Asturias, Admiral Gravina had watched the Bucentaur and the mighty Santissima Trinidad strike their colors. The Principe's mainmast and mizzenmast were riddled and threatening to topple over. Gravina's left arm had been shattered. Realizing that his only hope for survival was likely escape, Gravina signaled to the frigate Thames to take him in tow, and he instructed the other ships that could still follow him to make a run for Cadiz harbor. With 11 ragged ships of the line trailing in his wake, Gravina headed for the Spanish coast. Astern of the fleeing Spaniards, the French ship of the line Achille provided a spectacular climax to the battle. By mid-afternoon, 400 members of the Achilles' crew, including all of her senior officers, had been killed or wounded, but a junior lieutenant, Ensign Vasile Cochard, kept her remaining gun crews firing. Then an arms chest in the foretop exploded, and the sails went up in flames, igniting other sail and spars. The Achilles' crewmen tried to chop down the foremast and dump the blazing mast over the side, but the British ship Prince fired at the mast and cut it in 2. The flaming top hamper crashed onto the deck of the Achilles, and fire raced through the ship. Her sailors all dived over the side. The British attackers ceased firing and sent their boats to rescue the swimmers. By late afternoon they had saved more than 200, and then the Achilles blew up. An officer aboard the ship the Defense described the sight as the most awful and grand that can be conceived. The explosion hurled a column of fire and smoke into the air, resembling for a few seconds a prodigious tree in flames, speckled with many dark spots, which the pieces of timber and bodies of men occasioned while they were suspended in the clouds. Among the Achilles survivors rescued by the British were a pig, which the victors feasted on the next supper, and a naked young woman who was taken aboard the Revenge and given clothing by the sailors. She identified herself as Jeanette, and explained to them that she had followed her husband to sea and had been handing up cartridges to the powder monkeys when the spreading fire had finally driven her into the water. She had not been the only woman aboard the Achilles. Another was saved by the Britannia's crew. Perhaps the most remarkable survivor of the battle was a dog aboard the Conqueror. While clearing for action, the Conqueror's crew had, accidentally or intentionally, thrown a dog out of a gunport. It landed on a ridge under the shrouds and clung there throughout the battle, while cannonballs riddled the hull and musket fire peppered the shrouds. After the battle, the dog was hauled back through the gunport unscathed, but in an understandable state of shock. They were among the fortunate survivors. Collingwood assessed the British loss at 1,609, either killed or wounded. The Spanish loss was 1,022 dead and 1,383 wounded. The French made no official count, but the best estimate was that more than 3,000 Frenchmen had died, and more than 1,100 were wounded. The total number captured, both Spanish and French, amounted to about 8,000. The aftermath of Trafalgar proved even crueler than the battle itself. Among Nelson's last instructions as his life ebbed away was to have his ships anchor. Evidently, despite Nelson's pain, or perhaps before he had been shot, his dependable barometer, his fin, the stump of his right arm, had warned him that a storm was approaching. Also, the oily swells that rolled under the battling fleets indicated that a hurricane was brewing out in the Atlantic. The victors and the vanquished had only a few hours left in which to repair the worst damage to their ships and dress their wounds before the storm struck. Collingwood, now in command of the British fleet, did not anchor, nor is it a certainty that all the anchors in the Royal Navy could have saved the fleet in the storm that swept down on the survivors on the night of October 21st, 1805. It lasted for the better part of a week, and in that desperate time there were no victors and no vanquished, simply men struggling to survive. Damaged rigging crashed over the side. Mastless, riddled hulks were driven toward the rocky Spanish coast. The few ships that were still able to bend a sail tried to take the others in tow. English sailors, who had eagerly anticipated the prize money that they had so dearly won, had to watch their captured prizes wallow away downwind to destruction. But it was worse for the wounded as they rolled on their litters while the ships plunged and heeled in the gale-driven seas. Wounds reopened, and men bled to death. Aboard the Tonnant, 16 men had survived amputations. 14 of them died during the storm. The battered and holed Redoubtable, still under tow by the Swiftsure, gradually settled into the water. The Swiftshure's crew saved as many wounded as they could, risking their own lives in small boats in the raging seas. Many of the 474 left aboard were still alive when on the day after the battle the Redoubtable went down. The Santissima Trinidad, once the pride of Spain, was now dismasted and a giant rolling shell. She refused to sink for almost 3 days, while crewmen from the British Ajax and Revenge tossed her dead overboard and lowered what wounded they could into the lurching boats. The big four-decker had carried a crew of 1,115. Fewer than half were saved. On the 24th, in still hurricane-force winds, the towing hawsers broke twice, and she had to be left to sink. A British boat was pushing away with the last seaman to be rescued, when someone heard a mewing sound. The boat returned to find a cat poking its head from the muzzle of a gun. As the Santissima Trinidad's great hull finally began to subside in a whirlpool of foam, one Spaniard recalled, "Up through the hatchways came a hideous shriek. It came from the wretches of the lower deck, who already felt the water rising to drown them." Some of the fleeing Spaniards, led by Admiral Gravina in the Príncipe de Asturias, made it safely back to Cadiz harbor. Gravina escaped death in battle only to be killed by his doctors, who delayed amputating his arm until gangrene set in and it was too late. Gravina is quoted as saying, "I die happy. I am going, I hope and trust, to join Nelson, the greatest hero that the world has perhaps ever produced." Admiral Villanueva's mastless Bucentaur washed up on the beach near the harbor entrance she had so grandly left 4 days earlier. Her British prize crew was rescued by the Spanish, who, in the custom of the day, treated them with courtesy. Other Britons who were driven ashore were surprised at the hospitality and the admiring reception they received. One Englishman driven ashore aboard a Spanish prize was rescued by Spanish peasants who gave him figs and wine. When he found he could not walk, a Spaniard brought up a bullock cart, gently lifted him into it, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Bono English," before taking him home to treat his leg. Napoleon's replacement for the defeated Villanueva, Admiral Rosalie, arrived at Cadiz on October 25th in time to report the loss of the battle and to oversee the rescue operation. Burying parties were sent along the coast. The 10-mile stretch of beach north of the headland of Cape Trafalgar was covered for days with wreckage and bodies tumbling in the surf and washing in and out with the tide. When at last the storm subsided, Collingwood sent a flag of truce into Cadiz with an offer to exchange his prisoners for the captured prizes and their British crews. The town's mayor, the Marquis de la Solana, not only agreed, but also sent out a cask of wine and a supply of melons, grapes, figs, and pomegranates. Collingwood responded with the best the royal sovereign could offer, some cheddar cheese and a cask of porter. While the wounded were nursed and the prisoners exchanged, the British fleet's fastest schooner, the Pickle, raced for England with the news. For 9 days the Pickle beat through the gales, and at 1 a.m. on November 6th, her captain greeted William Marsden, First Secretary of the Admiralty, who was just going to bed. The news was both good and bad. They had won a great victory, but they had lost Lord Nelson. Not until December 22nd did the jury-rigged Victory reach Portsmouth. She had to be towed to Gibraltar for repairs. Aboard the flagship was the body of Lord Nelson, preserved in a cask of brandy and guarded day and night by sentry. One of the sentries nearly deserted his post, when in the middle of the third night there was an exhalation of gas from the body and the lid rose from the cask. The magnitude of the victory off Trafalgar was matched only by the spectacle of Nelson's funeral. Londoners of all ages and classes mourned him as if they realized that his strategic and tactical genius would make England secure at sea for a century. Villanueva, still a prisoner of war, was permitted to witness his conqueror's funeral. He was exchanged in early April 1806, took a boat across the Channel, and sent a message to his old friend Denis de Crès. He was in France and would now face the Emperor. He would await instructions at the Hôtel de la Patrie in Rennes. De Crès could not bring himself to mention to Napoleon the name of the man he knew the Emperor blamed for the loss of his great fleet. Alone in Rennes, Villanueva waited without a word from de Crès until April 21st. The next morning he was found stabbed to death in his locked room, along with a suicide note to his wife. Part of the note read, "How fortunate that I have no child to be loaded with the weight of my name as its awful inheritance." Napoleon's only announcement of the battle was to report that some ships had been lost in a gale following an imprudent engagement. But he held a formal ceremony in which Lucas and Infernet, the shortest and tallest French captains, were honored for their bravery after returning home in a prisoner exchange. "Had all my officers behaved as you did," said Napoleon to the man whose sharpshooter had killed Nelson, "the battle would have been a very different story." And then Napoleon, stealing Nelson's line, who 4 months after the Battle of Trafalgar ordered that on every French man-of-war there should be painted prominently the slogan, "France expects that each one will do his duty." Many years before the Battle of Trafalgar, Nelson had written to his father, "I got my rank by a shot killing a post captain, and I most sincerely hope that I shall, when I go out of this world the same way. Then we all go in line of our profession, a parson praying and a captain fighting." There were other sailing fleet battles after Trafalgar, but none so remembered or revered. The day of the majestic, synchronized fleet engagement was dying. Only 7 years after Trafalgar, the naval war of 1812 was fought almost entirely by frigate against frigate, instead of by the big ships of the line. And 17 years after Trafalgar, the Comet, a wooden paddle-wheel steam warship of 80 horsepower, was commissioned by the Royal Navy. The age of fighting sail had ended. Maybe its greatest hero, Horatio Nelson, had died just in time.
Maritime Memoirs hopes you have enjoyed this program.